But there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends. It is my distinct privilege to welcome you to the second edition of Yerevan Dialogue, held this year under the theme, Navigating the Unknown. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite to the podium for opening remarks the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan.
Honorable Mr. President of the Republic of Armenia, Honorable Mr. Prime Minister, Honorable President of the National Assembly, dear ministers, excellencies, deputies, distinguished guests. It is with great honor that I welcome you to Yerevan for the second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. We are deeply proud to host you in our capital for a forum that aspires to be more than a conference, a platform for reflection, cooperation, and foresight. You just watched on the screen how we portrayed some recent world-changing developments under the title Navigating the Unknown only 2 weeks ago. It is obvious how much of an update is needed in just 2 weeks, how many new significant events happened, and it is still unknown how these events will unfold tomorrow. While we witnessed certain positive and encouraging developments, we also observed how many deals were or were not agreed upon. It is still unknown how many hybrid attacks were carried out in just 14 days, how many homes were destroyed due to the ongoing conflicts, and how many lives were lost. This year's theme, Navigating the Unknown, speaks directly to the spirit of our time. The world is undergoing seismic changes in its geopolitics, its economies, its technologies, its climate. Nations are losing their compass in the current turmoil. And only one thing is certain about those changes. We all know that the path shaped by these changes and the final destination still remain a huge unknown. Over the past few years, we have been talking a lot about uncertainties, unusual phenomena and developments in the world, things that no one could believe would happen after World War II. The foundations of once established international order are under strain. Principles of international law, among others territorial integrity and inviolability of the borders, once held as sacred, have lost their weight. They seem now to be just beautiful words, coined in declarations and charters, very often useless. Alliances are losing their coherence, once unshakable bonds are shattering. Interests of former adversaries unexpectedly are getting closer, leaving the treaty-bound allies vulnerable and changing the mosaic. International consensus is fraying and rising geopolitical tensions. Rhetoric involving nuclear threats has re-emerged in global discourse, bringing back some of the deepest fears of the last century. The European Union, born as a regional economic integration community, but primarily as a peace project, is now considering a plan to rearm Europe, aiming at significant increase of defense budget. We are witnessing deep wounds of humanitarian crisis, where famine grips communities, supply chains are disrupted, and the shadows of terrorism, hate speech, and intolerance threaten the very fabric of human dignity and coexistence. Ethnic cleansing is not a distant horror. It is happening before our eyes, and we have seen it firsthand at our borders. The suffering in Ukraine and Gaza is not isolated. It also reflects broader systemic failures. What was once a phantom of a hybrid war now has become an undeniable reality. Disinformation and fake news become weapons capable of damaging the very fundamentals of democracy. Trade wars are intensifying, fueled by imposition of unprecedented tariffs. The race for mastering artificial intelligence increasingly leaves the ethical aspect behind, eliminating safeguards and bypassing oversight, thus deepening the unease over the unpredictable future. The search for new energy sources is accelerating, with the potential to reshape the global economy and the daily lives of millions. The climate no longer follows familiar patterns, melting one year, freezing the next. So humanity is facing a great unknown. Understandably, this creates an impression of chaos and provokes a sense of panic among individuals, among families, among nations. But this is not the first time we are passing through the unknown. Just recently, in the days of COVID-19 pandemic, the scale and fear of human loss surged dramatically and suddenly, transforming everything from interpersonal relationships and livelihoods to work structures and even the way we think. No one knew what the post-pandemic world would look like, yet the history reminds us that the world has faced such severe epidemics also before, on different scales and in different information age. The Black Death and the Spanish flu, to mention a few. The two world wars, despite their catastrophic human cost, stimulated technological innovations that revolutionized medicine, communication, and transportation. Today, artificial intelligence, which is transforming industries, eliminating professions, and redefining the nature of work itself, reminds us of the times of the Industrial Revolution, when the first manufacturing techniques appeared. Nowadays, a simple fact that the Earth revolves around the sun was once a tremendous discovery, which challenged the whole worldview. This unknown was so unbelievable and frightening that one of the proponents of this theory, Giordano Bruno, was even burned at the stake. The discovery of new continents and territories, such as Americas, revealed yet another dimension of the unknown, reshaping global consciousness. From the explorers who crossed uncharted oceans to our earliest ancestors who went beyond familiar hunting grounds, humanity has always stood at the age of uncertainty. Our exploration of the unknown stretches back to early Homo sapiens, who by chance unlocked the power of a very dangerous unknown, the fire. So this is not the end of the world. And if some people think we are facing the end of the world or describe our current reality as such, then perhaps this is simply one of the many ends of the world that we have survived before. Humanity has consistently demonstrated what Nassim Nicholas Taleb calls anti-fragility. We do not merely survive stress tests, we emerge stronger. The resilient resists shocks and stays the same. The anti-fragile gets better. That's even the case on a personal level. Each of us has become stronger and anti-fragile after overcoming a crisis, shock, or even a personal tragic event. We have feared scientific progress only to find ourselves in more comfortable environments, living healthier and longer. We have more knowledge, better tools, and stronger ways to connect than ever before. And indeed, in many measures, we live today in the most advanced era in human history. Yes, the uncertainty we face today is big, but we are more prepared than ever before, than any generation before. Moreover, tectonic changes also bring up opportunities for progressive development if we are smart and wise enough to illuminate the path forward and navigate the unknown. Dear friends, Armenia clearly identified the path forward to overcome confrontation and promote cooperation, foster better connectivity and drive sustainable economic growth, enhance adaptability and innovation, strengthen democracy and rule of law, focusing on development of human capital. Creating such an environment for our citizens is a strategic priority for Armenia. At the same time, we believe the opportunities ahead of us lie in the restoration of the respect for international law, reinforcing the synergy between the moral compass, commitment to the core values, and the inability to make bold decisions. In our region, we are making a defining choice to build a future shaped not by the grievances of the past, but by a vision full of optimism and hope, anchored on real opportunities. The history is known. It cannot be forgotten. It cannot be rewritten, including through false narratives some may seek to promote. While the scars remain and healing is ongoing, we shall move ahead towards a better future. Yet we know that peace is not an easy achievement. It is a continuous process driven by courageous diplomacy, mutual understanding, and trust building. Armenia's vision is clear: normalization of relations with two of our neighbors, with full respect of each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, unequivocal rejection of territorial claims by any party, and deepening traditionally friendly relations with the others. As we navigate an evolving geopolitical landscape, Armenia remains steadfast in strengthening its partnerships beyond the region. We have established solid and strategic partnerships from the United States, across Europe, and into Asia. At the same time, we have actively promoted enhanced broader connectivity, recognizing our country's unique position at a true crossroads of civilizations and trade. We are equally committed to contributing to global efforts in addressing common challenges. Armenia's successful bid to host COP17 on biodiversity in Yerevan, along with the recently announced European Political Community Summit in spring 2026, reflect our growing responsibility and engagement on the international stage. Dear guests, today we bring together decision makers, thinkers, activists, and entrepreneurs, not only to exchange ideas, but to generate actionable insights. In this room, gathered from diverse nations and disciplines, we possess ideas that are not just meant to respond to the future, but also to shape it. Yerevan dialogue can foster diverging, but also potentially converging answers. And what is more important is to offer concrete formulas and solutions. It comes as no surprise that this year we have welcomed a dedicated space for youth under the Young Fellows program. The perspectives of young leaders are not merely valuable, they are essential. Those who will inherit tomorrow's world bring fresh approaches to today's challenges. Their digital nativity, global connectivity, innovative thinking are precisely what we need. To conclude, navigating the unknown is not a solitary endeavor. It is a shared journey. Armenia extends its hand to all who are ready to walk this path with integrity, imagination, and a common vision of a world that embraces inclusion over isolation, wisdom over ignorance, and cooperation over confrontation. Wishing us all thoughtful and impactful conversations throughout these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mirzoyan, for your comments. This year's Yerevan Dialogue is made possible through the partnership of the Observer Research Foundation, the Kasimir Pulaski Foundation, the Warsaw Security Forum, and the Center for Analysis, Planning, and Strategy of the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. We express our gratitude for their commitment to fostering meaningful and constructive dialogue at a time when clarity and cooperation are more vital than ever. More than 400 delegates from over 40 countries are participating in this second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. And this year, for the first time, Yerevan Dialogue is proud to host 30 exceptional young fellows selected from more than 500 applications from across the globe. We gather here in Armenia, a young and vibrant democracy that, against all odds, has emerged as a hub of ideas, innovation, and civilization building. And as Minister Mirzoyan noted, as the global order undergoes tectonic shifts, uncertainty is no longer merely a condition. It has become a defining feature of our time. This will be an era that separates the countries that will embrace and adapt to these shifts from the countries that will fail to adapt to such adversity. Geopolitics is back with a vengeance. As tensions are intensifying, economic uncertainties are increasing, and technological advancements, particularly in artificial intelligence, are reshaping societies in unpredictable ways. We are entering a paradoxical world where innovation and advancement meets uncertainty and instability. Power politics is now in fashion. Will resiliency be its antidote? Amid these global challenges, Armenia finds itself navigating a complex landscape of regional fracture, geopolitical instability, and an adverse security environment. And in this context, Yerevan Dialogue serves as a crucial platform for open and inclusive discussions on the pressing issues of our time. Over the next 2 days, we will be discussing emerging geopolitical trends, prospects for peace and security, the state of the international order, the reconfiguration of the transatlantic system, the EU and its neighborhood, AI politics, green development, and the benefits of regional cooperation through enhanced connectivity and trade. As we embark on these discussions, let us remember that the challenges we face are interconnected, and our responses must be grounded in shared values, human dignity, and integrity and mutual understanding. Yerevan Dialogue is more than a conference. It is a dignified commitment to forging pathways toward a more stable, equitable, and peaceful future. I welcome and thank you for being part of this important conversation. And now it is my honor to invite Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Nikol Pashinyan, to the stage to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Honorable President of the Republic of Armenia, Honorable Prime Minister of Slovak Republic, Honorable participants of Yerevan Dialogue Conference, I welcome all of you, and now I would like to share with you some insights on the current state of the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace process. And as you know, we've been able to agree on a draft of the agreement on the peace and interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we finalized the document and completed the negotiations on that draft. And Armenia announced, and personally me announced, that I'm ready to sign the document. And you know that Azerbaijan officially is linking the signing of the agreement with two issues. The first one of them is the dissolution of the OSCE Minsk Group structures. And you know that OSCE Minsk Group was created for, as a platform for negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan on the conflict. And in general, I should say that the agenda of dissolution of OSCE Minsk Group is acceptable for us, and we are ready to go forward. But from the other side, we want to make sure that we, with Azerbaijan, understand the situation similarly. I mean, we want to make sure that the intention of Azerbaijan isn't to close, let's say, the conflicting situation on its territory and to export that into the territory of the Republic of Armenia. Why we are saying this? Because you know that unfortunately in the recent years, Azerbaijan started to call approximately 60% of the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia, so-called Western Azerbaijan. And you know our position on that, that we said many times that there can't be Western Azerbaijan in the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. So in general, what is our proposal to go ahead? We propose to sign peace agreement and simultaneously a joint application to the OSCE on the dissolution of the Minsk Group structures. And I think that is a constructive approach and constructive proposal to have two documents on the table and sign those documents simultaneously in the same time, in the same place. Another issue that Azerbaijan raises is its claim that the Republic of Armenia constitution contains territorial claims on Azerbaijan. In general, this is also clear that parties must not have any territorial claims against each other, and that is very important precondition for peace. But let's look at issue carefully and to understand whether there is territorial claims in the Constitution of Republic of Armenia against Azerbaijan. The only institution that can officially declare what the Republic of Armenia Constitution contains and what it does not contain is the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Armenia. So you know that last year we've been able with Azerbaijan to sign regulations on the joint activities of the two commissions on the delimitation of the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And by the way, it was the first ever international bilateral document signed by Armenia and Azerbaijan. And according to the legislation of the Republic of Armenia, we sent that document to our Constitutional Court to define whether this document is compliant with our constitution. And last September, the Constitutional Court of Armenia examined the regulation on the joint activities, that document, and decided that regulations were, by the way, Alma-Ata Declaration referred as a basic principle for the delimitation process between Armenia and Azerbaijan in the process of delimitation of the border. So both regulations, and that means Alma-Ata Declaration as well, are fully compliant with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. I would like to clarify what is the Almaty Declaration. It is a document that has been signed in 1991 by 11 former Soviet socialist republics, members of USSR, and Almaty Declaration has two main meanings. First, Soviet Union stops to exist, and the second, the parties, signatories of that declaration become independent states, recognizing each other's territorial integrity, inviolability of borders, sovereignty, etc., etc. So, according to our Constitutional Court, Alma-Ata Declaration is in full compliance with the Constitution of Republic of Armenia, which means that there is no territorial claim in the Constitution of Armenia on any neighbor, because the Alma-Ata Declaration means that the territory of independent Armenia and that of independent Azerbaijan are identical to the territories of Soviet Armenia and Soviet Azerbaijan, respectively. So, but it isn't the whole story, because as I said already, we've been able to agree on the draft of peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and on the agreed text we have already provision that parties confirm that the administrative borders between the Soviet republics of the former USSR become the international borders of the respective independent states, and the parties recognize the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of international borders and each other's political independence. So it is already agreed, part of agreed draft of peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. By the way, in the same document, there is a reference to the Almaty Declaration, which is a basic principle in the peace agreement as well. So in agreed text, we have provision, as you can see, that Armenia and Azerbaijan recognize each other's territorial integrity as it was in the times of Soviet Union as the members of Soviet Socialist Republic. There is another provision in agreed draft of peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, that the parties state that they do not have any territorial claims to each other and shall not raise any such claims in the future. So Armenia and Azerbaijan already agreed on the draft that there can't be any territorial claims by one of the parties against the other parties. And there is another very important provision of the on the agreement, which is stipulating that the parties may not refer to their internal legislation as a justification for their failure to carry out the peace agreement. So those nuances are very important. Why? Because according to Armenia's legislation, after signing peace agreement, we must send it to our constitutional court to check the compliance of agreement with the Constitution of Republic of Armenia. I mean, it isn't an option. It is compulsory that that document must be sent to the Constitutional Court. So from that point, we have two options. The one option is that if Constitutional Court decide that the text of agreement isn't compliant with our Constitution. If we will have such decision, even though I should say that after the last September decision, our experts say that there is no high probability that Constitutional Court could decide something like that after last year's decision on the regulations or regulation of border commissions. But court is court. In case when Constitutional Court would decide that peace agreement isn't compliant with our Constitution, we will have very concrete situation to decide. In that case, to be honest, what would be the position of the government of Armenia? And personally, my position, I would initiate constitutional changes, because this peace process and peace agreement must not be missed. And we will try and we will persuade our society to make that amendment for reaching sustainable and long-lasting peace. But in case when Constitutional Court would decide that the agreement is in full compliance with the Constitution of Republic of Armenia, in that case we will have no obstacle to send that document to our parliament for ratification. And when ratified, that document will acquire a highest legal force in Armenia, according to the paragraph 3 of Article 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, which states, in case of conflict between the norms of international treaties ratified by the Republic of Armenia and those of Armenian laws, the norms of international treaties shall apply. So that means that in case that after the moment of ratification and after the ending into force when President will sign the law about ratification, peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan will have supreme legal force in the Republic of Armenia. So that is very important nuance, because it means that the peace agreement will solve all the concerns that Azerbaijan may have and now has. So it is obvious that the way to address the issues raised by Azerbaijan is to sign the agreement rather than not to sign it. I would like to clarify one more time. There is no any chance not to delivering the concerns of Azerbaijan in case when the peace agreement will sign. It is 100% that all concerns will be addressed. So for addressing those concerns, the peace agreement should be signed. And that is our main point, especially taking into account that we see that in the constitution of Azerbaijan, there are some territorial claims against Armenia. But we didn't raise separately that issue because we saw that in the agreed draft, it will be addressed. So that is our point, that in general, frankly speaking, there are two versions on the issues raised by Azerbaijan. Some experts say that it is just pretext for Azerbaijan to postpone the signing of the peace agreement, but position of the government of Armenia is the following. We are trying to taking into account that the concerns of Azerbaijan are sincere, and we are looking to see whether the roadmap we are proposing addressing the concerns of Azerbaijan, and I think I've been able to make it obvious that it is doing that. The signing of peace agreement, addressing, delivering all the possible issues, both of Armenia and Azerbaijan. So my position and my call and in this situation is that we need to concentrate on signing of peace agreement, and I reconfirm that personally me and our government, our political team is ready to go ahead and to take its share of responsibility for having lasting and sustainable peace in our region. But I would like to say that so far we've been able to achieve something with Azerbaijan, and last year we've been able to delimit it and demarcate it around 12.7 kilometers of the shared borders, and I would like to show you what it is looks like. Now it is the border, delimited and demarcated border of the Republic of Armenia, and we have some pieces of our border with full 100% peace and, let's say, with the security guarantees. Another very important project for the regional peace and prosperity is the our project with the very very important name of Crossroads of Peace. In the framework of this project, Armenia proposed a concrete solutions for the opening of regional connectivity for bilateral, international, and transit movement. And the Crossroads of Peace project is based on the several very important principles, that is territorial integrity, sovereignty, jurisdiction of the countries through which the roads are passing, and reciprocity, also another very important principle for this project. And you can see that it is actually a very important project for overcoming the global supply chain crisis, because when our roads with Azerbaijan and with Turkey will be open, it will open another opportunities for connectivity between East and West, North and South. And now those roads that you are seeing are our proposal, and we propose very concretely to make decisions and go ahead. But unfortunately, we see some hesitations of Azerbaijan, and of course, we very actively we are discussing potential solutions, and Armenia is concentrated how it is possible to make progress, to propose concrete solutions, and we proposed concrete ways to overcoming of hesitations of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And Armenia is ready, we are ready to organize cargo transportation from western parts of Azerbaijan to Nakhichevan through Armenia. You know that is Nakhichevan, the part of Azerbaijan, and that is main part of Azerbaijan. And there is an issue and agenda of having connection between Nakhichevan and Azerbaijan. And Armenia, we are ready to provide solutions. And by the way, I mentioned Azerbaijani narrative of Western Azerbaijan, and I said already that there is no and there can't be Western Azerbaijan in the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. But now it is very important that there is Western Azerbaijan, and those are the western regions of Azerbaijan, and that is very important, that there can't be Western Azerbaijan beyond the western regions of Azerbaijan, and it is out of any discussions for us, obviously, and I think it is legitimate position. But let's say what is the proposal of Armenia for connection between the Nakhichevan and main part of Azerbaijan. Our proposal is the following. As I said, Azerbaijan has some hesitations connected with its citizens coming through Armenia, etc. And we said that we have no any hesitations, and we're ready to provide some services. And our idea is that Armenian locomotives could pass controls of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and to take trains from Azerbaijan, passing back the passport control, custom control, and to carry it to the Nakhichevan, I mean cargo train, and to live there. So, and in opposite way. So it is very important that now Armenia has concrete proposal to provide this, because sometimes some international partners are creating that impression that Armenia isn't willing to open connectivity for Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan, for connection from Azerbaijan to Nakhchivan and to the other way. But for us, it is very important to see that in the context of the regional connectivity. You spotted that mentioned reciprocity, and for us it's very important to have similar connection with the we are saying like that, from Azerbaijan to Azerbaijan through territory of Armenia, and from Armenia to Armenia through territory of Azerbaijan, and with the respect of sovereignty, territorial integrity, jurisdiction of the countries. And this proposal is official. This proposal is on the table, and anytime Azerbaijan is agreed, we are ready to enter into the stage of implementation of this process. Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, I hope I've been able to share those insights with you, that we have concrete proposals to have progress and to achieve lasting and sustainable peace in our region. And I reiterate that peace, sustainable and lasting peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan is not only possible, but it is within the reach. And we are determined, we are devoted to the peace agenda, and we are ready to continue consultations with Azerbaijan how to get to the point of signing of peace agreement and other documents as well, which will dramatically and totally change the situation and destiny of the peoples of our region. And of course, we will be adhered to that agenda and make everything that is dependent from us, of course, with the respect of the principles I mentioned already. And my belief is, ladies and gentlemen, that despite all the arguments, all the provocations, etc., there will be no war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and there will be peace, and that is very and very definite for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your thoughtful, insightful, constructive comments. Indeed, small democracies, small states, while seeking peace, must remain vigilant and resilient against the tides of aggression and conflict. Armenia has taken the lead as being one of the most peace-seeking countries in the world. Between loss and trauma, through pain and discord, the Armenian nation, over and above all grievances, aspires to make the South Caucasus a region of peace, interconnectivity, and economic prosperity. The importance of economic growth to small state resiliency, democratic development, and the basic increase in the quality of life is inarguable. When Armenia speaks of peace, it is not simply about ending a conflict, but bringing prosperity and stability to our region in a dignified way. And now it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Robert Fico, who will be delivering his welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much. First of all, Prime Minister, thank you very much for your valuable remarks, because this is something we really need to know. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in my age, 60, of course, I did in my life several mistakes, but there is one, I never visited your country. So I hope that after these 2 days in your beautiful, beautiful capital, I will have many reasons to come again, because to follow what you have achieved, this is remarkable. So congratulations from my position. Thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister, Mr. President, Speaker of the Parliament, distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for your kind invitation, and I am honored to address you today to open this conference. I want to congratulate Armenia and Prime Minister of your country for conveying this second edition of Yerevan Dialogue. It is an important forum for discussion about pressing regional and global issues. In my opening remarks, I would like to present the foreign policy priorities of my government, the role of Slovakia's global partnerships, and of course, our efforts to promote peace and Slovakia's relations to Armenia. Allow me to start with a few remarks concerning the sovereign foreign policy of Slovakia. First of all, I will say once again that the European Union and NATO represent the vital operational environment for Slovakia. These integration frameworks have built the modern foundations of peace and prosperity in Europe and in my country. Thanks to its membership in the European Union, Slovakia has experienced a political, social, and economic development at a pace and quality that would otherwise be unthinkable. We support deeper EU cooperation and integration in economic areas that can create more prosperity for our citizens. However, this does not mean we cannot be critical of certain EU policies and decisions. For example, my government opposes the EU Commission's recent proposals to end all imports of Russian energy. Slovakia has been implementing robust steps to diversify its energy resources. We understand the risks of over-dependency on a single supplier. But the current EU proposal is, in my opinion, short-sighted. I believe it will harm our competitiveness and energy security, especially in the nuclear energy domain. There is no certified fuel alternative available for Slovakia's reactors in the near time. In our foreign policy, we reflect the shift in the geopolitical gravity to Asia and global south and build new partnerships. I visit many countries around the world and do my best to invest in relations with our partners in Asia, Africa, or South America. We have promoted our relations to the level of strategic partnership with the Republic of Korea and the People's Republic of China, and we are working to strengthen relations with India, Indonesia, Japan, and Vietnam. As a small, open and export-oriented economy, we are clearly not happy to see that global rise in economic protectionism, unfair trade practices, and trade war. In Slovakia, ladies and gentlemen, the automotive industry is the backbone of our economy. According to some estimates, some 20,000 jobs in Slovakia could be threatened in case of an escalating trade war with the United States. For this reason, we need to intensify trade relations with the nations interested in free trade and diversify our export destinations. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Ukraine has caused incredible suffering to innocent people, but it has also affected millions of people in the world with the increased cost of agricultural products or disrupted supply chains. It is obvious that neither Ukraine nor Russia can achieve a strategic breakthrough on the battlefield, and there is no military solution to this conflict. We support President Trump's initiative for 30-day comprehensive ceasefire followed by peace talks between the two parties. We hope the direct negotiations between Ukraine and Russia that started in Istanbul will continue and will bring results. As you know, Ukraine is our largest neighbor, and we want to have a democratic, sovereign, stable, and prosperous neighboring living in peace. It is our vital national interest. We have been helping from the start. Since the beginning of the war conflict in Ukraine, Slovakia has provided total aid in the amount of 3.5 billion euros, which makes us one of the countries with the highest level of solidarity with the Ukraine in terms of proportion of aid to the country's GDP. If Ukraine meets the criteria, we will support integration into the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, let me say a few words about Slovakia and your beautiful country. Our countries enjoy friendly bilateral relations. We share a strong Christian heritage. Armenia is Slovakia's key trading partner in this region, and our trade is growing. I want to give an additional impetus for expanding our trade, especially in the areas of nuclear energy, automotive, defense, and tourism. And I believe Prime Minister will have a lot of time today to discuss all these aspects, perspective of cooperation. We strongly support closer relations of Armenia with the European Union. Slovakia is ready to share our experience from introducing challenging market and social reforms to help you reaching the full potential of the EU-Armenia Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement and the visa liberalization dialogue. We will continue to support the presence of EU's observation mission in Armenia, as its value has been proven on many occasions. Slovakia's return to NATO's KFOR peacekeeping mission in Kosovo this year is another opportunity for close cooperation between our armed forces. Armenia's contribution to the stability of the Western Balkans is highly, highly appreciated. To conclude, I want to commend Prime Minister for your leadership in efforts to find a final peace settlement with Azerbaijan. Once again, thank you very much for all this useful and valuable information you just provided to all of us. The announcement earlier this year represents a decisive step towards lasting peace and security in the region. It is key to maintain this momentum and ensure a smooth completion of this process from both sides. A peaceful settlement will send a powerful message to Europe that conflicts can be resolved through diplomatic dialogue, and Slovakia stands ready to fully support you in your efforts. Thank you very much for your attention and the possibility to say a few words. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Fico, for your very insightful and encouraging remarks. And before we embark on 2 days of educational, informative discussions, we will be taking a 15-minute break. Thank you once again for taking part in Yerevan Dialogue.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe
of Strategy and Development of the Applied Policy Research Institute of Armenia. I kindly invite her to take a seat on the floor and we'll commence our discussion. Thank you.
I invite the panelists to join me on the stage, please. Please. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this high-level panel at the Yerevan Dialogue 2025 on the South Caucasus as a strategic hub, challenges and opportunities for trade and connectivity. My name is Anahit Pilibosyan, and I am the Vice President of Strategy and Development at APRE Armenia, a Yerevan-based independent think tank. Recent developments, including short-term and long-term geoeconomic and geopolitical shifts, are reinforcing the South Caucasus's potential as a bridge and a vital hub linking Europe and Asia. According to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the region transported 1 million tons of cargo traffic in 2023, an increase of 65% from 2022, and with a potential for a lot more. But obstacles are preventing it, such as unpredictable journey delays and poor digital and transport infrastructure. This is why we are here today. We have the pleasure of having distinguished speakers to talk about both the promises and the challenges for transit and connectivity in the South Caucasus. Armen Grigorian, Secretary of the Security Council of Armenia, Ambassador Lazar Comenescu, Secretary General, Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, Dr. Saeed Khadibzadeh, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Head of the Institute for Political and International Studies of Iran, Joshua Kuchera, Senior South Caucasus Analyst at the International Crisis Group, and Eleonora Tafuro-Ambrosetti, Senior Research Fellow at the Russia, Caucasus, and Central Asia Center at the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, ISPI. We will have 2 rounds of questions before opening to Q&A if we have the time. I will start now my questions, starting with Secretary Grigorian. The Crossroads of Peace encapsulates the Armenian government's vision for connectivity in the region. We heard the Prime Minister speak about it, but perhaps you can elaborate a bit more and also explain how it fits in the wider connectivity projects such as the International North-South Transport Corridor and the Middle Corridor.
Thank you, Anaidi, and I would like to join all the welcome words to Yerevan Dialogue, and it's a great honor to be here and to speak to this audience. In reality, the Peace Crossroad is an economic project that has an aim to unblock the region, create interconnectivity in the region, increase interdependency, and strengthen peace and stability in the region. And the government of Armenia came up with this proposal to the regional countries and also to the global community, I mean the other countries, to be engaged in this process, which has a great chance to bring prosperity, first of all prosperity and also stability. We have a strong belief that peace process has many components, and one of the components is economic interrelation between the regional countries, but also, as I mentioned, the project Peace Crossroad gives opportunity to other countries also to be engaged in the process, to gain from the process. For us, it's very much important that the unblocking should happen based on the sovereignty and jurisdiction of the regional countries. And that's very much important also in the context of the peace. We also consider very much important equality while unblocking the region and reciprocity, because that are the major principles that will create opportunities for all, but not for unique ones. And with Peace Crossroad project, we try to create interconnectivity, work with regional countries, create interdependency, and strengthen dialogue. Right now, Armenia is implementing many projects, which is part of Peace Crossroad, North-South Highway, which is a project that's very much important in interconnection, but also develops Armenian infrastructure. The government of Armenia for the last few years also intensively investing in the infrastructures of Armenia, bringing to the level that will have an opportunity, those infrastructure, to be interconnected to regional infrastructures. And we invite regional countries and global community to be engaged in the process and gain from the process and invest in peace of the region. Thank you.
Secretary Comănescu, the organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation is a unique entity bringing together countries of the wider Black Sea region, including Armenia and Turkey, which do not have diplomatic representation otherwise. As our region, the South Caucasus, navigates the turmoil of geopolitics and geoeconomics, how do you see the role of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation in facilitating transit routes within the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much. And but before trying to answer to your justified and well-placed question, allow me a couple of remarks of a rather more general nature, but which in on issues which, in my opinion, have a lot to do with the relevance of the Black Sea area and the South Caucasus. My second remark is that, but before that, also allow me to say that I'm particularly glad to be back in Yerevan at this second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. I had the honor to be in the previous one as well. And I have to say that though this forum is a young one, looking at the level of participants, the panelists, speakers, and the topics chosen for the debate, it clearly shows that the Yerevan Dialogue has already won a top place among events of this kind. And for that, I would like to congratulate our hosts, the Armenian government, for organizing this dialogue. So the two remarks, general remarks, which I wanted to make are the following. I think that you'll agree with me that in the last years, we've been witnessing a lot of debate about deglobalization, decoupling, de-risking, how to diminish dependencies, how to build resilience based upon less dependency. Well, in my opinion, this is something which goes counter to the real developments into global developments, because we wanted to know globalization will continue. And it's important to be aware of the fact that this globalization is taking place, is continuing under a new paradigm, especially the one generated by the digitalization revolution. But when talking about, so interdependencies will continue, and I would even say will grow. And this is why, in my opinion, I will repeat something which I have already said last year. Rather than speaking about how to build resilience individually, perhaps it's much more important to look into how to build resilient interdependencies. And that brings us to connectivity, which is the key for that. And you may agree with me that looking at the map of the world, this region, the Black Sea wide region and the Caucasus are key in the development of any serious connectivities which are taking into account the global trends in the economic world. And by the way, and this is the second remark of mine, when we look into the map of the world, we see where the engines of growth are. And that brings us to the awareness about the importance of enhanced connectivity between Europe and Asia. And again, you cannot imagine developing any alternative or any project or initiative related to connectivity without taking into account the Caucasus, the Black Sea, the wider Black Sea region, and the Caucasus as a whole. So these are the, now trying to come back to your question about what about the organization which I have the honor to represent is doing here. Well, this organization, which was set up 33 years ago, was set up exactly by the founding member states, 11 they were, now we are 13, in order, as a platform for cooperation, for identifying together ways and means to develop economy in this region, but also to connect with the other regions. And this is what the BSEC has been trying to do. I will not elaborate that much on that, simply to say that during the years, several initiatives aimed at strengthening the connectivity inside the region, but also beyond that, have been taken in the organization. Let me mention, for example, the famous Black Sea Ring Highway, or the motorways of the sea, and very importantly, in the very practical terms, which proves that how important it is to concentrate our activities on the project-oriented type of actions. We've been in the organization setting up the so-called BSEC permit system, which is aimed at facilitating the crossing of the border of trucks of goods. And during the COVID period and after that, this Bisek-Pervis system greatly facilitated crossing the difficulties which within our region, like others, had been confronted with during this period. And I'm glad to say that there are prospects. Now 9 of the 13 member states of the EU, of the BISEC, are already. I will conclude by saying that in this particular project, Armenia has been very active. And I would like to take this opportunity to give my appreciation for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Dr. Khatibzadeh, Iran is involved very much in the geoeconomics of our region. Iran offers to establish the Persian Gulf Black Sea corridor connecting South and Southeast Asia with Europe via Iran, Armenia, Georgia, and the Black Sea. There is also the western segment of the international North-South transport corridor running through the South Caucasus and Azerbaijan in particular, with Resht Ashtara being the only missing railway link. And finally, just last month in May, the free trade agreement between Iran and the Eurasian Economic Union entered into force. So how does Iran view the transit potential of the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this very opportunity to be here. And also I would like to thank organizers of Yerevan Dialogue 2025 for inviting us and also giving us this very opportunity to be in your very beautiful city in such a pleasant weather. Talking about South Caucasus, we have to take into consideration different issues, including the ones that you said. Everybody knows who are attending here that the map of this region indicate to what extent integration in this region, sub-region, South Caucasus, can help us to have a better connectivity and a strategic connection between countries of this region. For Iran, for many reasons, through the millennia, this region has been very important. Those who are aware of the history of this region, they know that for many millennia, Iran has had benefited from 2 main corridors, east-west corridors that later on they labeled it as Silk Road corridor, from eastern border of Iran to the western border of Iran, of course with 2 sub-roads, that one goes to Baghdad of those days and one goes to Anatolia and also this South Caucasus of those days. And also another one which is now they call it Spice Road. It's a very ancient also north-south corridor of old days, coming from India to Bandar Abbas and through Iran to Central Asia and Russia. So in this very broader map of connectivity in this region, everybody understands that Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and the whole region of South Caucasus are very vital and important. The initiatives that you mentioned, including the Persian Gulf Black Sea connectivity, and this corridor also is connecting to the 2 main regions through Iran and Armenia to all the way through Black Sea. Maybe later on we can elaborate a little bit on this, but it shows that at the same time, while there are great potentialities and possibilities, at the same time the main question is that why we have not been able yet to materialize all the potentials that we see. This is where that we have to look a little bit on this geostrategic map of the region, and we have to be very careful that Up until now, there has been geostrategic competition and rivalry in this region that has avoided for the full materialization of the potentials of this region. The history tells us that any extra-regional geopolitical competition in this region is not for the good of the region. So all the countries in the region and in the neighboring area, they have to decide on one very important issue, that extra-regional geopolitical or big power geopolitical competitions, whoever they are, with any intention that they might have, the sacrifice will be the whole region. The second is geopolitical competition inside the region. This morning, Prime Minister of Armenia discussed about the previous routes and time to revive them. I think it indicates to what extent this rivalry inside the region has also avoided this broader cooperation in this region. This is why that Iran has always vocally has said that any geopolitical changes in this region through any initiative is not acceptable. So any connectivity and any connection in this region should ensure that there is no geopolitical changes in the map of the region, being actual corridors or this sort of initiatives that we are hearing. And I would like to second what Mr. Grigorian said about the sovereignty and about the importance of anything being in the realm of international law. So I stop here, and probably I can elaborate later on if there are other questions as well.
Let's turn to you, Joshua, now. You have been following the region for some time, and as the South Caucasus grapples with multiple geopolitical and unprecedented developments, and by that I mean the Russia-Ukraine war, the tensions in the Middle East, and shifting dynamics in the Euro-Atlantic relations. So considering all this, how do you see the prospects of the region becoming this coveted transit hub via east, west, and north and south?
Thank you, Anahit, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Well, to state the extremely obvious, for the South Caucasus to become a viable transit hub, there needs to be peace. In particular, for the east-west variant of the middle corridor. Without peace, there's not going to be open borders between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Armenia and Turkey. There's not going to be outside investment in the infrastructure that's going to be required for this region to become a viable transportation hub. But the flip side of that is that the prospect of the Caucasus becoming this hub of transport can help encourage the signature of the peace agreement. This vision of the Caucasus becoming integrated into the bigger world, not just in terms of infrastructure and trade, but in a broader political sense, can be an incentive to put the conflicts of the past behind and work towards a more cooperative future. Another political question that is standing over this is the relationship now between Georgia and the European Union. I'm sure, as you're all aware, the situation is not very good with relations right now. If this continues or continues to get worse, it's going to be more difficult for the EU to work to bring Georgia into this vision. That in turn will make Georgia less attractive for China, for example, to make the investments that it wants to make. And so this uncertainty is increasing the attractiveness of the Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan part of this east-west route, but it's putting some questions and making it more difficult to implement the larger project. Beyond politics, there are just some technical reasons that are going to make it difficult for this region to become a regional transport hub. There's bureaucratic hurdles. When you look at the middle corridor between Europe and Asia, you have to go through all of these countries of the Caucasus and Central Asia, crossing many borders that don't have integrated border control, customs, and so on. And this is a big bureaucratic hurdle for this route that has yet to be really addressed. There's a sea crossing You have to cross the Caspian Sea to use this route. There's one port on this side of the Caspian, that's at Baku, which has relatively limited capacity. And then you have other geographical barriers like mountains in Georgia and the Caucasus in general. The northern route through Russia does not have any of these obstacles. As long as the war in Ukraine has been going on, there's been an incentive for, especially for outside actors, to try to improve the conditions of the middle corridor. But with the prospect of that war ending, and to the extent that Russia is brought back into the world economy, there's going to be much less incentive for outside actors to make the investments into this middle corridor that could make the Caucasus a viable transit hub. And this is only going to increase the necessity for local actors, regional actors, actors inside the region to work on this.
Eleonora, let's talk about the Middle Corridor a bit more. It's one of the most discussed transit projects in recent years. Many speak about its potential to connect China with Europe, but there are also doubts about the viability of this project because of the logistical and legal complications, and the growing rivalry with China may add to the complexity as well. So, from a European perspective, how do you see the prospects of the Middle Corridor?
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you all for being here. I think Joshua already touched on very significant hurdles, but one thing should be clear from the European perspective. Of course, geopolitical necessities and the need to bypass Russia are definitely an incentive to go on with this middle corridor and make it more attractive, but it's also a matter of efficiency. The middle corridor is far shorter than the northern corridor, so I think the number of days that the cargo takes to arrive to Europe is basically half compared to the other route. So there is a lot of hype, and if you look at data, actually, you see that the increase in 2024 of cargo volume was like 60%, over 60% higher compared to the previous year. So of course, the incentives to invest on this route from the European perspectives are many, and from the Caucasus and Central Asian perspective, but also from the Turkish perspective, this is a very worthy project because it increases also the geostrategic position of these regions. But of course, it is essential to manage expectations because of the challenges that we were talking about. It's not just geographical barriers, it's also climate-related threats, and this is valid especially in Central Asia, but I think in the Caucasus, this is an important factor to take into account. The bureaucratic challenges and the hurdles in harmonizing the bureaucracy and the tax system among the states, of course, geopolitical volatility, and also from the European perspective, I think there is a fear that Russia will be able to co-opt this route. Of course, this is more in the general framework of the geopolitical confrontation between Russia and the EU, and of course in the framework of sanctions. Then there is one thing that I think worries Brussels quite a lot, is the very dynamics of the traffic, which is mainly from east to west. So for the European Union, this route is already more expensive than the other available routes. So if trucks then go back from Europe to the east empty, because of course the cargo volume is not as high as it is from east to west, then it adds up to the reasons why the middle corridor is deemed too expensive. And then, of course, the important thing from the European perspective is, again, to manage expectations and to imagine this middle corridor as developing in the future. Of course, the trend is clear. Europe is now committed to developing this middle corridor. It made it clear also in the first EU Central Asia summit just a few weeks ago. But at the same time, it's impossible realistically to think that the middle corridor will at some point substitute the northern corridor or become the main trade route. This is still not feasible in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years.
Thank you, Eleonora. Secretary Grigorian, you elaborated on the opportunities arising from regional connectivity, and they are compelling, but we also must address the challenges with the ongoing tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The very base to complete mega infrastructure projects such as the Middle Corridor or the International North-South Transport Corridor or the Crossroads of Peace is, of course, geopolitical stability. So what can be done by all parties, and I mean the involved countries, the cooperating countries, investors and others, to address these challenges?
Thank you very much for the question. Just to continue where Madame Eleonora stopped, for example, Peace Crossroad, it's not only about global trade, but it's also about regional trade. I mean, we usually, when we try to discuss it, there's more global concentration. We try to see it from global perspective. That's very much important. But there is another very, very important aspect of that. It's regional trade and regional interdependency and strengthening cooperation in the region. And by the way, if we unleash the opportunity of the region, maybe it will also increase the cost of transportation. I'm sure if there is an economic assessment, then there can be factors or findings that will show that stronger regional cooperation and trade will create more opportunity and may also decrease the price and will create more opportunity. It's obvious that in the regional context, it will create also interdependency, and it's also about inclusion. I would like to mention that this project is about inclusion, not exclusion, and we see everyone participating in this project in the region, but also giving chance to other global actors to be engaged in the project. And Peace Crossroad should be also seen as I mentioned, part of the peace process. I know usually the thinking of peace is like it's an event, but in reality it's not an event, it's a process. If we think from process perspective, it becomes very much obvious that there are events that as in famous song it's said, would be another brick to the wall. I know nowadays sometimes wall has a negative connotation, but I'm very much on positive perspective of the wall. I mean, these events like unblocking, signing the peace agreement would be another bricks to the wall of building peace. And if we think peace as a process, it will become more easy, even in our mind, to resolve existing process and trying to move forward on establishing peace in the region.
Secretary General Comenescu, the Black Sea region has been the theater of geopolitical rivalries and commercial tensions. The efforts to stop the war in Ukraine have intensified, and stakeholders must start thinking about the future possible configurations of connectivity in the Black Sea. So is this something that the Black Sea Economic Cooperation is thinking about? And if so, how does it envision it?
Definitely the answer to to your question would be yes. As you referred to the unfortunately still present conflict in our region, I hope that peace would come rather sooner than late, and I think that efforts should be, strengthened towards reaching this objective at the level of the international community, and that would definitely allow us to resume in full the cooperation in the Black Sea area. Now, coming to the various aspects which were touched upon by my colleagues in the panel, and with the hope, as I said, of the war being ended, I think that there are, and this is where we are trying to work and bring our contribution as an organization. There are some, let's say, priority lines of action, in my opinion, in this respect. First of all, and by referring particularly to the connectivity, I think that first we should look what has so far been achieved and still is not fully achieved, and to build upon that. There are, I mentioned in my previous intervention, several projects, initiatives launched inside the Black Sea area, the Black Sea Economic Organization, and there have been important steps therein. Now, the important thing is now to build upon, and by the way, I would like to say that, well, there are, my second idea is that it is extremely important in whatever initiative and action by locally, I mean, in the region, but also with the involvement of outside actors. It's important to take into account primarily initiatives coming from inside the region. And here, initiatives like, for example, the Crossroads for Peace, which was referred to by the distinguished Prime Minister of Armenia. This is one of these initiatives which deserve to be paid appropriate attention. Of course, these type of initiatives have to get the, let's say, through negotiations to be endorsed by all the actors so as to make of it a successful undertaking. Third line of action, which it seems to me to be extremely important, I refer to the fact that besides the countries in the BISEC organization, there are also other actors who are paying attention to this region, and actors, be it international organizations or countries, and there is a need, an extremely important aspect, there is a need of better correlation and coordination when promoting initiatives, like, for example, the Middle Corridor. I was last week in Leipzig for the International Transport Forum, and there one particular important idea has been stressed upon, and this is my fourth remark. All these initiatives aimed at enhancing connectivity have to be developed in a context of mutually reinforcing rather than alternatives or competing each other. That's a very important point which has to be taken into account. My fifth remark, I very much welcome the fact that the European Union has has proved increasing attention towards this region, be it the Black Sea area or the Middle Corridor. Here, and I understand if my information is correct, the European Union is now about to come up with the revised or a new strategic approach towards the Black Sea region. And here there is one point which I want to stress, which seems to me to be extremely important for the benefit of the region and also for the benefit of the, let's say, cooperation between the European Union and this part of the world and the organizations therein, primarily the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. There is need of, first of all, taking into account appropriately of the realities on the ground and, developing, let's say, country-tailored approach in accordance with the need of the each of the countries inside this region. And second, there is a need of synergies between what the European Union is advancing or proposing and what has been done locally, including by this organization, by the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. And finally, still on this aspect, I hope that this strategy, beyond dealing with the current situation, developments, perhaps containment approaches and so on, there has to be there has to include a forward-looking approach. We have to think about the day after tomorrow, how to act so as to create the prerequisites for, let's say, for further progress in economic prosperity in the region. And last but not least, in any kind of undertakings, endeavors in this respect, it's key to get the business communities, the private sector involved, not just in implementing specific decisions or initiatives, but in initiating them, in shaping such initiatives. Because at the end of the day, whatever initiative, albeit wonderful, you come to resources and to entrepreneurship. And this is why, for me, it's key to have the business community involved in all these type of initiatives. And that's what we are trying to do as in the organization which I have the honor to represent. Thank you very much.
Dr. Khatibzadeh, we first discussed the transit potential of the region as a whole, and I would like to turn to Armenia now. There are a number of elements to take into consideration. Iran opposes the creation of the extraterritorial Zangezur corridor via Armenia, which is a demand of Azerbaijan in the peace negotiations. And at the same time, there is actually the Aras corridor linking Azerbaijan to Nakhichevan via Iran, which is close to completion. And finally, Iranian companies are also involved in the infrastructure projects in southern Armenia. So how do you see, what role do you see for Armenia to foster trade and connectivity?
Let me now be clear that Iran is very much supporting diversification of connectivities and transportation routes and corridors. And we think that, more we can have this sort of connectivity, the better for our region. And this is why that Iran 100% supported this peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And we do believe that, the sooner you can wrap up this peace agreement is the better for not only Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also for the region. In the previous round of my talks, I said that the potentials of this region have never been materialized, and many of our initiatives and many of our projects have been the victim of this geopolitical rivalries and tensions. So peace is not just an option; it's a must. It's something that we all have to devote our energy and our resources for that. But nevertheless, it is also very important. I have to highlight it. I have to make it very clear that we do not accept any change in geostrategic landscape of the region. Let's call it Zangezur or anything else. We do support anything that Armenia and Azerbaijan agree among each other based on the international law and under the international norm, sovereignty and jurisdiction of Armenia, but it is very important to mention that nothing should change the landscape, the geostrategic landscape of this region. This is why that I really like the way that the Crossroads, this pathway was formalized. I was sharing the same panel with His Excellency Mr. Grigorian, and I asked about this Zangezur, and I by intention raised that question because I wanted to hear from Armenia that no corridor can be actually change the the logic of corridor, meaning cutting this connectivity in this region, is not something that we can see for the future of our region. We think that we need connectivity, we don't need cut. We need communication, but we don't need rupture. And this is why that it should be inclusive, it should be competitive in terms of the economic logic of that, and this is very important. For Iran, Armenia is very important, and for decades it has been the case. This is why that Iran has always advocating the best relation between Iran and Armenia. There are many reasons for that: geoeconomic, geostrategic, geocultural aspects of our bilateral relations. But also, I have to raise and I have to bring this to your attention, that Iran and Armenia for Iran, is the only country in the Eurasian Trade Union that we have and we do share border with. So Armenia is not just for us 3 million market that we do not look at Armenia as a market, but we think that it is a gateway to 200 million possible potential partners in this trade union. Also Iran can provide and has always provided a pathway to Persian Gulf. You all know that Iran is the only country on earth that's connect Persian Gulf to the Caspian Sea, and Persian Gulf and Caspian Sea altogether almost cover 70% of all conventional gas and oil in the world. I mean the conventional energy resources of the world. And this connectivity means that we can provide a very economically wise, a very good route to be provided to all South Caucasus, including Armenia. So I would like to conclude this part with this notion that peace is what we actually need for our region. Iran is ready to use all its capacity to materialize this. And I think that now the logic is out there. Everybody knows that South Caucasus, through these initiatives, through these railroads, through these pathways, can have enough diversification of routes inside and outside. It can provide good potentials, and there is no need for initiatives that are being excluding stakeholders in this region. We have to work on these all-inclusive initiatives. Thank you.
All right, we have under 5 minutes left, so I will ask Joshua and Eleonora to respond briefly to the questions, starting with Joshua. Russia and Turkey pushed forward for the 3+3 format of regional cooperation to mean the 3 South Caucasus countries plus Iran, Turkey, and Russia. Some experts speak about the 1+1+1 format, so Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, as the first step towards creating a more cohesive regional structure. And there was actually a meeting at the Deputy Foreign Ministers level recently that embodied that idea, let's say. So, Joshua, how do you see the potential for more regular trilateral cooperation, and how can it affect connectivity and transit projects?
Yeah, so the South Caucasus today is, I think, one of the least integrated regions there are in the world. I think, in the given amount of space, the number of closed borders here is really astounding. All legacies of the 90s. Not only the borders between Armenia and Turkey, but of course Georgia has these breakaway territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. The borders there are effectively closed, and that effectively closes off Georgia's good transportation ties with Russia, on which Armenia depends heavily. Now even Georgia, Azerbaijani border is closed for passengers anyway. So there has been a lot of disintegration on this bounds. Secondly, there's a lot of political, historical, cultural reasons why the countries of this region, the 3 countries of the South Caucasus, don't really think of themselves as part of a region. So there's a lot of obstacles to overcome here. I think you mentioned the 3+3. This is another issue where there's interest from 5 of these 6 parties, but Georgia doesn't want to be part of it because of Russia's involvement. But I think the 3+3 should be seen as at least an indication that there is more interest in a regional approach to these problems. The EU as well, I mean, I think they're maybe not as far along, but there are people in the EU who are advocating for a more regional approach rather than a bilateral approach to the Caucasus. So in this context, I think the meeting of the deputy foreign ministers that you mentioned is interesting. It's encouraging. They said it's a first step, and so let's see where it will lead.
Okay. Eleonora, let's end with the role of the EU in the South Caucasus. The EU has been very much involved recently, especially on security, but there is a lot more that can be done. Does the EU have any role in helping realize the transit potential of the South Caucasus? And under which principles do you think the EU's connectivity policy for the region should be pursued?
Yeah, it does have a role, but connectivity is a great example of the challenge facing the European Union. On the one hand, the EU must adopt this geopolitical thinking and acknowledge the political realities on the ground, so it has to be pragmatic. On the other hand, it has to uphold its principles and keep being this value-driven actor that is also a credible one. So, of course, this is easier said than done, and particularly in the South Caucasus, we've seen already some double standards that were evident in Brussels' foreign policy. In the connectivity domain, this could be done on the political level by the credible commitment of the EU in the peace process. Mr. Gregorian was talking about peace as a process, and I very much agree with it. And sometimes, you know, the EU kind of stepped down a bit from the mediation between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but it can be very much present if the peace agreement is signed in ensuring that the peace agreement is implemented. So I see a role there. I see a role in facilitating the normalization process between Armenia and Turkey. A lot of people say that the EU doesn't have leverage on Turkey anymore to push this normalization thing forward. I don't fully agree with it, but at the same time, the EU must, of course, put this item at the top of its agenda with Turkey. More concretely on connectivity, the EU should focus on anti-corruption projects and ensuring that the connectivity remains also a transparency project with a focus on SMEs. This is also something that the EU could do in concert with the European Bank for Reconstruction and other local partners, but investing on the SMEs and reducing their exposure to corruption is crucial. And lastly, the EU has to commit really to fostering environmental friendly connectivity projects, because as I was saying, climate-related threats are very much a thing in the South Caucasus, and the EU must really invest in climate-friendly projects. Thank you.
Well, that is the end of our panel. Thank you very much, esteemed speakers. It's been a most instructive debate. Please join me in thanking the panelists before we move to the next session.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
To our moderator, Ms. Alita Kizekova, Major Lead for International Relations and lecturer at Curtin University, Australia. Alika, the floor is yours.
Bariol Bolorin, good afternoon everyone. So my name is Alica Kizekova and my affiliation says that I come from Australia where I teach at Curtin University, but I'm also originally from Slovakia and I worked there at the ministry dealing with e-governance and I work at the Czech Parliament before at the Speaker's office, so I'm quite familiar with member states' interactions with the European Union, but also the challenges of integration and different stages of democracy and democratic governance. So today I have a distinguished panel of speakers who are a mix of local representation, but also European Union, European Parliament, but also member states. So let me introduce Arman Yohoyan, who is the chair and standing committee on European integration at the National Assembly of Armenia. Then Belen Martinez Carbonell, who is the Secretary General of European External Action Service. Rasa Yuknevichiene, who comes from Lithuania but is a member of the European Parliament. Mark Hulse, who is the president of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities at the Council of Europe. Then we have Marko Štucin, who is the State Secretary for European Affairs and Economic Diplomacy, International Law, and the Protection of Interests from Slovenia. And then Lucian Fatu, who's president at Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center in Romania. So we have 2 rounds of questions. Each speaker will speak for about a minute or 2, and then we'll try to have a Q&A when I also would like to invite our young leaders to pose questions, so please prepare some questions. I'll dive right into the local perspectives on engagement. Obviously, today's topic is about the European neighborhood, a collaboration of countries in the region where European Union tries to engage on a political security level and make sure there is a resilience of democratic institutions and also balancing the security challenges. We've heard from previous panels some considerations to peace talks, but also we have ongoing war in Ukraine, which is one of the countries involved in these processes. And so, in my view, every partner country has their unique take on how the collaboration has evolved so far. So I'll ask our distinguished speaker from the National Assembly whether Mr. Yerevan can tell us about his perspective on the current partnership, what has been delivered so far, whether he feels the country gains some benefits, or whether he feels there are some challenges that have taken place and need to be looked at.
Thank you very much. If we talk about Eastern Partnership, and generally in that framework, if we talk about bilateral partnership between the EU and Eastern Partnership member states, I should note that Eastern Partnership initially was created as a geopolitical project. What I mean by saying this is that after the big enlargement of the EU, after the 10 new members became an EU member, so there were 6 countries left geographically, physically, in between the EU and Russia. And all of those 6 countries became a member of one project, irrespective of what these countries' desires were, what their internal structure was, democracies, not democratic, what their foreign policy choices were. So all of them were in one basket, and there was, in a way, a uniform approach towards these countries. And back then, it was more or less understandable, because back then there were policies which would fit more or less to all these countries, and the rest could be addressed via bilateral cooperation. But now, as we see the world is changing and our region is changing, and each of our countries has changed the way that it will be very hard to find a uniform approach to all of us. And I would say that the normative power of European Union has reached its limits. So furthermore, if we want to go beyond this, I would suggest to concentrate on bilateral relations, via which we can also influence the reform agenda in each country and in the whole region as such, but what is more important, via bilateral relations, bilateral tools, and what is more important, via not only soft measures, but also hard, solid measures on the ground, be that economic ties, in certain cases, sanctions, why not? And only via these measures we can, in a way, bring back to a certain level of uniformity these 6 countries and our partnership with the EU. Thanks.
Thank you for your remarks. I'm going to direct my next question to Secretary General Martinez Carbonell. We had a suggestion here, obviously, to help with certain measures and actions that could involve sanctions. From your perspective, looking at what is at the EU's disposal, how can the EU, and has been taking maybe some measures on a more targeted way, contribute to reducing the risk of some geopolitical fragmentation and foster peace, stability in this region?
Thanks so much, Halika. Maybe I take it where Arman left it, with the invitation of how the bilateral relations can be further constructed. And I think Armenia is a very good example of a constructive relation between the EU and an important country in this region. And the way we are trying to promote this bilateral agenda, it's by something, we work on the basis of documents, which is how bureaucracies like to set agendas. And we are now finalizing negotiations for what we will call a new partnership agenda with Armenia. And then it will, maybe to make it more tangible and comprehensive to the audience, I will make 3 examples of how this agenda is going to take forward our relations. The first, and this is a topic that both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister mentioned this morning, is connectivity, which I think is one of the issues of the day. And we want to see Armenia included in the discussions that we're having in the region on wider connectivity. And this includes the Crossroads of Peace Armenian agenda. We have, some of you are familiar, this big program called Global Gateway, where we support mobilize funds for big investments. And the EU has mobilized over 700 million already, with a view to projects like the North-South Corridor, the electricity connection with Georgia. So these are tangible ways where we could connect. And we expect to do even much more in the coming years. The second is by supporting something that it's very close to our heart and what is the EU, which is supporting resilience and reforms. And there we want to commend Armenians for their courageous steps towards the EU. And we have in that regard increased a lot of our bilateral support, including to Karabakh Armenians, for example, or supporting over 6,000 SMEs in the past year. This is something that gets very close to people, help them in the realities of the day, but also something very close to people. We will be launching the dialogue with a view to one day have visa liberalization, so that one day Armenian tourists can travel freely to the EU. And then again, it's something very, very tangible. And third and final point, it's security. We're talking of soft power, but also getting more and more security focus. And there, a more stable Armenia means a more stable region. And as some of you know, 2 years ago, we launched this EU mission in Armenia that has been helping to monitor the Armenia-Azerbaijan border. I think they're playing a superb job. I had the opportunity to visit them yesterday, and this is kind of the things we're trying to do with Armenia, but also through something we call the European Peace Facility. We have been helping to modernize the Armenian armed forces and to rapid all this into a more joint vision of security. We will soon be having a security and defense consultations in Armenia. All this with a view to support Armenia reform agenda, but also to help them in their efforts to finalization of the normalization process with Azerbaijan that the Prime Minister was mentioned today. The High Representative Kallas couldn't be here today, but she's coming to Armenia before end of June, early July, and I'm sure she will take all this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this quite structured and informative take. If I turn my attention now to Mark Kuls, and from the Council of Europe's perspective, if you could comment on some of the actions that the Council has been taking to support consolidation of democracy and democratic institutions in Eastern neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm not sure that each participant knows the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is the oldest European organizations founded in 1984 to defend democracy, rule of law, and human rights. So it's different of the European Union. We work together, but it's two different organizations. Council of Europe's support to Armenia has been steady since 2001. It's when Armenia became member of the Council of Europe. 4 consecutive Council of Europe's action plans have been adopted since 2012 to bolster Armenian efforts towards democratic reforms in line with Council of Europe standards. That's very important. And to give you two concrete examples at local level, with our Center of Expertise, we have done it in Armenia, but also in Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. We have been supporting consultative, participatory, and deliberative democracy initiatives to engage citizens in dialogue and co-creation of policy. And another example is our participation to the elaboration of the concept of a new local reform in this country. The concept of new decentralization was adopted by Armenia in 2023, and now there is a draft law on local self-government. I know that this draft law is still in discussion with local authorities, but when it will be adopted, it will be a significant step forward in the path towards enhancing local democracy. And I really believe that local democracy is very important for democracy, because democracy is not only the verticality of the power, it's also the share of power.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Ms. Yuknevichiene about your experiences from European Parliament. Obviously, there is the technical question of how the EU legislative efforts can support these countries. But specifically, when we talk about some security risk and threats, Lithuania has been actually quite outspoken in not just European but global context about some countries such as China or Russia undermining security also of the EU space, Europe. So maybe you have some take from the interactions at the European Parliament.
Yeah, thank you very much. 1-2 minutes and questions about China and all global issues is a little bit difficult, but I will try. I also would like to introduce, as you did very rightly, European Parliament. European Parliament is a very unique institution. And when Armenia joins European Union, you will have members of European Parliament representing your country in European continent. I hope that it will happen in my lifetime. I wish to see this. Around 373 million people are voting. And this is the largest international democratic elections in the world. Now, on the question. Yes, European Union today is facing really new challenges we could not imagine a few years ago. And during last parliamentary elections, security became among the priorities, among the voters. Number 1 in my country, Lithuania, number 2, number 3, maybe less in Italy or Spain, but nevertheless, among priorities. And today, security and defense is one of our biggest challenges. This is why we, of course, in the light of situation in Washington, D.C., in NATO itself, Of course, the most important challenge is the war in the European continent, and all those actors, they are involved. It's not like some speakers before in the first minutes of this conference mentioned Russia's Ukraine conflict. No, it is not Russia's Ukraine conflict. It's much more. We Europeans, we are on board. We in Lithuania, we feel the same threat as Ukrainians. We Lithuanians, we understand that Ukrainians today are defending us, European continent, and European Union understands this. That's why we are trying now to change, to go forward with our institution like European Union, and to start to build up our defense union, of course in cooperation with NATO, of course not duplicating, of course we would like to have the United States on board, but we understand the situation will be different. So now on enlargement also is one of the priorities, and this time enlargement process is very much about security. It's not only about economy, it's not only about welfare, of course it's about spreading of democracy, because it's our interest, deepest interest in European Union member states to have this continent composed with democratic nations, because democracies, I don't know any example when democracies are launching a war against each other. Usually autocracies, dictatorships are attacking or each other or mostly against democracies, like we have now. So enlargement became most of important challenges. And following what my colleague from Armenian parliament just mentioned, I would like to underline importance of 2022, when this large-scale war was launched. European Union immediately changed understanding on Eastern Partnership countries. You know that Ukraine became a candidate country, also Moldova, Georgia. Unfortunately, my beloved Georgians, I congratulate all Georgians. They are here with their Independence Day of today, but unfortunately the developments are not in progress on EU, softly saying, but what I wanted to say, that it changed a lot 2022, and many politicians, many capitals understood that this naive approach towards Kremlin, which existed until 22, when many expected that engagement policy with Kremlin will be helpful for both sides, it failed. And today it's very understandable that those gray zones left in between dictatorship and democracies, it also was one of the reasons why Putin launched this war, thinking that democracies are weak and he will grab countries next to them. So Armenian, just one final message for this part. Armenia for me is very close to me as Lithuanian, because we are a small nation, because we became real Lithuania when we joined NATO and EU, despite our very sad history in the past. So those changes we hear from this capital, I think, is encouraging, and Armenia is becoming like one of the leaders of democratic processes in this region. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure our Armenian colleagues appreciate this support. Although we speak about security overtaking now the agenda, the theme of this obviously dialogue is also navigating the unknown, which relates also to economic sphere. If we like it or not, we see different interventions from the United States as well. And I would ask now my colleague on the right, State Secretary from Slovenia, Marko Štucin, perhaps to comment on some of the economic opportunities in light of this unknown for the region, for the countries of Eastern Neighborhood, but maybe also opportunities for Slovenia specifically in consideration with what's taking place.
Thank you very much. Now, when it comes to the Eastern Partnership, we heard before it was established in 2009. That was a year after the wars in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, if you probably remember. And I remember it very well because as a young diplomat in 2008, one of my first jobs was to task the strategy for Eastern Partnership. Slovenia was presiding the European Union in 2008, so we didn't have external action service at that time, so it was on the member states to put forward the proposals that were then negotiated in Brussels, and I put a small piece of my ideas into this. Reflecting now from today's perspective, the idea was to basically establish the political and economic mechanisms for cooperation with these countries, and I'm specifically not mentioning security because security, in our view, comes afterwards. So if you know how European Union was established, so on the basis of economic cooperation, then political cooperation, then comes peace, stability, security. So we wanted to copy this also for this region. Now it's clear today the Eastern Partnership needs to be upgraded. Out of 6 countries, of course, Ukraine is in the war. Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, they're candidate countries. We have Armenia with European aspirations, Azerbaijan, and then Belarus, who is actually, in partnership with Russian Federation in war in Ukraine. So there are many factors that change completely the perspective of the Eastern Partnership that was established. But if you ask, and I'll answer concretely, so what is the economic, what are the economic possibilities? Well, the main one is to connect those countries with the second biggest economy in the world, being European Union. That's the main one. So you need a form of cooperation in order to do so. And I'll not go into details because there are many specific areas, but being able to have better access to the second biggest economic bloc is something huge. The second very important thing is connectivity, was already mentioned. Armenia, for example, is actually in the middle of the way from China to Europe, so we have a central corridor that can go through, and this is something that can bring extremely big value for this country, I personally believe. And when you ask where the Slovenian position is, economically, we would be, if you go from China to, if the goods would go from China to Europe, we would be at the end of this path. So we have a big port of Koper, that would be the end of this central corridor road, and it's in our strong national interest, also not only European, but speaking as European, it's for sure goes hand in hand, but it's in our big interest to really enable Armenia, but also the whole region, to cooperate better, to work better together, to enable better economic cooperation, and then actually better work with the European Union as such. With this, it comes also safety and security. That's our firm belief.
Thank you very much. One of the areas I think that is universal and unchanged is our necessity to build resilience in the sphere of cyber and in terms of hybrid security. I would like to ask His Excellency Lucian Fatu, who represents the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, whether he has any remarks that would relate to Eastern Neighborhood countries, how they can adapt to these potential threats coming in this sphere, and perhaps build longer-term resilience.
Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to attend this forum, and I congratulate the organizers for establishing already a place for strategic thinking and providing solid policy options I represent a center, an institution that is a little bit younger than the Council of Europe. We were founded in 2021. At the same time, we come on a need, following a need that the Romanian government identified in addressing the issue of resilience from a conceptual point of view. So our center deals with resilience from a conceptual point of view, deals with studies, analysis, training, exercises, and dialogue with partners on resilience-related issues. In our dialogue with partners, we do not preach, we do not teach, we listen to the needs of the partners we engage with, and at the same time we learn from the countries who are experiencing resilience in direct way, and I could even say in hard way. I would like to quote now the 2024 Flash Eurobarometer, who identified two as the most potential threats to democracy. One is the citizens' lack of confidence and skepticism towards democratic institutions. And the second is online and offline dissemination of false and or misleading information. At the same time, 82% of Europeans agree that distorted or outright fake information are a clear and present threat to democracy. The Secretary General of the European External Action Service definitely can speak more documented way about this. But starting from these perspectives, our center looks at the hybrid threats from a multidisciplinary perspective. We look not only at information, disinformation, and need to develop critical thinking at a very early age, but also at hybrid threats to critical infrastructure and to democratic functioning of a state. From this perspective, we developed a number of programs within the Euro-Atlantic family, but also with the neighboring countries of the European Union, specifically Moldova and Ukraine. A number of programs are developed. I have a 2 hours presentation here, which I decided to skip. And the reason I'm here with my colleagues is that we want to explore the possibilities of engaging with Armenia on specific topics related to resilience, including in preventing hybrid threats, where the center can provide the expertise of our colleagues and other institutions involved in Romania, and also learn and improve our database with the threats that you encounter. And again, this is something that we attach great importance also at the EU level. In 2020, the European Democracy Action Plan was adopted. The Defense for Democracy package in 2023, and the regulation on political advertising transparency in 2024. So these are some programs and some legislation and some concrete activities that the EU is trying to codify specific actions in support of preventing hybrid threats to our civic and material infrastructure, to safeguarding democracy from the threats of interference.
Thank you so much. I feel very bad because I gave the first speaker so much pressure to speak within a minute or two, that he was really rushing through the remarks. So I really want to end on good terms in the country that I'm visiting. And I would like to ask Mr. Yerevan whether first he has actually some responses to what he's heard from the speakers before I can ask any other questions. I think it would be nice to give him a chance to react.
I have a reflection upon one of the questions that you posed about the development of democratic institutions and security threats. So it sounded to me as if we should make a trade-off between them, as if democracy and security are mutually exclusive. I felt that there is such a context in your question, but I believe that it's quite the opposite. Democracy is a security. Maybe it's not visible in the short run, but for the statehood, for the institutional development, democracy is the security. Democracy brings security, and the example of Armenia is there in terms of institutional development. If we didn't have democracy 3, 4, 5 years ago, after the war, our statehood would be damaged. If we couldn't work through democratic institutions, if it was upon 1%, 2%, 3% to decide what we can do, we would be in very difficult situation. It is the understanding by each citizen that future is dependent on him. He is a decision maker, makes society more resilient towards the foreign negative influence, because then the foreign forces, those who try to undermine your institution, should work with each and every citizen. And this is where we come to the remark by the colleague about the second most popular threat, so dissemination of disinformation via media outlets, etc., etc. This is where certain forces should, and this is why they do this, because in democratic societies they should work with each and every citizen, not only just one person who is in charge. And here I think that we have a great success, and we're going to develop this success.
Thank you so much. It seems like you're reading my mind as well, because my question was related a bit to voters. As somebody who experienced the interactions with EU since 90s and then became a member state through a very heavy enlargement process, I always get frustrated when I go to Brussels or in my country of origin, because the people that are often forgotten are the voters, sometimes the common people and the young people. We often have dialogue how to make this happen, that, let's say, institutions in Brussels connect with the public, but it actually lies in the hands of the national governments. So it's good to hear you understand this importance. How do you feel in maybe your future elections that are coming up? What challenges you will have to overcome to get the trust and support from all of these groups that you mentioned to overcome all these security and perhaps also economic issues?
Yeah, we face nearly the same challenges as all the other democracies around the world. We have seen the result of recent elections in number of European states. And we also have seen the malign foreign interferences to these elections. And in Armenia as well, we already see some signs of this kind of interference. We already see that. And we expect, we anticipate that it is going to grow by time when the day of election comes closer. And what we do with this, we talk to our people. Today in the morning, the Prime Minister was addressing these issues for about half an hour, and he's doing this nearly every day. And we in the Parliament are doing the same, trying to explain the aims of the policies that we're implementing, the reason that we're trying to do this, the possible outcomes. And of course, in the short run, we're also talking about this misinformation, disinformation, campaigns very often consisting of deep fakes, which is, I should admit, is quite challenging. But we try to do this. We try to explain to our people to not to believe just to everything that they see, especially in social networks. We try to explain that even videos, even photos, even voices can be faked. So, and I think that we have, though very modest, but we have some success there, and I do not see it any other way. I cannot imagine limitations in our media. I cannot imagine that. This year, according to the report of the Reporters Without Borders organization, independent organization, Armenia is on the 34th place worldwide by its media freedom. It's unprecedented. We have never been on that high line in this ranking. We are, I would say, somewhere in between in some EU member states and some others, somewhere in between. And it's I think it's a good news, and it's an achievement. And we should protect this freedom rather than limit it.
Thank you. You actually have a very good score for internet freedom. I was looking at it, it's 70 out of 100 points. That's even higher. Let's even boost this. And like you said, it's a country in transition, so it's in a good path to get that boost and support. But I'm going to ask now, which is quite relevant to this conversation, Mark Coles, if you don't mind, from the perspective of Council of Europe, how do you, like seeing these efforts of Armenia to strengthen their democratic institutions, how do you assess the progress of a country, you know, in this area of democratic transition from your perspective? What it is that you're looking at and what it is that they have to pay attention to more?
First, I also believe that democracy brings security. In an age of uncertainty, the best way to ensure stability and security is not to retreat from democratic principles, but to anchor them more firmly, locally, nationally, and internationally. And it's the case of Armenia. A lot of reforms have been done in this country the last years, and it's really appreciated by the Council of Europe. The president of the parliamentary of the Council of Europe was here a few weeks or a few months ago. I believe that in a few weeks the General Secretary of the Council of Europe will also come here in Armenia. I talked a few minutes ago over the reform on local democracy. That's very important. To give an example, Armenia became member of the Council of Europe in 2001, but ratified very fast, very rapidly in 2002 the European Charter on Local Self-Government. And regularly we have a delegation of the Congress who come in each European countries to follow the application of the Charter. The late time was in 2019, and we will do a new monitoring next year. But what we see at local level, it's a very positive evaluation on participation, on good dialogue between local authorities and government on an example. And it's not easy, the geographical situation of Armenia, and in this context, I think it does a lot of things. And I also agree over the problem of the foreign influence. At its March 2025 session, the Congress addressed the issue of foreign interference in local and regional elections, calling on local, regional and national authorities to adopt a comprehensive and multi-layered strategy to address this growing threat. That's also something that Georgia must be cautioned, as the problem on each European countries and over the world of the fake news. Now, there is still a work to do, but a work that must do in each European countries. But I really think that Armenia is a good way in its democratic reforms.
Thank you. That's so important to hear. We heard in the first part about over 500 applications from young leaders to participate in the program here. So I would like to dedicate a little time to give these young people a chance to ask questions. If there is any with ready questions, if you could please give them a microphone and introduce yourselves, and don't make this a statement, please just ask a question or two. Is there any young leader here? We have a microphone ready. Let's try to ask 2 or 3 questions, and specifically if you have a speaker that would like to answer.
Okay, thank you.
You need to stand up, please.
Okay, I want to thank the speakers for the insightful words. So my question is very simple. I want to know, how might the peace agreement announced by the Prime Minister and the potential stability it brings impact on future relations between the EU and Armenia? Could Armenia evolve from a mere neighbor to a potential candidate? And hopefully maybe Mr. Arman Yerevan can say a few words, and Mrs. Belen Martinez-Carbonell. Thank you.
Let's see if we have another question or two.
Yes, also thank you very much to all the speakers. I think it's a fascinating panel. I was thinking about foreign information manipulation when resilience was brought up, and I was thinking about the case of Moldova, where we have seen the EU offer its expertise in foreign information manipulation in the local context of the Moldovan presidential elections, and now in the upcoming parliamentary elections as well. And I was wondering, especially to Ms. Carbonell, but also to Mr. Yerevan, to what extent is this a model that could be used and would be welcomed maybe in Armenia as well, or throughout the Eastern Partnership?
And maybe one final, unless...
My name is Dina Munir. I'm from Egypt. I'm associate professor at the American University in Cairo. Thank you for the interesting presentation. And I have a question regarding the EU foreign policy. In your perspective, how far the EU foreign policy strikes a balance between adopting bilateral cooperation agreements and adopting cohesive and consistent regional policy frameworks? It's heavily criticized that the EU, when deploying such a kind of collaborative agreements, particularly with countries that lack democratic values and sustainable governance systems, this leads to further consolidating the autocratic regimes. So how far the EU foreign policy strikes a balance between bilateral agreements and also consolidating the values of democracy and sustainable governance in its eastern and southern neighborhood countries? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for these questions. I'll start with Secretary General Carbonell, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. They are very and very smart questions. The first on the Armenian aspirations. We are very honored for the Armenian people interested in joining the EU, and we've seen this adoption of the EU bill, which is an important step to the extent that it translates a political agenda of this country and an expression of interest. But the EU accession process is a very long and rigorous process, which starts with a formal application, and then it has a number of phases, and at every single step, the country is judged on a merit-based. So, I mean, accession requires then the unanimous support of all EU member states. Some of them are here in the room, but I'm just to say that we're very honored, and we hear the call of and the will of the Armenian people. But the accession is a very very long road ahead that of course, in the meantime, there are many ways to bring Armenia closer to the EU through promotion of reforms. But that's what I would say on that. Then, if I may, there was another question regarding the support we've given to Moldova ahead of elections and whether this is something that we could replicate in other countries. And yes, of course, and this is subject of the conversations we're having at the moment with Armenia. And I think if that was the wish of the authorities, we could, of course, also support them ahead of the elections. And then I feel I'm a bit monopolizing, but if you want, I'm happy to draw on the third question.
I think you should just answer the third and then we'll move on. Yeah,
okay, good.
Thank you.
On the third question from the youth representative from Egypt, I think that everything is complementary, and the fact that we continue and engage with countries where the democratic and rule of law and human rights standards might not be at the same level as we would wish is only a way to promote and further, and engaging with those authorities in a positive or constructive road can only help all of us to promote precisely those standards, rather than these engagement would only have a more negative effect. So maybe that's the short answer to it.
Thank you. If I can ask Mr. Yerevan to respond to these questions.
With pleasure. I will start with the third question, and I should disagree with my colleague, Ms. Secretary General. I completely agree with our colleague from Egypt that without conditionalities, which are strictly observed, these kind of agreements, they enforce the dictatorships. They enforce them, actually, and we have seen this, including in the framework of its Eastern Partnership. And I think that, as I said in my previous remark, that European Union normative power has reached its limitations. I do not believe that it's possible anymore to impose any kind of normative changes via normative rules, via example, via explaining, via convincing. I do not believe this anymore because I know very well some of those countries that EU tries to change, and I believe that changes in those kind of countries come through specific tools, through tools that work in that kind of countries, which are mostly economic tools, some very strictly observed conditionalities, and so on. And I hope that the EU will do this. As for the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan as a prerequisite or as a positive steps towards the EU-Armenia relations or the candidacy, again, as I said, it would be very dangerous to link these two issues, because then it will appear that not only changes do not happen in certain countries, but also that they acquire leverages on bilateral relations of EU with a third country. I wouldn't link these two issues. EU-Armenia relations should develop as they develop. Of course, if there is a peace treaty, it will contribute to the development, but we shouldn't put it as a conditionality, because it will mean to give a leverage to Azerbaijan to leverage on EU-Armenia relations or EU third country relations, which is unacceptable. As for the disinformation campaign, since it's quite a new phenomenon, honestly, I do not have ready-made recipes for this. My recipe for fighting against disinformation is to give information. This is the only recipe that I have so far. If there are more sophisticated tools that are used in the EU or are under elaboration, we would happily adopt these tools here. Thanks.
Although we're running out of time, I was told yesterday we can steal a few minutes, but that means quick responses. So I have Mr. Coles and then followed by Ms. Yukne Vichiene.
Yes, thank you. I was I have observed local elections in Moldova, and I was rapporteur for local democracy from 2018-2023. And I see really the foreign influence, or the tentative of foreign influence. They finance revolution, some candidates in Moldova, must be clear. But the foreign influence is not only in East European countries, it's sometimes also in Western European countries. And that's a reality we must fight against, and we must be cautious in each country and also in this country.
Thank you, Ms. Juknevičiene.
On the first, as I understood, if I was correctly understood about Pashinyan's initiatives and EU-Armenia relations in the future, so of course we, especially in European Parliament, I can speak on behalf of European Parliament, because several times we adopted several resolutions, one of them 24 March, where it was very clear message to Armenian people that European Parliament welcomes the fact that Armenia has strongly emphasized its desire to enhance and prioritize relations with the European Union. It's very important. And you know, on reforms, from my own experience, my country's experience, it's not because EU wants reforms. Reforms are not for EU. Some people say bureaucrats or Brussels. No, not at all. Reforms, it's for your people. You need reforms because to reform the country and for better lives, for better democratic environment. My country enjoys this very much. Today, we are leading among all countries, new so-called newcomers, except Slovenia and Czech Republic. We overcome all other on GDP, and even countries like Greece, Portugal, and other countries on growth of GDP. And more than 80% of people enjoying this in Lithuania. And not because that EU did something, we did that together with EU. Moldova, just one sentence, yes, I agree with my colleagues, also visited a month ago this country and several times. But, you know, we have to learn a lot from each other. Moldova became like a laboratory, I would say, for Russia. They are using all possible instruments and tools to change the direction of this country. And not only countries next to EU, Romania, my country, all countries, we have the same challenges. Why it's important to look to each other? Then we know the instruments Kremlin is using, and we can recognize them and fight better. So my final message is good luck, Armenia, and we are together with you.
Thank you. I just need to be fair on the last two speakers because they haven't had a chance to respond, but within a minute, if I can just finally ask Mr. Stutzin and Mr. Fatou if they want to make their final remarks.
Gladly, yeah, I'll try to be really fast. I'll respond to the question about the European foreign policy. Never be too idealistic about the foreign policy of anybody. That's my advice, including European foreign policy. It's always about the interests, but there is a difference between short-term interests or long-term interests. In our interest, in the interest of European Union, is to build a neighborhood that will be safe and stable and will also prosper. So basically we want to export what we learned from our experiences, from our integration. We also want to actually not really export, that's not a good word, but promote this in our neighborhood. So this is why European Union foreign policy may not be ideal, but it's, believe me, it does have this idea of that democracy brings stability, brings security, and that it works.
A big pressure on His Excellency Fatou to finalize with big, bold statements.
Thank you. A couple of points. One, about our activities in dialogue with the Republic of Moldova. We have a number of programs on request, suggestion by the Moldovan authorities, central government or local authorities, and we worked a lot on building resilience, critical thinking, and education at the earliest stages in terms of selecting information and understanding the difference between hybrid and genuine information. But this is an issue that has to go further into the social media spheres, where a lot of people live in the bubble, and news circulated in that bubble more or less tend to recycle the same ideas. And the second, it's maybe a little bit more of a general discussion about Moldova, applies to Romania as well, maybe to other countries. Pressures on democracy, pressure on democratic elections come not only in black and white, do you look east or do you look west? But there is an additional trend that goes throughout Europe, and there is a certain dissatisfaction against the so-called system, the establishment. So governments need to look at a better communication so that the genuine, the legitimate expectation of citizens for better governance, for better public policies, is not distorted and is not sidetracked to a binary option between East and West. And this is an issue that goes beyond the technical ability of the center I'm representing, but I'm speaking as a voter and as a European taxpayer. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, fellow participants and speakers, Shnora Galuciun, Polorin, thank you everybody, but also to the organizers, Observer Research Foundation, Samir Saran, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Armenia. I couldn't finalize it better than our fellow speakers in terms of turning the focus back to member states and governments and local people to reassure themselves what they really want out of this engagement and put the work in practice in terms of making their institutions more resilient and stable. So thank you, and I believe we have lunch coming up, so that's the positive also of this panel, that we no longer stand between you and lunch.
III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system
turmoil, Europe's future amidst American ambivalence, allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Dhruva Jainshankar, Executive Director, ORF, America, India. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Armenia, and a real pleasure, and thanks to the organizers of the Yerevan Dialogue. I'm based in the United States, but I'm from India. And as some of you may know, India, during the height of the Cold War between the US and Soviet Union, was a country that was non-aligned and tried to have good relations with both the Western and the Eastern Bloc. Today we find ourselves in a very different situation where we almost have to struggle to be non-aligned, except this time between the United States and Europe. Such is the state of transatlantic relations, it sometimes appears. And while that might be a slight exaggeration, there is sometimes something to it. And whether it's a common defense agenda or whether it is issues of trade and investment, there are growing concerns about the future of that partnership. This is what I hope we can discuss with our illustrious panel here over the next 50 minutes or so, and also bring it to this region as well, to the Caucasus, and what the implications might be for the European periphery and for the South Caucasus. We'll start with Dimitris Kalkos, who's Secretary General for International Economic Affairs at Greece's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Skalkos, maybe start off by giving us a sense of your, from Greece's point of view, how do you see the transatlantic economic relationship in particular? What are some of your concerns, and what do you hope Greece and Europe can do about it?
Thank you so much. First, allow me to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in such a panel with distinguished speakers. I will try to answer your question by following a macro approach. And I would say that for the last about 80 years in the post-war world, Europe relied for its security, but also for its economic prosperity, to the United States. If we follow the international relations theory of hegemonic stability, this is something I do, we see that an open and stable economic system requires a hegemonic power to guarantee the protection of basic international public goods, such as monetary stability or free trade. And this was a task that United States willingly followed. So today, this is not the case anymore. There is a vacuum. Under the new American administration, the rules-based international system is becoming rapidly irrelevant. Geopolitics dominate economic issues, and all economic dependencies are weaponized. Of course, we have to say that this is not new. This is a trend we see at least for the past 20 years. But the Trump administration acted as a catalyst to these changes. So in this new environment, the European Union, I would say that is facing almost an existential crisis. It's like the ancient Roman god Janus with the two faces, one looking to the future, the other to the past. It is the god of transitions. So now it is time for Europe to make hard choices that they will define its future. Actually, as the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said some months ago, the next 5 months will be decisive for the future of the European Union for the next 5 decades. So it is necessary for the European Union to act as one, to try to become, as it should, a global superpower. Otherwise, it faces a great danger to be permanently marginalized. To do that, we have to try for more, as we say, strategic autonomy. Of course, right now, strategic autonomy is, I would say, more of a vague concept than some realized political action. By strategic autonomy, we mean that we need to be less dependent, not only to China, but also to United States in a number of critical goods, critical infrastructure, critical supply chains, and of course, key technologies. Of course, at the same time, we have, in this context of strategic autonomy, to try to have a more deepened European single market. The latest LETA report made some valuable proposals in this issue, and of course we have to try to boost the competitiveness of the European economy by enhancing innovation, technological sovereignty, industrial productivity. Again, the Draghi report some months ago made some equal significant proposals. So, I would say one last thing. We are far away from this moment because right now the timing, it seems that it is not so good for European Union member states. We have the rising of populism, we have the internal politics of big countries like France and Germany. On the other side of things, we have to be optimists, because one thing that the European Union knows for sure is the art of compromise. And as many says, crisis brings reforms. So I think in the end, if we try to have a common stance, to speak with one voice, and I have to say that what I have seen the last months participating in European fora and foreign affairs councils, I understand that almost all the leaders of European Union member states follow this pattern. So in the end, I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Turning from, you portrayed presented a sort of grim picture of a sort of a fracturing transatlantic relationship, the need for Europe to adopt a more sovereign strategic autonomy. If I can turn to Christian Meszaros, who's Director of Partnerships and Global Affairs at NATO. How do you see things moving forward in the transatlantic relationship, particularly the security partnership? And we have, I believe, a NATO summit coming up in The Hague. What can we expect from the summit that is coming up?
Thank you very much, and great appreciation to the organizers for inviting NATO and myself here. Just like Prime Minister Fico, I also committed a mistake of not being in Armenia before. This is my first time in Yerevan, and I really appreciate that it is for the Yerevan dialogue. Now, I am going to try to be the optimist on the panel when we talk about transatlantic rift and fundamental difficulties that the Secretary General well portrayed. There are powers in the world that are undermining the rules-based international order. I would first and foremost say Russia and China. However, I believe that there's also, as always, an opportunity there. And NATO, the organization that embodies transatlantic relations, has yet again the opportunity to show that allies can come together and work together. Indeed, as you mentioned, the NATO summit is coming up just in a month's time in The Hague, and we're preparing for that. And as Secretary General Mark Rutte says, this is going to be a summit where we can make NATO stronger, fairer, and more lethal. What he means by that, of course, is stronger, meaning more capabilities, more troops, not just for the sake of it, but given the challenges and the threats that we face are enormous, and we need to invest more in defense. And that links also to making the alliance fairer. That's something that I'm sure Amanda can talk about as well, because successive US administrations have worked on a fairer burden sharing across the Atlantic, ensuring that European allies also invest more in defense and take an equitable share of the burden. And we heard that there are plans on the European side to do just that, including the European Commission's white paper and the rearm plans. So it's quite hopeful that indeed defense investments in defense will increase. The Secretary General also mentioned the importance of defense industrial production, and that will be part of the summit agenda as well. That is something that I think we all recognize now that we need more investments in on our own production, on stockpiling, and making sure that, quite apart from that, we can provide Ukraine the support it needs as it fights Russia's war of aggression against it. So I forgot the piece on lethal, which is a scary word, but basically it means that NATO's deterrent is as strong that no adversary would think of attacking any ally, because the response would be lethal and devastating. So I hope that the summit in The Hague will show a more strong NATO and also embody a stronger, healthier transatlantic relationship. And I hope I will not be the only optimist after today's meeting and after The Hague as well.
Thank you. If I can turn now to Amanda Sloat, who is professor at IE University in Spain, but until very recently was was previously senior director at the U.S. National Security Council for Europe in the Biden administration. Amanda, how do transatlantic relations look from your standpoint, specifically U.S. commitments to European security? Do you share the more optimistic picture that we just heard?
Well, first let me add my thanks to the organizers and also my confession along with others that this is my first time in Yerevan, but certainly will not be my last, and delighted to be here in this beautiful city and also at the dialogue. Sadly, I am closer to the view of our Greek colleague than our NATO colleague in terms of my pessimism about the current state of the transatlantic relationship. Completely agree that successive presidents, actually going back to Reagan, have tried to encourage the Europeans to do more, to take responsibility for their own European security, and successive presidents have taken various approaches in terms of encouraging, asking nicely, threatening, pleading, cajoling Europeans to do more. And unfortunately, we've remained in a situation where the U.S. is still doing the bulk of the spending and the work, which I think now in the second term of President Trump is likely to end. To be fair, there has been significant progress in Europe, especially in recent years. We now have 23 of 32 NATO allies meeting the defense spending target of 2% of GDP. But even with that improvement from 6 countries in 2021, we still only have 2/3 of the countries meeting their current commitments. The EU is taking a number of steps in this direction. As was mentioned, there is now a European Commissioner for Defense. There's a white paper that is addressing some of these issues. And the EU and others have taken a number of steps to help Ukraine over the last couple of years in terms of addressing the war with Russia. That said, I would like to set out 5 questions that concern me about the current trajectory. First is, are European countries actually prepared to spend more money? One of the main items under discussion at the Hague Summit is this idea of now raising the benchmark from 2% to 5%. 3.5% of that would be spent on hard defense capabilities. The other 1.5% could be much more broadly defined. Given that we only have 2/3 of the countries that are meeting the 2%, it does raise the question of, despite the political commitment, whether countries actually are prepared to significantly increase their spending and reach those targets. Second, are countries prepared to invest the money, assuming they are prepared to spend the money, in real capabilities? What we have tended to see in a number of countries over the last few years is some creative accounting in terms of getting to that 2%, including spending that money on salaries. Service members certainly should be paid appropriate salaries, but spending that money on salaries does not improve the capabilities of the alliance. And what we have seen over the last number of years is that where Europe has been lacking is in terms of having its own capabilities. We saw this very clearly in the Libya conflict, where Europeans did not have capabilities such as air refueling, intelligence, capabilities that the US needed to provide. And even in recent months, where Europeans have been talking about developing some sort of coalition of the willing to help Ukraine on the ground, there still is an expectation of satellite and other intelligence enablers coming from the US to support a European readiness to put boots on the ground. The third question is there political will in Europe to actually start spending this money, and more importantly, to make the case to domestic publics about the need to do it? Thus far, there has not been significant diplomatic engagement, public diplomacy engagement by leaders across Europe to make the case to the public about why hard decisions are going to need to be made in terms of spending, why some spending may need to shift from domestic priorities to foreign priorities. And I am concerned about this in the context of Europe now, especially in the context of the rising far right and rising populist parties. It is going to be harder for governments to start making that case while also keeping some of these populist parties at bay. But this is something that European leaders are going to need to start to do. The fourth question is there time? I hear a lot of European leaders now talking about the time is now. I hate to say, the time actually was several years ago, and it is quite late to be starting. One European ambassador in Washington told me that the EU needs a 10-year plan. I pointed out if this 10-year plan had started in 2016, for example, when Trump first came to office, we would now be almost done with that 10-year plan. So again, I am concerned that there is a lot of talk about plans, about papers, about thinking, but what really needs to start happening in Europe is concrete, tangible actions, especially towards capabilities. The other question on this is how much time there is going to be from the US. I think it is very clear that the US administration under Trump is going to start to withdraw in some way from European security. The open question is whether this is going to happen slowly, which is going to give Europe the time that it needs to build up its capabilities, or whether it's going to happen rapidly. And my concern, if it happens rapidly, is that Europe simply is not prepared to respond. The final question is who leads in Europe if there is an American vacuum in leadership? We're starting to see a US withdrawal from a number of organizations and leadership positions across the globe. Historically, since the end of the Second World War, the US has provided a certain amount of glue that has held Europe together. In conflicts like in Libya and Ukraine, there has been some team captain activity by the Europeans to help paper over some of the differences that happen within Europe. And if you don't have that strong US leadership, especially in an organization like NATO, the question is who is going to provide that leadership in Europe? Is it going to be the Franco-German engine? Is it going to be more cooperation between the EU and NATO, although then you have the difficulties given the Cyprus-Turkey relationship? Is it going to be a broader coalition that brings in countries like the UK that are now, of course, out of the EU, Turkey, which has a very sizable and powerful military within NATO, and Ukraine, which is going to be emerging as one of the military mights of Europe after the end of the war?
Thank you. Thanks for that comprehensive overview, although a pessimistic one for the future of the relationship, and possibly indicating that more action might be needed faster on Europe's side. If I can turn now to Ivan Scalfarotto, who is a member of the Senate of Italy, and who, amongst other things, recently moved a motion for peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan in the legislature. It was rare to hear a Greek official invoke a Roman god, but if I can, in Janos, but if I can turn, do you agree that we're in this period of transition, or are we moving more towards the world of a much more military, a much more security serious Europe? I mean, from Italy's standpoint, and also what are the implications, if I can bring it to this region, what do you see are the implications of this transatlantic rift, if it is indeed happening, for security in the South Caucasus?
Well, first of all, thank you the organizers. I'm part of the club of the first comers to Yerevan, but one of those who will surely come back. Well, I have to say that I'm part of the pessimists. I joined the other club, again, the club. And I think that basically, as Margaret Thatcher used to say, there is no alternative, TINA. At this moment, we are facing in Europe a completely new situation, which is that we have an open war happening on our soil, something that we thought would never happen. I was in Kiev only a couple of weeks ago, and I had to download an app for my phone. And the day before going, I already had the app installed on my phone. A siren started sounding from my phone, and I was in Milan. And I thought that I would never hear that sound in my lifetime. I thought it belonged to the memories of my grandparents who told me about Second World War. I never came to terms with the idea of someone bombing civilians in Europe. And this is what's happening. And we have a war which is not just between two countries, between Russia and Ukraine. There are two political models which are confronting in Ukraine. We have a liberal democracy that wants to stay as such, a place where you have the rule of law, where you have freedom of speech, freedom of association, you have free elections. I met with the mayor of Kyiv while I was there, and the mayor of Kyiv is an opponent of President Zelensky, and he agreed it was not time for elections, but there is, at this moment still, in spite of the war, there is real democracy going on. There is a democratic debate going on in Ukraine. And on the other hand, we have an autocracy, what Anne Applebaum calls a member of Autocracy Inc. We have someone who rules a country where you have no freedom of speech, no freedom of association, where there are fake elections. If there are opponents, they can choose whether they can be shot in the hall of their building, or they can be poisoned with Novichok, or can be imprisoned above the polar circle and die there. And the values for which Ukraine is fighting are the European Union values. That's it. The European Union exists because we are the space of the rule of law. We are the space of free education, free welfare. We don't have the death penalty in any of the 27 states of the European Union. And Ukraine wants to join that system, and Putin doesn't want them to join that system. So what it is at stake, it's not just some territory. The Russian Federation is very large. They don't need any additional land. And if we want to protect Europe, we have to protect it ourselves, because it's clear that we cannot count on our American friends anymore. And I say this with real pain, because I'm a friend of the United States, and I believe in the United States of the Statue of Liberty. Within the Statue of Liberty, you can read, "Give me your poors, give me your humbles, give me those who lost their homes." That is not that country anymore. It has become a country where universities are penalized by the government because the government wants them to know something different from free research and free opinions. And so I think there's no choice. We Europeans either decide to come together to answer some of the questions that were asked before, or we will disappear, because we are a giant in economic terms, but politically we are nothing. And, in my opinion, the only chance we have to count on the international stage is to come together, because when we become a political superpower, that will be the time in which we will be invited to the table where decisions are made, because we know that we run the risk of having a solution for the Ukrainian war where Europe is not even invited to the table, and I think we should be there, we must be there, and we should remember that we spend more money in defense than the Russians do. But the problem is that we have 27 different systems, and in order to coordinate those 27 systems, you basically waste money and you're not able to defend yourself. And so this is, I think, what we really need to do, and there are difficulties, there are problems, including the fact that we have interferences within our political system. Look at what has happened in Romania, where the Constitutional Court had to void a popular election because they ascertained that there was an interference from a foreign country. But we have to defend our system because this is our identity, I think. And to come in 1 minute to the situation here in Southern Caucasus, well, I think in this moment of instability, we really don't need another point of crisis. We have Gaza and Israel, we have the Ukraine, we have Pakistan and India. Let's not forget that. Two nuclear power confronting each other. We don't need another point of crisis here, and that's the reason why the Italian Parliament, all the political forces, both from the opposition and the majority, decided to vote a document encouraging both Azerbaijan and Armenia to talk to each other, to find a solution. And I want to compliment the Prime Minister today to express in such a clear way the attitude of Armenia, who is willing to come to a peaceful solution in order to provide the world with a Southern Caucasus that becomes a source of peace and prosperity for everyone. Because if we really manage to solve the issue here and to create a network, a crossroad of civilizations, but also of economies, of transportation, of connectivity in this part of the world, we can really do something sensible and valuable for the safety and the security of the world itself. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can turn now to Jay Kansara, the other American on this panel, and unlike many of us, not a first-time visitor to Armenia, somebody who has been engaged in this region for some time. Jay, how do you see first of all, your thoughts on the transatlantic relationship a little bit, but more specifically, how do you see U.S. engagement with this part of the world changing, if at all?
Thank you again to the organizers. This is my third visit to Armenia, so the other panelists have some work to do, except for my colleague who's actually from here. I sincerely enjoy my time here. I believe it is a vibrant society that is in renaissance, and I look forward to all of the achievements of the Armenian people going forward. But to get to the point of discussion today, the primary reason why this panel exists is because there is a crisis in the way America is dealing with Europe. The transatlantic turmoil is actually on both sides of the Atlantic. Right now, for those who may not be aware, the United States Congress is deliberating a budget. There's an inter-party war about how much we are spending and what is that spending going to entail, and defense is a significant proportion of that spending bill. And right now the Republicans in the Senate want to block the House Republicans. So I believe that from what I'm observing here, the lack of consensus at a national state in America is preventing America from having a definitive strategy on Europe. And then to my co-panelists' remarks about the 27 European Union states, even within these societies, there is a lack of consensus about what is the strategy at which Europe as a whole will engage in this new age, in new age conflicts. The NATO treaty was signed in the aftermath of World War II, and it really hasn't been updated since then. And Article 5 is written for a time when tanks were, driving across borders, of which did, happen, of course, in the Ukraine conflict, but it hasn't really been updated to incorporate non-state actors, the issue of cyber and cyber crimes, AI, and I know that the conference to transpire in the coming weeks in The Hague will attempt to address that, but without the ability for groups to, countries to have national consensus, their ability to affect change in a multilateral system will also be hindered. And there is significant debate, or there's significant concern from the American administration right now as to the direction of European countries in relation to how they are addressing issues of censorship and big tech and similar concerns, which I think all compound this problem. Now, to getting back to, there was an original point about the how America sees the South Caucasus. I would say, frankly, America has ignored the South Caucasus. Trump 1.0 completely ignored the Armenian conflict in totality. In fact, it was Richard Grenell, the former ambassador to Germany, and also was an acting DNI director, stated that it's not a conflict that America has any national security interest in. Well, I don't think that proved to be quite prescient on his part, considering now that the South Caucasus is demonstrating that it is an epicenter of significant geopolitical convergence of Russia, of Iran, of other countries in the region that depend on the South Caucasus stability for the ability for those greater powers to showcase their projections onto a world stage. So the South Caucasus theater, I hope, from my travels here as well as my interactions with our government partners as well as civic society partners, we are hoping that the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict can come to some peaceful resolution through the signing of some accord or however these parties come together. But there are significant enough challenges, and I will state those in 3 challenges. One, how will Europe address the Armenian conflict with respect to its ability to integrate Armenia into its family? I believe there's a European conference to come up here in Yerevan, right? EPC? The European Political Community will be convening here in 2026. Then second, how will Europe address its relationship with Turkey, which has demonstrated that they were going to continue to be an aggressor to many of the countries of Greece, Cyprus, etc. And then third, how is Europe going to be able to come to some consensus on its relationship with Russia, and then how is Armenia going to address its relationship with Russia that is historic as well as geostrategic in its own right?
Thank you, Jay. Last but not least, if I can turn to Arek Kochinyan, who's president of the Research Center on Security Policy here in Armenia. You've heard now from both Americans and Europeans on where they see the relationship headed, some of the implications they think, the spillover possible effects it might have for this part of the world. How do you see it sitting here in Yerevan?
Thank you. I think that Armenia and the European Union found themselves in quite the same position at different periods of time, meaning that both sides at the hour of greatest need understood that probably it was a strategic mistake to have the level of dependency on an ally that both had. Of course, Armenia and EU had dependency on quite different allies, but nevertheless, methodologically, it was the same. There was this over-dependency on the ally, and in the hour of greatest need, it proved to be a strategic mistake for both. Now, out of this, there are consequences that should be taken. And here in Yerevan, I would say that the biggest question that is constantly raised is whether the European Union will show enough political will, political energy, and resources and effectiveness to solve the issue, to show enough of geopolitical sovereignty and ability to solve difficult geopolitical problems and to answer the threats that it is meeting. Out of those threats, of course, the biggest one is the threat coming from Russia and the conflict in Ukraine. And that is particularly important in this part of the world because, in my opinion, the war in Ukraine, it's not just about Ukraine. And first and foremost, it's about whole of the so-called post-Soviet space. Because Ukraine is not the first one. There was Georgia prior to Ukraine, and definitely is not going to be the last one. And generally speaking, in all of the so-called post-Soviet republics, there is a growing concern about their future relations with Russia and possible future Russian escalations, attacks, hybrid warfare, which is, and the last one is actually happening in quite of the republics of the post-Soviet space. And in this trajectory, again, the most important thing, whether the European Union will find enough of political will and energy within itself to be able to withstand this. But here, even if the European Union will find enough political will, energy, resources, I would like to repeat a point raised by Amanda, whether there is still time. Even if all of the resources, all of the political will, energy will be there, will be implemented to solve these issues, I think there is a great issue of time and the missed time since probably 2016 or even prior to that, probably since 2014, or even maybe prior to the 2008 when the first conflict in Georgia happened. Also, there is a question very often raised here in Yerevan whether the transatlantic community, or as we call it in this part of the world, the collective West, is still a reality. Can we describe it as a political reality, or whether it's more of a wishful thinking? And that's a big question for South Caucasus, because we are in the middle of this great regional powers, great worldwide powers with a competition in this region, and Russia, China, regional powers. They're not ashamed to use brute force. They are not to use economic force in this part of the world. There is this quite vivid example, in my opinion. Approximately at the same time, 3 South Caucasian republics signed strategic partnerships. Armenia signed a strategic partnership with the United States of America, while Azerbaijan and Georgia signed a strategic partnership with China. Now, since then, we have seen pretty decent, pretty impressive investments from the Chinese side to the other 2 republics, to Georgia and Azerbaijan. There is a growing commitment, there is a growing Chinese presence in these 2 republics. While Armenia, which basically betted on the United States and signed the strategic partnership with the United States, it's been more than, if I'm not mistaken, almost a half of a year have passed since the signature of the agreement, and not a single article from the agreement has been implemented so far. While there are very minor, very technical elements that could have been done. But even that wasn't done. And I think this is a very vivid example of what's going on in South Caucasus, where other centers of geopolitical power are significantly more active, significantly more successful in the implementation of political and economic and infrastructural projects compared to the West. And the probably last but not least element is that stability and predictability for this part of the world could be the most important thing. All of the South Caucasus taken together is significantly smaller than Ukraine. I'm not even talking about 3 different republics. And you know, minor changes in the geopolitical chessboard that won't be filled in Brussels or in Washington can have tectonic implementation in this part of the world. So the further the international relations deteriorate, the further the transatlantic ties are weakened, I would say that the very first heat and the very first pressure of that happening is on countries I just described, on those smaller powers like Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. So far, I would say that there is one growing common thing among these 3 republics. That is this, at least for 2 of the 3, it's a new concept in foreign policy, that is the foreign policy of diversification. In case of Armenia and in case of Georgia, this was basically a forced decision when both countries understood that continuation of their previous foreign policy is basically a dead end. And they introduced this new concept of the diversification of foreign policy. Azerbaijan was basically doing it for a decade at least, which creates some new reality where for the first time in the rememberable history, let's say, the 3 South Caucasian republics have more or less the same foreign policy agenda concept, which is, as I described, the diversification of foreign policy. That might create success, that might create chance of success, and the very first bird of these processes could be the last meeting in Tbilisi, where the 3 republics on the level of the deputy foreign ministers had a meeting. Now, if that format would continue, and if there is this growing conversation, growing ability to see and act in the same way to the rapid changes in the world, that might create the additional security belts or additional security pillows, let's say, for the region that it so much lacks in this ever-changing world.
Thank you. I think we have about 10 minutes left, and I think what I'll try and do is just have a quick question to each of the panelists, a quick follow-up, and if you could keep your answers to a minute each, I would really appreciate it. Maybe start with Christian, since you're in some ways the outlier on this panel, giving a more positive future for the relationship. One of the sort of inherent tensions for some years now when it comes to European security has been, on the one hand, the commitment to NATO, the continuing reliance on the United States for many capabilities by European countries, and yet at the same time calls for change of a sort of common European defense posture. Everyone from President Macron in France to Ursula von der Leyen, even when she was German defense minister, have spoken very publicly about this. Where do you see the prospects of NATO, whether it's NATO-EU cooperation or other formats, where do you see that going?
Thank you. It's rather funny to be a Hungarian than an optimist, because usually we're described as very pessimists, but then again, I think it's most Central and Eastern Europeans will know that feeling. I think there's great prospect in NATO-EU cooperation, and a lot has been done. As my previous boss, Jens Stoltenberg, used to say, it has been lifted to unprecedented levels. The cooperation he had, that now Secretary General Rutte has with President von der Leyen, President Costa, ensures that the secretariats work together on critical issues like military mobility, making sure we have the right infrastructure for military operations as well. And then we already spoke about the important role the European Union can have to ensure funds that are necessary on a European level for defense. What we should avoid, and I think what everyone, whether member states of the European Union or a member of the alliance would want to avoid, is duplication, because there's no sense in that. We are already struggling, and Amanda pointed out rightly, of securing the necessary defense budget. Now, if it's duplicated to 2 organizations, that would be a real issue. Then, if I can just quickly react to a couple of things, and I promise to be short. Jay mentioned that the Washington Treaty has not been updated since 1949. Thank God. Otherwise, we would have been wasting time on endless negotiations and need to do again and again an update, which at the end of the day was not really needed, because what we have seen through the decades is NATO based on the Washington Treaty and its simplicity, has been able to adapt. It's been able to adapt in the 90s to the conflicts in former Yugoslavia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, and meet that challenge. It's been able to adapt to meet the challenge from Afghanistan and terrorists. NATO is part of the coalition against Daesh. And then you mentioned cyber, and allies agreed a few years back that a cyber attack can amount to Article 5 situation as well. So there's if there's one success in NATO, that's adaptation. Then I will not even try to answer all the questions Amanda raised, but they're all very pertinent. Where I'm an optimist is, you mentioned the 5% target, and it's still under discussion what will be agreed by leaders, but you already see some allies, predictably on the eastern flank of the alliance, who are already meeting that or working towards that. Poland, the Baltic countries, but there are bigger allies like the UK who's also raising defense spending. So I think there is a recognition, there's a move towards that bigger defense spending, again, based on defense plans, which are based on the threats we have, and the capabilities that we need to meet those threats. I think where you're spot on, and I will not even try to answer, is political will, because that's absolutely key. Is there political will in the leaders of the countries to spend what is needed? We all know what's needed. We all know the threats, right? The question is if political leaders are willing to take the ownership of that, explain to their populations, and secure the necessary funds for that. So in my mind, that's the number one question.
So actually, that's a great segue to the next two people I want to ask, which is Mr. Scalfarotto and Mrs. Skalkos, which is essentially who do you see leading in Europe at this time? So maybe if you could both take those questions.
Well, it's either the Europeans. I don't think it's something that can come, top down. I think we have to be convinced that we need this. And frankly speaking, there's a lot to say about, and I won't, about the political debate. But there's one thing I want to say about one of the questions that I heard, which is, do we have time enough? And there is this beautiful this beautiful proverb that I heard once that says that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. But the second best time is now. So if you haven't done something in the past, this doesn't mean you should be doing things very, very quickly. And this is a matter of survival for us, I think. So at this stage, we haven't done it before. We have to do it now. We cannot count on the US umbrella anymore, I think. It's not reliable. But we need it. We desperately need it. Otherwise, we will be swept away. And this is the reason why some European countries are working together, including the UK that left the European Union. But I'm not surprised that the new agreement between the UK and Europe is happening now. It is because those countries have started to talk again. So I think we have to do it now. There's no alternative. Tina.
Mrs. Skalkos.
Okay. If I remember correctly, your question: who's going to lead
in Europe? Who should Europe look to for leadership?
I want so much to say Greece, but I think it's not the right time, at least for now. I would say that we have to put the question something different. In the near future, we won't see any particular country, any particular power to become superpower. We are entering the era of multipolarity, and it's even more difficult for European states. So I cannot see one of the European economies to take the lead. Of course, and this is the case, we can see European Union as a whole to take the lead. And I'm not a Hungarian, so I can be optimist in this. Of course, the time factor is crucial. On the other hand, time in politics is extremely relevant. Actually, Lenin, I think, is supposed to have said that there are decades that nothing happens, and events of decades happens just a few weeks. We are just starting to discuss about the next multi-annual framework in the European economy. And I can see that European member states have started to discuss real seriously about spending on defense or spending on competitiveness. I think we're not too far from United States. When I'm discussing strategic autonomy, I'm not referring to isolation or introversion. I'm discussing of a new relationship, a special relationship. United States is a strategic partner of us, strategic importance, even more I would say for a couple of reasons for Greece. So in the end, I think Greece, with its membership of the European Union as a whole, will find a consensus, a common ground European with the United States, and let's hope that in the next decades, the world will be better.
Thank you. Amanda, you raised several questions, but there was certainly a doubtful tone to a lot of them, a certain degree of skepticism when it came to Europe's ability and speed at which it's able to take care of some of the changes. What is one thing that you would look for that would help to dispel some of your doubts? What's one thing that you look at and say, like, okay, things have changed really dramatically and are serious now?
Concrete action.
What would that concrete action look like?
I think a significant increase in spending by countries, increased investment in capabilities. I think there is a lot of talk about will, there's a lot of talk about plan, there's a lot of talk about agreements, but I think, the saying is put your money where your mouth is, and I think we need to see countries actually stepping up and investing money in real capabilities.
Okay.
And if I could, one thing I just would take issue with what Jay had said. In my view, the Biden administration was very actively involved in the Caucasus. President Biden was the first U.S. president to recognize the Armenian genocide, and there was very active engagement by Secretary of State Tony Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, with their Armenian and Azerbaijani counterparts, which I believe played an important role in moving the negotiations to where they are this morning, or today, and it was heartening for me to hear President Pashinyan this morning laying out the fact that there is actually an agreement in paper, which is a significant step forward from where things were when I left government, and I think a very welcome and positive step for the region.
Jay, actually that's transitions to my question for you. What do you think, we heard that the U.S. hasn't really delivered on the strategic partnership that was signed in the Biden administration. What do you think the political appetite is today in the United States to follow through on the strategic partnership with Armenia?
So just last week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio actually did lay out a pretty comprehensive overview of what he seeks to achieve in Armenia and in conjunction with Azerbaijan. And I believe that was a positive step, and I think that was bipartisan as well. Both the Republican members and Democratic members of the House and Senate were quite concerned about this. So I think there is appetite, especially as the quote-unquote Christian right seeks to dominate the political space. One of the questions that they had been failing to answer is, how do we allow the first Christian country in the world to just disappear or to be completely eviscerated in various conflicts? So I do think that there is appetite for this now, and I hope that it continues going forward.
Last word to Areg. France is one of the largest defense suppliers to Armenia. Do you see an opportunity in Europe's rearmament, however, with all the questions surrounding it, for Armenia to strengthen its own security?
Thank you. Prior to that, just one small postscriptum. I've heard the term multipolar world. To me, it doesn't feel multipolar, the world that is being created. It feels like unpolar world that is being created. It doesn't feel that there are a lot of polars. It rather feels that there is no polar around at all. With regards to what can be done on the strengthening, basically, the Armenia-EU relations, and I think that what France is doing should be the example. Because if we want to have stability and peace in South Caucasus, the number one element, the desired minimum for the stability and peace in the South Caucasus is the resilient Armenia. For as long as for Azerbaijan, and consequently to a level for Turkey, it's cheaper to force Armenia into doing something or to attack Armenia to get something, that's the way that they're going to behave. But as soon as Armenia would become resilient enough for it to make sense for Azerbaijan and for Turkey to negotiate with Armenia, we will very much see the negotiations happening. Thus, I would say that the further strengthening of cooperation in military technical, military educational, and further beyond between Armenia and the EU member states would just bring peace and stability to the region.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panelists for this wide-ranging discussion. Thank you.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Mitigating Security Challenges Through Inclusive Cooperation in the Middle East, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ms. Anja Wellersjock, international editor and member of the editorial board, Tagesspiegel, Germany. Dear moderator, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So moving on from the debate of the Transatlantic Partnership of the previous panel, we will now take a closer look at the region, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the panel, Mitigating Security Challenges Through Inclusive Cooperation in the Middle East, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. My name is Anja Wellersjock, and I'm the international editor at the German newspaper Tagesspiegel, based in Berlin. With this panel, we want to analyze the challenges faced by the region, identify the central actors, and discuss possible paths toward inclusive cooperation. And it's my great honor to welcome our excellent panelists. To my right, please welcome our kind host, Ararat Mirzoyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. To his right, Jean-Noël Barrot, the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. To his right, Barzan Arabekian, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Palestinian Authority. To her right, Tatiana Molsian, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And to the very right, Nigar Göksel, Project Director of the International Crisis Group in Turkey. So, Minister Mirzoyan, as you mentioned in your speech this morning, the title of this year's Yerevan Dialogue, Navigating the Unknown, couldn't be more fitting. As the previous panel discussed, the US, one of the most important actors on the world scene, has become completely unpredictable in its foreign policy, and the EU is scrambling to rise to the immediate need and the use of the window of opportunity to fill the vision of European sovereignty with life. From your point of view, what are the most important challenges that Armenia and the region are currently facing?
Well, hello once again, dear friends, dear guests, and thank you very much for this interesting question. You know, dear colleagues, dear guests, sometimes we, public figures, politicians, journalists, we, during our public appearances are supposed to, and I think this is a big secret, but everybody knows this secret. We are supposed to have the very serious expression of the face and express some clever and complicated ideas. In this case, to answer this question, I'm going to come up with very simple answers because, you know, usually the truth is very simple. And the simple answer in this case, I believe, is that there is huge demand for peace in the world. Everybody is fed up, everybody is tired of, and everybody is exhausted with the wars, be it in Ukraine, the suffering in Gaza, I don't know, the war that we have, and the conflict that we have seen here in South Caucasus and elsewhere. So what makes us a little bit unique, and I'm very sorry for this word, is that in our case, in case of Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, we have made already tangible steps towards establishment of peace, and it's the agreement, bilateral agreement upon the text of draft agreement, draft peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I very much hope that everybody would agree that this is a huge accomplishment, and we are ready to sign this agreement and then eventually, of course, ratify, which will open an era of peace and cooperation in South Caucasus. And coming also to the title of this panel discussion, this model probably, hopefully, could also be exported to, I don't know, of course, every conflict is unique, there are nuances everywhere, but the approach, the general aim to establish peace and then open an era of cooperation and peace could be exported to Ukraine, to Middle East, to some other regions which might be needing intervention. And I want to remind all of us here, our colleagues, politicians, governments, members of parliaments in the world, our final aim and our obligation is to create an environment where our citizens could build their happiness, their livelihood, have better education, better healthcare system, and of course the other things too. So we must act as we are obliged. We must create this environment. First of all, peace and security. I can, of course, elaborate a little bit on the benefits that the peace could bring. For instance, we have been speaking about the crossroads of peace, the establishment of transport corridors here in South Caucasus, unblocking of transport infrastructure here in South Caucasus, mainly between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And we all, if we just have one look at the world map, we can see that unblocking these communications here in this region could connect Europe with Central Asia. But I mean, these are evident things that I don't think there is much necessity to speak about from this panel.
Minister Barrot, moving on to you, looking at the likely window of opportunity for the peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, but also on the impact on security and stability in the region. Is France, is the EU doing enough to support its partners in the region?
Well, first I'd like to thank our host for this second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue with a fantastic program and amazing speakers that has certainly become an outstanding venue for discussions on peace, security and regional integration and which speaks of Armenia as a very central place in this region, a place where solutions are found and new cooperations are created. So thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. As for your question, I will start with where Ararat left off. I indeed think that there is a great aspiration for peace, but peace cannot, does not fall from the sky. Peace requires that a certain number of principles are followed. The first of which is a very simple principle based on which we drafted the UN Charter 80 years ago that has not prevented all wars and crises around the world, but that has avoided many of them from degenerating into major regional crises. And this principle is very simple. I don't touch your borders, you don't touch mine. I respect your territorial integrity and your sovereignty. And once this principle is established, as we've established it across European countries, members of the European Union, well, you have a solid building block based on which you can develop prosperity through regional integration, through infrastructure, through connectivity, and so on and so forth. But the first building block is indeed the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And yes, we look at South Caucasus as a major region to connect the European Union to the East and to the rest of the world. And that's why we want for peace to be achieved between Armenia and Azerbaijan, not only because we have a very special and long-standing relationship with Armenia, but also because it's in our interests. And that's why we've supported the Armenian authorities in their efforts to come up with a peace plan. That's why we've supported the political agreement on this peace plan when it was reached a few weeks ago. And that's why we're calling upon both parties to now sign and ratify this treaty, so that based on this regional peace, we can build a future of prosperity, regional integration, and prosperity in the region that will benefit Armenia, but that will also benefit the European Union.
Thank you. Tatiana Molsian, you bring a number of interesting perspectives to the table. You're from Moldova. You have worked extensively on multilateral and European cooperation. Right now, you're serving as the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. when we look at what the EU is currently doing with its sanction policy, it's closing windows for economic cooperation. Do you see other windows opening? Do you see these developments as a window of opportunity for closing these ties between Europe and Central Asia?
Thank you. Well, there is always a window of opportunity. If we don't believe in a window of opportunities, we won't be here. And here it means having this discussion, for which I'm very grateful to our host, to the minister, bringing me back to Yerevan and seeing by myself the dynamics and also the progress in not only in the country but also in the region. And there is a window of opportunity, and there is a window of opportunity when we speak not only about the developments and the political opportunities. And
Tatiana, sorry, can you move a little bit closer to the microphone?
There are these opportunities despite the political challenges. And what is important that, yes, we know there is this fatigue, and the minister mentioned of crises, of challenges, but still these many shifts in geopolitical and geoeconomic, I would say, space recently creates these opportunities that we need to seize. And it's good that today we discuss this, how we can plan ahead, the path forward, and having this foresight approach, planning in advance. And we are speaking as, about Middle East, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. And UNOC covers actually quite a diverse region, and I can tell you, it's not easy to bring common issues on the agenda when you have such a diverse membership, or when you have this very different, but at the same time close region to one another. The opportunities are, first of all, in interconnection. So we have to create the dialogue and the connection between the countries, between the regions. We all know, any diplomatic solution without practical processes won't ensure a long-lasting peace or solution. So I think this is where we have to focus on creating that practical opportunities for interconnection, for inclusive cooperation, be it indeed transport, connectivity, trade, or environment. I think this is a very key issue where we have to focus when it comes to addressing challenges that are posed to environment, to climate change, and the fact that Armenia will be hosting the Biodiversity COP can play a specific role in that sense.
Thank you. Nigar Göksel, Turkey has been trying to use the developments both on a geopolitical level and on a regional level to strengthen its international role and influence in the region. Can Turkey play the role of an honest broker in the region?
Thank you very much. It's delightful to be in Yerevan again. Well, mediation in the narrow sense of a sort of neutral arbitrator that acts benevolently and is welcomed by both parties equally, I doubt it. But I think Turkey has some very important roles to play. In the broader sense of mediation, Ankara is already and can further carry out roles through back-channel diplomacy, which it's doing, leveraging certain assets that it has, including its location. Because it has an incentive to do so, it's really in Turkey's interest to have stability and open borders in the region. Turkish economy flourishes under those circumstances, unlike some of its rivals. And it also is popular domestically and gives it an international stature. So I think it's definitely in Turkey's interest, and Turkey's been seeing it in its interest to do so in other geographies in its proximity as well. Some have been successful, some less so, some not immediately successful, but later on paying off. So, with some recalibration and some trial and error, Turkey has found itself to be useful in various conflicts in the neighborhood. I think, as some of the other panelists have also mentioned, connectivity is one of those areas where I think Turkey's role can be significant, particularly if it collaborates with the European Union. There's some very clear shared interests between the two. for win-win routes to be established, but I also see that there's a risk that they could work at cross purposes. And so one of the things that we need to focus on is to mitigate that risk, because you can see in both Turkey and some European Union countries a mistrust that if the other has a leverage, it could potentially use that leverage against the other. So making sure to be working on shared goals together and looking out for each other's interests, I think Turkey and the European Union and European partners can advance connectivity significantly. I must say, sort of a sobering note, Turkey has a lot of other issues on its plate, a lot of other conflicts that take precedence perhaps in terms of security and immediate sort of pressing need, like the PKK conflict, Syria, Iraq. Of course, Turkey has a strong alliance and solidarity with Azerbaijan, but it also, we note a pronounced appreciation in Ankara these days for Yerevan's evolving posture and pragmatism. So I definitely think there's a potential, but we shouldn't take it for granted. We need to work on it.
Thank you, Nigar. Minister Arabekian, I will come to you in a minute. I just wanted to use this opportunity to address a follow-up to Minister Mirzoyan. Is the possible peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan also an opportunity for normalization of ties between Armenia and Turkey?
Well, to put the long story short, yes. But I also want to express my attitude to this positioning of the or this position of the official Ankara. We have launched our dialogue with Turkey, having in mind and publicly saying both. I mean, we and our Turkish colleagues that this process should take place without any precondition. Now, I want to say that we're happy to see that the Turkish-Armenian dialogue is not that problematic as one could assume. And now we reached a point where the only thing that stands between now and tomorrow, where the diplomatic relations could be established between our two countries and the borders could be finally open and the connection issue could be resolved, is the non-completely finalized state of Armenian-Azerbaijani negotiations and dialogue. Although my personal attitude and my assessment is that if we succeed to have a breakthrough with Turkey, then this breakthrough would definitely have huge positive impact on Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization. But should I take the opportunity and express some other ideas as well, or I should? Okay, go ahead.
So, Minister Arabekian.
Because I have written a couple of things I want.
Wonderful. Yeah, we will come to that in a second. Minister Arabekian, so the war in Gaza has been continuing since the October 7th terror attack by Hamas. How can issues of security that we're discussing right now best be addressed in an environment that is lacking security and stability?
Thank you very much, and I'm very honored and humbled to be here today and amongst distinguished panelists. Yes, I come from an area that is plagued with insecurity and has endured a long time, several decades of insecurity, conflict, and occupation. Today, Gaza is the epic. I mean, if anyone looks at the case of Gaza, we will understand what the essence of insecurity means and what the essence of long-term insecurity without finding solutions to this insecurity, what would that result in? And we are seeing the devastation today like we have never seen before. It's impossible to talk about security vis-a-vis Israel-Palestine without speaking on the occupation. I mean, occupation is the biggest destabilizing factor of security, not only for Israel-Palestine, but for the region and probably for the world. If we want to speak on security, we need to derail this policy of territorial expansion by Israel. And territorial expansion by Israel has been clear. I mean, the world is clear about it, the international law is clear about it, and if we comply and go by international law, I think we can reach a stage where we can inject the security element. But as it is today, with this expansionist ideology, there will be absolutely no security in the Middle East, not for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis. And the first and foremost issue that we need to deal with is ending this occupation. Today, this genocidal war is the culmination of years and years of insecurities and violations of international law, of human rights, of the rights of people to self-determination. If today this issue is not taken further and dealt with once for all, we don't know when the time is appropriate. Today, now is the time. We cannot wait any longer, not for us as Palestinians, and I can also speak for the Israelis as well. There are many challenges in that regard. One of the most important challenges we need to deal with is the distrust on all sides. We have a distrust in the process of how the whole thing has been dealt with in the last 3 decades since we embarked on this political process on forging peace with Israel.
Minister Arabikian, if I may add a question. Since you're speaking about distrust, how about the other side? How about the security of the State of Israel when there is a majority of Palestinian leadership, or a significant share at least, still questioning the right of existence of the State of Israel?
Well, today the question that needs to be asked is the security of the Palestinians. Israel exists, and there's a lot of security on the Israeli side.
But the October 7th attacks proved wrong.
Yes, the October 7th attack, I don't want to go into the reasons of the October 7th attacks, but October 7th was violent. Yes, it was violence. It has a reason. But the counter-violence exercised by the State of Israel is way disproportional to the violence that was exercised on October 7th. Violence is denounced by any perpetrator, whether it's us, the Palestinians, or the Israelis. We need to stop that cycle of violence. If anyone thinks that what is happening in Gaza today will bring peace in the future, then that's very naive, because violence only begets violence. And having 50,000 people dead, 120,000 injured, and God knows how many more under the rubble, will not bring peace, neither to Israel nor the Palestinians. The military route is not a starter. We
Minister
need to
Arabikian,
sit around the table.
I'd like to bring in Minister Barrot at this point. Minister Barrot, you've recently reconfirmed France's decision to recognize the state of Palestine. This is not a consensus position in the EU. Could it be a game changer? Could it be the way to peace that Minister Arabikian is describing?
France has not announced that it has recognized Palestine.
No, its intention.
France is chairing a UN conference with Saudi Arabia on the two-state solution, because we have this view that is very broadly shared in Europe and the rest of the world, and that is unanimous in the European Union, that there is no military solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that only a political solution can bring peace and stability to the region and ensure the security of the Israelis as the Palestinians. But right now the urgency is to ceasefire, to the liberation of the hostages of Hamas that needs to be disarmed, and the unhindered access of massive humanitarian help to those that need it in Gaza. Then, and that's the topic of the conference we're working on right now, the question is, how can we preserve the perspective of this political solution? So yes, indeed, European countries, other countries from the West that have not yet recognized the state of Palestine could do so, which would help in preserving the perspective itself. But the way President Macron has been considering this decision is not only to make it a mutual decision of several European countries and Western countries, but to bring other stakeholders to also make movement in the same direction. And this means for the Palestinian Authority that we support to engage into the reform that are needed for it to be able to govern the state of Palestine once it exists. It means for Arab countries, in particular those of the region, to agree, when the war is over, to enter into a security architecture within which the state of Palestine and the state of Israel will coexist. It also means for them at some point to normalize their relationship with Israel. And then it means for Hamas to agree to a perspective of disarmament and to agree not to be associated in any manner to the future governance of Gaza. So what we're trying to do right now is to break the cycle of violence by offering a serious political perspective that is also in the interest of Israel, because it will be building the blocks guaranteeing the security of Israel moving forward. So that's the way or that's the direction we're taking. And hopefully, if all stakeholders take their part, it's a difficult part to take. It requires to take some risk, but if all stakeholders take their share of the risk, then hopefully we'll have made progress by this conference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Minister Yerevan, back to you. Our panel's title speaks of inclusive cooperation. What would this look like for you, for the region at large?
Well, answering this question, I should probably continue where Minister Barrot stopped. By the way, we pretty much share the vision of the French ministry, the vision for the solution of Middle East. Probably the only tangible difference is that Armenia has recognized the state of Palestine, and we have the honor to have the minister participating in the panel. By the way, again, taking the opportunity, I have sent an invitation to our Israeli colleague as well, and I believe this conversation would benefit if our distinguished colleague from Israel also had decided to participate. Nevertheless, so joint engagement and mutual agreement is probably key. You know, again, this is a very simple truth. You cannot establish truth alone. You need at least the other side also wishing and being interested in this peace. That's why we are very much following and very much committed to our dialogue with our Azerbaijani colleagues. We cannot establish peace in South Caucasus without having our Azerbaijani colleagues at the table. That's why we not only continue our delimitation process, and here, Minister, you are completely right. The cooperation and peace should be based on mutual firm acknowledgement of territorial integrity. If you violate the borders, then the whole concept collapses. That's why we can discuss not only the peace treaty, which is again a simple, more or less simple document. No single peace treaty can regulate all the spheres of life or relations between any two countries. That's why also that we discuss a future possible cooperation and transit routes crossing Azerbaijan and also Armenia. So cooperation and engagement is indeed key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well.
Yes, I want to bounce back on what Ara just said, because look at the geographical position of Armenia. It is basically a crossroads, or it can be a crossroads, but it is a landlocked country that is located in between two regions where two of the largest crises in the world are happening. And so either we manage to come up with peace and political solutions to these major regional conflicts that affect the entire world. In which case, the peace crossroads that Armenia has designed and implemented will serve as a formidable sort of conducer to growth and prosperity for this South Caucasus region, but much broader for Europe, for the Middle East, and for South Asia. If instead we're not able to bring back peace in those regions, and I'm thinking, of course, the Middle East and Gaza on the one hand, and Ukraine and Russia on the other hand, and then countries like Armenia will be paying the cost of those tensions arising from the lack of respect for the principles of territorial integrity. That's why what's happening in our neighborhood, in our direct neighborhood in Ukraine, is so important. It's not only the security of Europe and the European Union that is at stake, it's this very principle of intangibility of borders that leads us to think that depending on the way the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine will be solved, this will have huge consequences for the entire continent, and including for Armenia. And that's why we're supporting Armenia in these testing times. It came with a total of 150 million worth of financing support, in particular support for the infrastructure projects that the government is implementing now to make sure, or to sort of create the conditions of cooperation through connectivity infrastructure, which we think is the wisest way to go.
Thank you very much. Tatiana Molsian, if you look at the project that the ECE is currently implementing, we've heard a lot about transit and connectivity as two main aspects. Can you share with us a number of developments and projects that give you hope that economic cooperation will provide the path to peace in the region?
I will continue on the message from Minister Barrot on the connectivity, on the importance of investing in infrastructure to create this routes and crossroads for peace, as they are called, because this is really essential if we are talking about dialogue. You need connectivity, you need access, you need interaction between people in order to build dialogue. This is why investments in infrastructure are important, in particular everything that would facilitate connectivity. At the same time, what we are focused very much now at UNICE is to make sure that these investments are in projects or programs that are resilient. And when I'm speaking about resilience, is both, well, political, which is more difficult, but economic resilience, and also social and environment resilience. Because we can invest a lot. One day we have a flooding, we have a crisis, and all of this investment is compromised. So this is one key area where we work very closely, including with the countries from the region, but specifically with Armenia as well, to see how we can support this development of corridors. One key aspect is the digitalization. These days we cannot advance without looking at the technological progress. Otherwise it's, we are outdated, if I can say like this. We are not relevant if we are not investing enough in creating all and using all the available tools that are provided by technological advancement. So this is key, and this is a message for everyone that supports their region, their country, and the wider, let's say, interregional cooperation. This is key. But I wanted also to refer to one more, because a lot was mentioned about lack of trust, no confidence between the department. And here's where I see the biggest contribution that we can do, and in particular from the UN, but let's say a regional commission with a more sectoral economic view. It's to help confidence building, but from an angle which is not an immediate obvious one. And I'll give the example of transboundary water cooperation. Yes, one of the regions under focus, Central Asia. I mean, for many years we've been working, but recently we have seen a lot of progress when it comes to addressing the challenges related to sharing common rivers, lakes, groundwaters. And some of the mistrust and misconception have been addressed by just applying some very technical, without political, but really technical instruments that are available there. And I think this is also relevant for this region and actually globally. And I know that France has this as a part of its external policy, foreign policy, to really support countries globally, including for this One Water Summit that was last year, to look at solutions of confidence-building measures, not the usual one that you would suspect, but through cooperation like this, because sometimes tensions are created without real ground. Yes, you need some technical solution, you need some very practical tools, and here's where UN and instruments like UN Water Convention can be very practical and applicable. So I would encourage to use more of those available tools.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
I'm sorry to intervene, it's not my turn to speak, but I mostly, of course, agree with Madame Molchan, but if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I am mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, I heard Madame Molchan saying that there is always a window of opportunity. Unfortunately, that's not the case. That's not the case. We have been working hard to speak about normalization of relations with Azerbaijan, with Turkey, deepening our relations with EU, and I'm bringing our own examples, but I am sure that everyone has her own example in this sense. And if we do not deliver very tangible results, then this momentum would be lost. And I think that not only 1 year, not even 2 or 5 years will be needed, but probably a change of generation would be needed, at least in our case, in this region, to rebuild or again to re-establish this dialogue, this cooperation, the potential of which we do have with Azerbaijan, with Turkey, and we are really very, very close. So this is probably the only aspect, the only idea where I think it is necessary to express disagreement.
Niga Göksel, what are your thoughts on the window of opportunity versus the sense of urgency in the Armenian and Azerbaijani peace negotiations, and also the normalization of ties with Turkey?
Thank you. No, I agree with Minister Mirzoyan. I think there is a time sensitivity because of both the regional and local dynamics, and the conversation made me think that these sort of transport routes and cooperation and whatnot, the sort of connectivity, it's like a little bit like a marriage. So you get interlinked and dependent. And sometimes I'll hear in Turkey and Azerbaijan that, what if Armenia becomes a pawn of an external actor that's an adversary to these countries? And I guess what I usually say is isolating or excluding or sidelining Armenia makes that likelihood much more. So it does take a leap of faith to become linked together via infrastructure, but I do think that there's a window of opportunity on that point. I agree. I would also like to sort of point out that it will matter how Turkey, what kind of a place Turkey finds for itself, or the Europe finds for Turkey in the evolving strategic architecture, security architecture that's developing in Europe. I think whether if a cooperation on security defense basis can be strengthened between Turkey and its European partners, I think this will have positive spillovers in terms of the potential for Turkey and European partners to work together in this region as well. Yes, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Arabekian, Tatiana Molchan mentioned the possibility of using shared water resources as a measure of trust building and deepening ties. Water is, of course, a major issue in the Middle East. Do you see it as an opportunity to build trust among conflict parties?
I think there are lots of opportunities to build trust, but first and foremost, we need to have both parties coming into a peace process with a genuine intent, with an end game of resolving the issue, which means ending the occupation. We have to learn from negotiations rounds of the past. We have embarked on a peace process more than 3 decades ago. And for me as a Palestinian, I don't see that this process gave us anything, but it has emboldened the occupation. We have more settlements today. We have an apartheid regime. Some people don't like to hear it, but I live it. So I know the reality of apartheid. The genuine intent means that both parties agree on certain parameters. They agree on the end game. They have a framework, and they tell us exactly what will happen from step 1 to step 5 to reach that end goal. Without that, we will go into a cycle of negotiations, trust building, and a cycle of violence that will get us nowhere.
Thank you. Minister Barrot?
Yes, thank you. In theory, cooperation infrastructure are conducive to peace. Why? Because when you start trading with another country, the cost of going at war goes up. And so you're going to be discouraged from choosing the path of violence over negotiation and diplomacy. But of course, this is very theoretical, because sometimes you're stuck and you cannot decide on your own that you're going to, or in many instances it's very difficult to decide on your own that you're going to build cooperation or infrastructure with a partner country that is not willing to engage into such a discussion. But sometimes unilateral moves can make a difference. We have a very special example, which is the beginnings of the European Union. So we had World War II. We were 5 years after World War II, and France, who was amongst the winners of the war, was looking at Germany, among the losers of the war, recovering much faster from the war than France was. So there was this temptation in France at the time to make Germany pay once again, and thereby getting sort of dragged into the same logics that led us to World War I and then to World War II and so on and so forth. And then my distant predecessor, Robert Schuman, he had this idea, which was to make a unilateral offer to Germany to pool steel and coal that were at the heart of the competition between France and Germany. And of course, Germany seized the offer when it was made unilaterally. What I'm saying is not that this is going to work in all instances, that is going to work in the Great Lakes, that is going to work in the Middle East, that is going to work here in, between Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. What I'm saying is that there is always some hope that when you engage in good faith on the path for cooperation, by sending credible signals like the peace crossroads of the Armenian government, then you're not wasting your time, because you never know, at some point the offer will be seized and you will have done good, because you will have anchored the relationship for a long time on solid basis that will guarantee peace and prosperity rather than never-ending conflicts and wars.
Thank you. Minister Arabikian, are there lessons that you can take away from the Armenian-Azerbaijani negotiations at the moment for the Middle East?
Yes, I think Armenia and Azerbaijan have come to terms that the military route will bring them nothing but more destruction. And I think it's time for Israel and Palestine to think the same, because the future means respecting the integrity of both, respecting the presence of both in that area of land, and respecting the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people, as well as respecting the right of Israel to live in peace and security. But for Israel to live in peace and security, it has to respect its neighbors and the integrity of its neighbors. We have extended our arms on forging peace with Israel. And we have recognized the State of Israel in 1988, and we have embarked on this peace process. We are ready to continue that process so that Israel and Palestine can live side by side in peace and security with mutual respect and trust for the future. Our children need that.
Thank you. Coming back to the region and our host, Minister Mirzoyan, we're currently witnessing a struggle between pro-European forces in the region and Eurosceptic or Euro-hostile forces. What does the region need in order to strengthen its ties with Europe and its outlook towards Europe?
Well, you're putting me in a very difficult position, because now I have to speak also about and in place, if I may, I don't know, or I express my ideas about Azerbaijan's perceptions, about Georgia's perceptions. For sure, I can speak definitely for Armenia. So we just adopted a law saying that the government of Armenia should adopt the policy of European integration and policy of becoming a member state of the European Union. So we are in the middle of a process of significantly deepening our ties and integration with the European Union. But also, as you said, there are also Eurosceptics here as well. I was referring to this situation during my previous intervention, saying that there is huge expectation in Armenia, within Armenian society. So we have democracy here. We are diversifying our ties with our international partners. We are launching several programs and mechanisms. We do have a SIPA agreement. We have a new partnership agenda with the European Union. But also there is huge expectation. And again, this is a bilateral, process. We can have expectations, but maybe that's not the case, and that's not the readiness from the European side. So we should understand where our visions coincide, and if they do coincide, how to act, how to plan our joint tomorrow. For now, there are huge expectations within Armenian society, and if these expectations are not fulfilled by our government, by our EU colleagues, then we will have a huge frustration. And this is a region where the feelings are very important, historically and traditionally. And if these expectations lead to not fulfillment but to frustration, then again, the momentum would be lost, and I can hardly imagine when we can restart the process again.
Minister Barrot, close us off, please. How can the EU prevent from creating disappointment among populations like we're starting to witness this in the Western Balkans, for example?
Yeah, so first let me look at the glass half full rather than seeing it as half empty. There is a lot of appetite for the European Union right now. In fact, I think it is even underpriced because it is criticized, a little bit like, the way you spin your question. European Union is creating discouragement among candidate countries and so on. But it is right now looked as a safe haven for predictability, stability, the rule of law, democracy, and freedom. Because everywhere else in the world, you're seeing some form of backsliding one way or another, or unpredictability, or instability, or uncertainty. And the European Union is an antidote to this evolution of the world that is not good for business, that is not good for people. So Armenia is not alone in its aspiration to join the EU, because joining the EU is not something you do for the money, right? You do it because you crave for democracy and freedom. When you're a candidate country, what's the toughest part? It's not the economic convergence or the social convergence. The toughest part is to align with the EU standards in terms of respect of the rule of law, democracy, freedom of the press, independence of research, independence of justice. this is a treasure that is going to see its value increase at a fast pace in the next few years. And so Armenia is not alone among countries that are looking at the EU as a guarantee for democracy, guarantee for freedom moving forward. Now, of course, as I said, this is a difficult process. It's a difficult process to reach the EU standards in terms of the rule of law. And so it's taking some time, and sometimes people are getting frustrated. And this is what we've seen in some countries in the Western Balkans. We are going to see in the next few years, in the very near future, some countries from the Western Balkan reach the end of their accession process. I think that Montenegro is making a very significant process. Albania is making great progress, and they will serve as examples for the other countries of the region that are willing to follow suit. But I agree also that it's the responsibility of the EU to work with candidate countries to facilitate the public acceptability of the efforts that need to be made until the accession is reached. And that's the spirit in which we've been supporting the European Peace Facility for Armenia. That's the spirit in which we've entered into a discussion on visa liberalization. And that's the spirit in which we're going to facilitate, if indeed Armenia becomes a candidate country, its gradual accession to some of the dimensions of the single market, so that the citizens, but also the authorities in Armenia, realize that their efforts will not be in vain and that there are tangible benefits to the accession, and that even before the whole process is completed. So in summary, the EU is currently underpriced, but countries that are facing huge threat in their neighborhood know the value of democracy and freedom, and that's the reason why they're looking in the direction of the EU. The times we're living through, where we're seeing some more instability, more uncertainty, is giving even more value to the EU accession process, but it's also the responsibility of the EU to make sure that candidate countries deserve special treatment.
Thank you very much, Minister Barrot. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of our discussion, and obviously we were unable to have an exhaustive debate on the huge topic. Unfortunately, we won't have time for further discussion. We will move on to the next aspect in the program, and let me thank our excellent panelists for their lively discussion. I hope that this debate was the beginning of many fruitful exchanges. Thank you very much. So I hope that this will be the beginning of many fruitful exchanges on this important topic. Thank you very much for attending this debate.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
energy infrastructure against hybrid threats. For the moderation of the panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Fabian Vigrand, Senior Director, Energy of Tetra Techno. Mr. Vigrand, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Green technology as a shield, strengthening energy infrastructure against hybrid threats. Welcome to our panel, and I will start with a brief setting of the scene. Energy security has always been a crucial element of geopolitics, and geopolitics has always had a large impact on energy security. With greater technical sophistication, not just the energy supply routes, but also domestic energy infrastructure are more at risk. Energy has become smarter, more distributed, more interconnected, and more vulnerable. The number of participating generators and consumers has grown exponentially, and with it also the so-called attack surface. The number of cyber attacks and ransomware cases on electricity utilities in the US, India and Ukraine, and many other countries increased. Gas pipelines have for a long time been the target of sabotage. But also electricity interconnection cables, for example in the Baltic Sea, crucial for integrating renewable energy, is now being targeted. There are concerns in the US about so-called kill switches in Chinese solar power inverters, which could take entire solar plants offline. The power outages at the Cannes Film Festival last week seem to have been an act of sabotage. And the fire of a substation near Heathrow Airport in March showed how energy infrastructure failure can result in massive impacts on global transportation. The move towards green technology has enabled many countries to reduce their dependency on fossil fuel imports. Decentralization has also, for example, in the case of Ukraine, improved the physical security of energy infrastructure. But for clean energy to be scaled, grids, producers and consumers have to be more digitally interlinked. Supply chains of critical minerals needed for clean energy are often located in geopolitically challenging situations. 3 weeks ago, a massive blackout has left 60 million people in Spain and Portugal without power. The technical cause is not yet known, but it shows how much conventional and renewable energy grids and neighboring countries need to coordinate and communicate in the new energy world to secure security of supply. Through the energy transition, we are building a new energy system with a new operating design. This also provides the opportunity to build in a more resilient system, to build a green shield, if you will. Our esteemed panelists will discuss these challenges, solutions, and options for collaboration. With us, we have Rastislav Jovanec, Deputy Minister of Foreign and European Affairs from Slovakia. We have His Excellency Dr. Abdallah Belhaif Al-Nuaimi, Chairman of the Sharjah Consultative Council and former Ministry of the Environment of the UAE. We have Haik Yezayan, the CEO of Team Telecom in Armenia. We have Ornella Ciucci, Head of the Research Center of the Western Balkan University in Albania, and Liliana Śmiech, Director General for International Affairs of the Ludovika University of Public Service in Hungary. And I'm Fabian Wiegand, Senior Director and Energy Transition Practice Lead at the engineering consultancy Tetra Tech. We will start the discussion, then in the end, hopefully give you also in the audience room for questions. And let me begin by giving His Excellency Al-Nuaimi room for quick intervention on the long-term clean energy development. His Excellency, what is your long-term view on security and resilience from the climate change angle?
Thank you very much. I was actually amazed this morning by the address of the Prime Minister and whoever came after him. And the navigating the unknowns came to my mind as an issue that we all should be talking about. I came to this place, to this room, this morning with a full capacity of people. Now, one can see very little. That shows how much awareness we have about the unknown and how much awareness we have about navigating the unknowns. If we are to navigate the unknowns, what is it that we really need to navigate? Do we really want to navigate the climate change, by which we thought 15 or 16 years ago in 2015 that the temperature, the atmospheric temperature, should not actually go below 2 degrees Celsius and preferably 1.5 degree. As of last January of this year, we have seen the second warmest January in the history, where the temperature has actually risen for 1.75 degrees Celsius. And that is above what we thought that could be our target in Paris Agreement. Are we navigating the unknowns of climate justice when we see 33 million people in Pakistan having no homes and no hopes after the government spending 30 billion to interfere into the climate change? Are we really navigating the unknowns when we get into producing a new energy or a new renewables that maybe some of it is creating problems, when we know that a gas like hydrogen that does not exist on our atmosphere, and we are spending trillions in producing a gas that can participate into infiltrating the ozone. Today, as we speak, we have actually managed to get the nitrous oxide into 10 times as it used to be a decade ago. So are we navigating the unknown with tools that goes beyond our institutions and research institutions and universities? I am surprised to come and see navigating the unknowns with no knowledge of what is it that we really want to navigate. Today we have the biggest disasters that the whole globe should put its efforts together to make and provide solutions. Unfortunately, we are not doing that. We do not have globally a platform that could tell us what is it that we should navigate to intervene and reduce the emissions into our atmosphere. I have actually visited so many schools all over the world, and I have seen our kids have no awareness of what is going to be happening in the 2050. Unfortunately, I am sorry to say that navigating the unknowns with no tools would actually create more disasters and probably more vulnerable climatic conditions, and we would probably be looking into solutions that are not relevant to our future disasters. Even when we talk about the new minerals are also navigating the unknowns, that new minerals are again just oil and gas. They will exhaust one day, and then we will end up having no solution. So I think we have to be very careful when we look into navigating the unknowns and what is it that we really need to talk about. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, His Excellency. Now let's look a bit more at the security policy angle, and the first question to the remaining panelists is how you perceive the risk for critical infrastructure these days, particularly in your own country or region, and how this risk is evolving through trends such as green technologies, digitalization, and hybrid conflict. And I would like to start with Mr. Yerevan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, obviously the risks are high, and they are growing. Right now, we are so dependent on energy that maybe only drinking water is the second issue, similarly important to us on an everyday, every second basis. And it makes it quite easy to target the energy either sector or energy appliances. We are under threat on numerous levels. One of them is obviously the real bombing or destroying these energy facilities, but also there are some hybrid ways how to hurt us, especially in the cybersecurity area, but also on the other ways, other instruments. For example, I will use the example of Slovakia. We are heavily dependent on supply of this energy. Maybe not or we are able to produce a lot of energy by ourselves, but we are dependent on a nuclear fuel, which is right now for us something that we cannot substitute. We are heavily dependent on importing, for example, gas and oil, and we are getting into the situation where we are losing potential suppliers because, of course, European Union, due to the situation in Ukraine, is trying to cut off itself from the Russian supplies. But right now, and even though we want to have different suppliers, it's quite difficult for us to bring another or the gas from other countries in a sufficient amount to Slovakia. We have some problems with the interconnection pipelines. We have the problems, even though if we find a new pipeline, the costs for transportation are much higher. So at the end of the day, our companies and our economy is not competitive because we have much higher energy prices than, for example, our US and I'm not even speaking about Chinese competitors. So there are many threats or many risks that we should cover. Of course, European Union is trying to introduce all possible measures how to work with climate change. The question is if these measures are working and if they are not hurting us in other sectors. We think that we should have the calculation about the impact, because on one hand we are really focusing on the green technologies, but on the other hand we are doing it at the expense of our industry. And even though we would say that, okay, we are willing to take this risk or this trade-off, in the long term, it's showing us that it's not working, as His Excellency mentioned, because if it will be only few countries trying to change their behavior or the way how they are producing, then it's not enough, because the situation with the climate change is not good. So right now, I believe that we should focusing on maybe less instruments, but the ones that would be heavily adopted by all our countries, because there has to be something done. I agree that the situation is critical and it's only getting worse.
Thank you so much. Ornella Ciucci, what is your perspective from working particularly on Western Balkan integration and integration to the EU?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And it's my fourth time in Armenia, in Yerevan, and I want to thank the ORF for giving us this opportunity to explore this amazing country, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give us the opportunity to see and to enjoy the heritage of this country, and to see how much important this country is about the civilization of all of Europe. And thank you for this. So we are talking here about how we can build energy systems that don't just power our homes, but also protect our sovereignty. So in the 20th century, we thought about oil, and now in the 21st, we'd better learn how to protect our lives. Across the globe, the energy systems are now part of the battlefield, but not through bombs, but through hybrid threats, cyber attacks, infrastructure sabotage, supply chain disruptions. And this part, I am from Albania, and probably you have heard about the Iran attack in our country for a long month. And they destroyed everything, every digitalization that we have done under our government processes. So lastly, the NATO review and the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats are clear. Our grids, pipelines, digital control systems are now the targets of the hybrid conflict. And also, by the other hand, the University of Stanford warns that while decarbonization improves geopolitical autonomy, it increases the vulnerability to digital attack vectors. Yes, we are every smart matter, every connecting wind turbine, and also we can find other ways how to make cheap solar panels, but it's a big risk about that requires design and also legislation. So the green energy create new dependencies now. It's not our dependencies, they are not about oil, they are on critical minerals like lithium and other first materials. And the whole globe is going from from one form of geopolitical exposure to another form, from the fuels to mineral geopolitics. So yes, we need to diversify our clean energy portfolio, hydropower, solar, wind, bioenergy, geothermal. But in the meantime, and GCF and GEF also, the multilateral, these institutions, funds, global funds, through the World Bank, EBRD, UNDP, and other biggest organisms, they have another overview on the systems. They are not just investing on the solar panels, but even they are already shifted their frameworks, not only just financing megawatts, but they are financing the resilience and the sustainability of all this process. And I will want to share with you the case of the Western Balkans here, EU, which it's our target. We are part of Euro geographically, but we are not part of Euro geopolitically. So EU promised 9 million euros for our green transition. And now, 2 or 3 years later, we are now seeming as European extraterrestrials here, because no one is talking anymore about the green transition or the green economy or nothing else. Even Europe, it's not talking even for peace. It's only about the defense economy. So what about this green transition, and what about our sovereignty, our energy sovereignty? So it's like, and they promised us this 9 billions, but in the meantime, and we were obliged to transpose our legislation from the European legislation into Albanian shoes or Western Balkan shoes, and it's like designing a Ferrari energy vision into our LADA project pipelines. And within this objectives that we had, we transposed the German legislation for Albania reality, and now we have zero funds for the defense as country. For the first time, they are obliging us to put this 2% for the defense, and this 2% they are coming from our investments into the energy pipelines. So, yes, in Albania, for example, we are a unique case in Europe. We are producing almost 90% of our energy is produced from hydropowers, from waters. We are blessed with waters, but in the meantime, we are also blessed from the climate change impacts. Big floods, big droughts. So these droughts, it's disrupting our supply, and so we need more. But we gap legislation, we gap standards, we gap investments, we gap diversity, diversifying our, and almost we gap skilled industrial energy professionals. So in all this big gap between the European legislation, European reality, and Western Balkan reality, what's our point, and what's our defense, and what's our obligations about the defense and the energy sector?
Thank you. May I ask Mr. Yerevan to give a perspective from the private sector in your experience?
Actually, from the private sector, I guess, two specters. First of all, as much you as a company is more sustainable on energy part, it's more predictable for you to have long run projection on production, also or service giving. You know, the last 5 years, the digitalization is growing on ITC, and it's giving us that we are, as a company, using of total facility 1% of total energy capacity of the country. How much we will be more sustainable on a greener energy, it will help country to help more be sustainable all in all. And last year we did a lot of moves. Till the end of the year, 40% of our energy usage will be green. It's almost solar, hydro, and as we see also the storage systems are very important for the country for the security reason, to have diversified the energy. And also, as you mentioned, cyber attacks also, they are very important for countries, as Armenia is small. But all in all, I will be focused on different countries to be more different security visions, because as much you are smaller, your security strategy will be totally different as US or Europe countries, because they are more connected to each other. And to apply same security policies to the small countries, I think it's not very reasonable. And as a small country, we have very big chance to have also very independent on energy part, and also on the security of the networks that connecting also energy and different type of digitalization in the country.
Thank you so much. And Mrs. Schmier, may I ask you for your perspective also from the international relations side?
Of course. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my first time in Armenia, but so far so good. And just actually commenting on my colleague's message regarding the empty promises by the European Union. Well, I'm not sure if actually European Union is the one that I would like to follow with regards to the energy policy, because what we did, we delivered regulation without the actual resilience. So I'm not sure if this green dependence policy is the one that I would recommend to our partners from outside the European Union. But just going directly to your question, well, green technologies and digitalization, yes, they bring the progress, but at the same time they bring much more vulnerabilities that we can experience. And from the Central Europe perspective, what we've learned is that energy security is not just a technical issue. It is about our sovereignty. And especially from the Polish perspective, I'm Polish, we learned it quite quickly. We invested a lot in the LNG infrastructure. Now we're investing a lot in the nuclear perspectives. But at the same time, if you look, for example, at the Hungarian model that promotes affordability and it promotes different partnerships, that's another very good model that we could actually develop in the future. If we really want a true security in the European Union, we need more than just the targets. Well, targets are important, but only if they are not driven by empty climate slogans, but they actually promote the strategic objectives that we need in the whole European Union. At this current moment, what we're doing, we're only killing our own internal sectors. And if we won't stop it, we will be in the much bigger troubles in the near future.
Mr. Yerevan, we mentioned here already now a bit the topic of regulation, of targets. I mean, for you, I imagine it, on the one hand, you want frameworks for cybersecurity, but you also want to be fast and innovative. How can we design cybersecurity regulation that doesn't harm innovation?
To be a joke to not regulate that much that we need. But reality is that regulation by our governance is going very slowly. But cyber attack and cyber security changes is much more faster. And we have to be more attractive there and more on the ground to change faster, or to just build an ecosystem where can work also the companies, private companies with the government, to act, react, and to be faster as in a war. Because in reality it's war, and it can become within a couple of seconds. And every, system can be attacked and can be hacked finally. It's only the timing issue. They will take 10 minutes, or it will take like a day or something. I think this is the main point for all of the world, to be change the mindset of the regulation of the security reason. And also I believe, as I mentioned, every country has its own network architect, which is totally different. Depends on the country size, depends on the how many borders it's connected. Like if we can talk about Armenia, that we have four countries across us, but we have main connectivity from one direction, like 90%. We can also through Georgia. It means it's easily to disconnect the country from outside gateway to stop attack if it's coming outside. The inside attacks is totally different, and we have to be regulate inside and outside attacks differently. And as I mentioned, we have to work with the private and government together to have joined some institution to work on the legislation, and to not put more legal parts there than reactions.
Thank you so much. Mr. Yerevan, when you look more at the European integration process, we had a chat just before the start of this panel on gas infrastructure and transmission corridors. Where do you see the biggest need in Europe to create a more integrated, reliable trading framework that would enable you to be energy secure?
Europe is right now, or EU is right now under a lot of pressure because of the war in Ukraine. Of course, European Union wants to put a lot of pressure also on Russia with cutting off the member states from Russian energy supply, which I can understand, but again, it comes at the expense of competitiveness, or it's not even taking into consideration the real infrastructure that there is. I will again use the example of Slovakia, that we have a lot of interconnections between Slovakia and Austria and Czech Republic and Hungary, but if you take into consideration the whole amount of gas that we are able to import, not using the Ukrainian interconnector or Russian gas that would come from the South Stream, that's not sufficient for our demand. We are not able to get new slots in some docks or harbors, or how you want to call it, that we would be able to bring LNG to Slovakia. So I really believe we need to diversify our energy sources, but it cannot be a knee-jerk reaction. It cannot happen that, okay, today I will come up with regulation or with an idea and you have to implement it within 6 months, because that's not going to happen in energy sector. So I really believe we would be able to find a solution first, to do a very good feasibility study, calculate the costs, calculate how it will impact our companies and our economy, and based on that we can do the changes. Of course, it's not we don't have enough time, or it's not going to happen that easily, but I would really like to see the more thought out activities. You mentioned gas. I will say I will use the example of this nuclear fuel, that Slovakia has 70% of its nuclear from its energy supply from nuclear power plants, and we try to diversify. We even worked with American company that would offer us the nuclear fuel. It's not working yet. If it would be working, it would need again 3 years for certification. So the idea is that we need to have different suppliers. It just cannot happen in a very short period of time, and that's what I really believe also the people in Brussels will realize.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Smiach, when we're looking at the security, so far we discussed a lot about the digital security. If we're looking more at the physical security of interconnections, particularly now active sabotage in the Baltic Sea, what do you think are suitable frameworks to protect such interconnections between countries?
Well, my answer would be quite short. Just don't rely on the external infrastructure and build your own. That would be the easiest solution. Depending on whatever supplier it is, it's dangerous. If we rely on one supplier, no matter whether it is China, whether it is maybe a bit controversial, US, if we rely on one supplier, it will cause some troubles in the future. So what we should do in the European Union, and I believe it should be rather overall goal, overall aim for all of us, for all of the countries in the EU, but also our partners, Western Balkans, Central Asia, Caucasus, East Asia. We should build our own European infrastructure. We should develop our own technologies. We should actually protect our own national markets. And then, if we do not have certain components, reach out to external actors. And that would be the solution. I don't see any other solution at this moment.
But just a follow-up question on that. Are you suggesting that within Europe there should be less integration and less flow and trade of energy?
No, within the EU there should be more, of course. The more connections, the better.
So how would
if I have, as a Poland, let's say, hypothetically, If I can already assure the energy to my citizens that would be affordable and it would be reliable, then I should help my neighbors. And that's actually what is happening because of the interconnectors that we are building with our neighbors. And if we cannot do it within the format of the European Union, there is regional cooperation. Why not to work within, for example, 3Cities initiative? It is actually about building infrastructure within the part of Europe that had a bit different historical experiences. That, for example, the Western Europe, most of the connections in the past were being built from west to east, but nothing was built from north to south, and that's what we should support within our region. So yes, absolutely, more connections, more infrastructure, to be more reliable partners within the EU, and then to be exactly on the same level if we're making business with our external partners. We are equal. We cannot go to the negotiation table from the worst position. So yes, we should invest in our European market.
Thank you. Mrs. Tucci, you are on the board of the Green Climate Fund. You're heavily involved in the Global Environmental Facility. If we're now looking at the Global South and developing countries where you help to shape the framework, how can we support critical infrastructure protection in developing countries? And what is the role that finance institutions, particularly development banks, can play to set the right standards?
Oh, thank you. So let me share something personal. I have been part of the government of Albania for 5 years, 7 years almost, coming from academia, and I am again in academia now. And so what I have seen within the government, and not only for our government, if you don't want to do a job, you have to create an interministerial group for doing this job. And you will have, for sure, not work done. So what countries need? Yes, we need to work, as you said, and you don't need probably as private sector the governments, but the governments, they need legislations, and the governments within their standards in the energy law, they must prepare mandatory cybersecurity and AI readiness standards immediately. We are, with our laws now, we are just regulating our voltage levels, but nobody is caring about regulating our digital protections, which is a must. Secondly, cross-border collaboration. It's a must. In Albania, we are only 3 million people. But in Balkans, we are 70 million. So if we will be all together working on this, we will work better, for sure. Let's think this as a weather forecast for hybrid risk. It will be good. Secondly, and thirdly, so it's about technical and industrial human capital. And that I am not talking about codification. I am talking about green workers. In my country, we don't have green workers. We have less and less green workers. I don't know if you're in your countries, but as I am seeing in European countries, we don't have just smart workers. We need to be skilled, certified, and resilient also. The fourth, it's the collaboration between, and it's very important, for the triple helix collaboration. And I'm talking here about governments, not only central, but even local governments. I'm talking about universities, academians, and private sector. Without this collaboration, nothing can be done. And the last one, it's the finance, and the most important, I think, it's the finance. And I'm sharing here my experience from the Green Climate Fund, which is the biggest fund, multilateral funds for small countries like mine, but even for small islands, but even for developing countries. So, two big problems. The first one, bureaucracy. Even EU has bureaucracies, but green climate funds, big bureaucracies. The last project that we had from the green climate funds, we needed 7 years for the approval of one project. In 7 years, we have to change our projects because it's not relevant anymore. The second one is delivery partners, and I'm talking about local expertise. We can't buy always German, US expertise for our realities. We need our own delivery partners, our own local partners to be accredited for this management, for the management of these funds. And almost we need our own banks, secondary level banks. Without this and only EBRD, we can't do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. His Excellency Al-Nuaimi, may I ask you to wrap this panel up, and afterwards we have some questions from the audience, hopefully, on solutions. You mentioned that there is a massive problem these days, that the conversation has shifted, that climate change is there's not enough focus on it anymore. You also mentioned that you feel that some technologies which are suggested to tackle climate change would bring with them follow-up problems. What are then the solutions you're looking at?
It's great, thank you very much. I think what I have heard from the panelists is really very promising. But we still think in directions. We think in global north to support global south, and we still have that issue pending within each globe. So I think solutions could actually be, the way I think about it, solutions could actually be looking into 3 different thoughts. One is establishing a global platform that shows all the data. Today, whatever has been done in Hungary is unknown probably to their neighbor. The emission of this country is unknown to their neighbor. So if we have a platform that shows all the activities, everything that we do on Earth, and what is it that cost the environment? What is the cost of that emission to our Earth? That is a good solution where everybody knows who does what and how we fight it. The second is getting back, I think you've discussed something nice. I think we really need to get the whole issue of climate change and energy solutions and the future renewable solutions back into research institutions and universities. We have actually taken it off the places where solutions are built on fundamentals. Today, solutions are not built on fundamentals. Basically, they are built either in innovations or in decision making. The third is having a localhood where institutions that combined all the possible solutions, innovations that we can do. And I'm very pleased to see this in my country. United Arab Emirates is having Masdar in one end that does all the green projects support, whether in town, in the country, or outside the country, and also having arena on the next door. So that is something that could be thought of as a future solution, particularly when we think that this specific country has almost all the universities of the world that are operating, researching, and actually cooperating and working together. So the solution could actually be within this format, summarizing global platform, looking into institutions to do some research, and having a hub that could actually be fair to everybody.
Thank you so much. There is still room for 2 questions from the audience. I would ask you to only state your name and institution, and please don't make a statement, just a question.
Wahid Kamalian from Amali Legacy. My question is to His Excellency. The UAE is indeed in the forefront of innovation. We are seeing that already with N5 backed by the government of Dubai. We are seeing that through accelerators through Masdar, through IRENA, Mohammed bin Rashid Innovation Fund, and a number of other initiatives. What do you believe is the role of technology, especially from a UAE perspective, to support the green development transition? Thank you.
Thank you. I take one more question, and please be very brief with the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Christopher Alcouri from Italy. My question is mainly for the European present here, mainly EU. We know that the green transition and green energy is essential. It's evident now that it's essential for economic diversification and strategic autonomy. But as you mentioned in this panel, and it's very interesting to hear, this creates new dependencies on critical raw materials. Now my question is, we are seeing the big powers like Russia, China, the US, and other regional powers already having a pragmatic posture in this and investing in geopolitical projects of extraction and mining. Is Europe ready to become pragmatic on a geopolitical level and step up besides its critical raw material act that looks more in a circular economy perspective, or it's not ready to do so? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give the answer first to His Excellency.
I think, thank you very much for these questions, because I believe that we do have an existing technologies, but unfortunately, we don't use them globally. Today, we are using artificial intelligence into anything but solutions for future renewables or so forth. We are not clubbing artificial intelligence with quantum physics, because quantum computing and physics are a technology that exists, but nobody is really putting it together with artificial intelligence. Also, the third technology is the nanotechnology. We do have spent so much on nanotechnology globally, but we are not clubbing this nanotechnology to come mimicking some new renewable, new minerals, new elements that would actually replace the depleting renewables that we are seeking for, whether it is lithium or anything else for the solar panel, or even rare mineral materials that is in China.
Thank you. Mr. Schuvenitz, can I ask you to answer on the question on critical raw material supply chains and the balance between European philosophy and pragmatism?
Yeah, this is a very difficult question. I'm afraid EU will not be very pragmatic, because EU has its ideological, how we call it? EU is trying to be the front runner on some different on some of these topics. I think the bottom line, we are having troubles with the definitions. What is actually green technology? Are we talking about non-carbon technology? Are we talking about technology that is absolutely extracting from the oil and gas, or are we speaking about, for example, electromobility? Is it green technology? Yes, it is. But if you take into consideration the whole life cycle of the batteries, I'm not really sure that it's helping our climate eventually. So, taking into consideration all these aspects, I believe that EU will not be very pragmatic, especially considering working with the countries where these materials are mined or should be mined. But also, I see one more problem. Even if it would be possible to find the supply of these raw materials in EU, just to get the process that would allow you to have the mining and to get the permits to extract this from the earth, it would take many, many years. What I'm afraid of, this train already left. We are having troubles that most of the known supply is already, I would say, booked by some other countries, by some other companies that are non-EU countries. And that's something that we really have to think about, that how much are we willing to invest into our well-being and how much we are investing into our ideological approach.
May I? Sorry, may I? Because I'm not Europe and I'm not in politics anymore, I can be politically practical and not politically or diplomatically correct. So Europe is saying nothing about this. Have you heard a single minister of energy saying something about the European dependence on the Russian gas? Nothing, zero. We haven't heard a zero word about this. But Europe is forgetting that energy is not about light, it's about defense. And when we are talking about green, nothing is just green. It's green and guarded. And if we want to be guarded, we have to work green. Thank you.
And if I may just answer your question, whether Europe is ready. Well, I think Europe as a whole is not ready. Separate nations are ready, and I actually believe that your country could be ready, and I believe there are several other members of the European Union who could be ready. But what we need, I believe we need a new leadership that would have a common vision for the whole organization, because at this moment we do not have it. And if we will float into this direction, it would be like jumping into a pool but without water. And that's where we are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me wrap up this panel, unless Mr. Yerevan, you want to mention something on critical raw materials as well.
Actually, from business perspective, is totally different than governments or politicals are thinking. As much, I can say just only thing, we have to be more focused on country level to our businesses to have more attractive and also have not only we have a green energy, not only for only saying that we are going green to fix the issue with our climate change. And as a person, if every person wants to leave this country or world better than he came, I think all we can change together. This is the only issue. If any person wants to leave this country better of you as a nation, as a world, then he came, I think we can do that. If some people want to live good life only in their life period, like 80, 90, or whatever they will live, we will not change anything. This is, I think, the key point of all of the people, nations who lives in this earth.
Thank you so much. Let's make sure we use this year until the next Yerevan Dialogues for some good homework we got now from the panel. Thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Good evening, everyone. We are happy and thank you for being here today. We're excited to have a great panel discussion on the role of trade and transport connectivity in prompting regional cooperation. It is an honor for me to present our moderator, Madam Nada Al-Hajri, the President of Yemen Information Center, who will guide our discussion today. So, Madam Nada, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia and the ORF team, as well as their partners, for hosting us today. And welcome to this timely discussion on the role of trade and transport connectivity in promoting regional cooperation. In today's interconnected yet deeply fragmented world, cross-border trade and the infrastructure that supports it have become central not only to economic growth, but also to diplomacy, development, and peace. For decades, international trade has been a vehicle for lifting countries out of poverty, linking producers and consumers across borders, and building trust between nations. Efficient transport networks, harmonized customs processes, and inclusive trade policies form the backbone of this system. And when well designed, these systems can empower smaller and developing economies like Yemen to participate more fairly in global markets. But we are at a crossroads. The world is witnessing a troubling erosion of faith in international institutions and multilateral frameworks, institutions that have historically helped to level the playing field for less developed countries, particularly in sectors like trade. Their ability to mediate, support, and regulate trade cooperation is being questioned just when we need them most. Diplomacy in this context has a renewed role, not only in negotiating trade agreements, but in building the confidence and trust required to support regional and global connectivity. Strategic infrastructure, trade corridors, and regional cooperation frameworks are not merely technical projects. They are diplomatic tools that can foster peace, promote resilience, and drive sustainable development. We will discuss these themes during the session with our esteemed panelists today, and I will start with His Excellency Mr. Vahan Kostanyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Armenia. It's been valuable to learn from the various sessions of the dialogue today, and particularly impressive for me has been to hear about Armenia's commitment to peace, echoed throughout the comments from your ministers this morning, especially given that Armenia faces unique geographical and geopolitical challenges. How has Armenia navigated these challenges to improve trade and transport connectivity?
Thank you very much. And before answering to your question, let me comment the energy and resilience of those who stayed for 6 p.m. session. But coming to the question, as you rightly mentioned, the geographical and geopolitical challenges are huge that we are facing, but in the same time, the question is what we are doing with these challenges, whether we are sitting down and just complaining that we have geographical challenges, that we are a landlocked mountainous country with no access to sea, or we are trying to get solutions. And to transfer the challenges into the opportunities. Of course, when you're looking to a broader map from Europe to China, you might see that one of the few bottlenecks on the logistical chain is the South Caucasus and also Armenia, because of a too close border with two of our neighbors, Azerbaijan and Turkey. But in the same way, this is also an opportunity for us to reach the opening of the communications and to develop the interconnectivity and interdependence. Our strategic belief and the vision of opening of the communications was presented today in the morning during Prime Minister Pashinyan. And we do believe that with the opening of communications, we will be able to create additional interdependencies in the region, which will promote stability and peace. And sometimes, and especially nowadays, there are too many political issues around the world, probably solutions, and when political solutions are not working, probably economic component should be highlighted, and the struggle of finding economic benefits can bring to political solutions and stronger peace efforts as well. I will stop here probably.
Thank you. And picking up the thread of promoting stability and peace, allow me to move to Dr. Yair Hirschfeld, Senior Lecturer, Middle East History at the University of Haifa, Israel, and advisor to Israeli-Palestinian Jordanian Peace Organization, ECHO Peace Middle East. Dr. Hirschfeld, based on your 50 years of experience advising on the peace process, what are your thoughts on the humanitarian and trade corridor? And in your view, what are some of the security and political consequences?
In the front, there you go.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much, Armenia, for this wonderful meeting. And many thanks also to Resina Dialogue, which this is a follow-up. And the Resina Dialogue created a lot of initiatives that followed up, and I may relate to one or two of them. If you want to understand the political and strategic meaning of the connectivity in Gaza and the West Bank and Israel and Jordan, you have to understand that for Gaza, the future of Gaza, there are three different everybody wants humanitarian help. We do too little, but that's another issue. But there are three strategic concepts. Two are disaster, and one is the one we all want, I assume. The first one is a disaster if Israel will stay in Gaza for always and ever, and will try to control Gaza, and I don't know whatever. And people will leave. I assume you will agree with me, this is terrible. The second one is the more likely one, and European policy may lead to it. And I heard some things in the former session that may actually lead the way to Gaza, where Hamas remains an important actor. And if Hamas remains an important actor, this is the major, this will make it impossible to reach a two-state solution. It will make it impossible to take a clear path towards a two-state solution. Now, the path to a two-state solution has to go along with Israeli needs, with Palestinian needs, and the needs of the international community. And what I would like to argue today, and it will need more detail about it, that EcoPeace has prepared a study that was written by a former Palestinian Transport Minister, Ali Shad, a former Palestinian head of the customs, and an Israeli economic. It's called the Humanitarian and Trade Corridor, the Humanitarian Trade Corridor to Gaza, based on the trilateral Israeli-Palestinian Jordanian triangle. And the basic study says some things that are quite simple but very decisive. It says that if we want to rebuild Gaza, you need to get humanitarian aid of per day, not what we have today, but you need 6,000 trucks going into Gaza daily. And we worked out its details, and the details make it very clear that Israel has to open up 11 border crossings, some from Jordan to Palestine, from Jordan to Israel, from Israel to Gaza, from Egypt. There are 11 entries that have to be opened up. And the idea that you can that by Israel bashing and not taking care of Israeli security needs is absurd. And therefore, if we move this, well, if you get 6,000 trucks to get into Gaza, It means that you get economic development all over, and you can only do it in a regional context. In order to do it, you need the small amount, a little bit more than I've got in my pocket, of $120 billion. Now, there's no government that is going to give $120 billion, but if you look at the foreign trade export of the United Arab Emirates, they have $600 billion foreign trade that they actually entertain. For the $600 billion to give $10 billion to Palestine that are needed in order to go ahead. You don't want to say it's peanuts, but it is something that makes sense within a regional economic structure. And the same is true for Saudi Arabia. You need the investment, the reconstruction of Gaza, the rebuilding of the West Bank economically. The path to a Palestinian state can only be in a wider regional context, because only in the wider regional context with trade connectivity this is actually doable. And in order to do this, the organization to which I'm giving advice has worked much. We started actually 2020 on IMEC, on what became the Indo-Middle East European Corridor. In the meantime, I'll give you a short description of achievements that have been made. There are three people. There's the Israeli Gideon Bomberg, there's a wonderful Palestinian lady, Nada Majdalani, and the Jordanian lady, Yonna Abu Talib. And they were together, they were for 2 months, they were going from one place to the other. They started in Canada, and in Canada is opening in several weeks. They will have a meeting of the G7 and open the Secretariat of IMEC. Then they went to the United States, had a meeting in the White House, had a meeting in the Congress, had a meeting in the Department of State, worked about the humanitarian corridor, got Trump's position of it, which I'll jump to it. The next stage was Italy. In Italy, they met Madame Meloni and her supporter and her chief advisor. They met the people of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And while Trump wants it without the Jordanian-Palestinian Israeli corridor, Madame Meloni wants it. And Madame Meloni actually went to the United States and discussed it with Trump, and she has the confidence of Trump. And he said, if you do it, I'll be fine with it, and we can go along. So you have IMEC. IMEC is basically the structure that needs to support it. Now, we believe, and for my French Minister of Foreign Affairs, this may be a tough message, but you should be aware of it. The IMEC as rebuilding Gaza, as building a structure, a security structure, political structure, is only possible if it is led by the triumvirate, President Trump, Madame Meloni, and von der Leyen. And I must say, I'll come to it, von der Leyen has done wonderful work. She does wonderful things, and she promotes it and will...
Thank you, Dr. Hirschfeld.
Wait, I'm finished?
Thank you. We'll come back to you. We'll come
Can
back.
I have
Sure.
2 more minutes?
1 more minute, please.
What we need is a secretariat, two more minutes. We need a secretariat. We need a secretariat of IMEC that will be will lead the governments of Gaza, where Israel and the United States will be in charge of security issues. The Palestinian, the PA will be in charge. The PA will be in charge of social welfare, of health, of many other issues, and they have a very good government on these issues. The economic issues will have to be led by the Gulf states, and you need some kind of structure to organize it. We have to talk to the Europeans and to others how to develop this. We are still in the beginning, but by listening to the others, we'll find a way how to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to move to Dr. Joseph Karl Pelikan, Director of the Division of Regional Bureaus and Field Coordination at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Can you provide examples from UNIDO's experience of successful technical assistance or regional cooperation projects that have strengthened trade competitiveness?
Thank you, Nada. Thank you for being here on this distinguished panel. Well, UNIDO is the technical organization amongst UN family. Our mandate is based on SDG 9, Sustainable Development Goal 9, advocates for inclusive industry, future-oriented innovation and resilient infrastructure. And as mentioned by Mr. Kostanyan beforehand, I think challenges need to be followed by solutions. That's our starting point. We have 173 member states. We have 49 offices worldwide. One here in Yerevan. The office is led by Mr. Shiar Edelian, who sits here amongst the audience. And our motto is progress by innovation. And against this backdrop, we have many different projects here in the region. But just let me use one example. We have been supporting Armenia in revitalizing its garment industry by enhancing the human and technical capacities of manufacturers, improving the skills of local experts, and strengthening the country's technical support institutions. And over a 6-year period, the garment industry's turnover increased by 290%, exports by 328%, employment at beneficiary enterprises by 153%, and local sales by 270%. This is just one example how UNIDO implements hands-on projects to improve resilience in the economic sector, and of course to improve sustainable supply chains. UNIDO also established a light industry training service center, which is called Space 59, which enables local MSMEs to attract skilled professionals, incorporate innovative upgrading methodologies, and access high-quality technical services. And you can see that our initiatives are all designed to be relevant and scalable while strengthening Armenia's market access and innovation ecosystem. So there is also a programmatic frame to this work. We have a country program with Armenia, which has several elements, but roughly, and to save some time, it's concentrating on the green economy, on people and businesses. We work with SMEs, and we work with different sectors of the economy. And when trade connectivity is supported through tailored measures, it can also drive regional value chain development, trade diversification, and industrial upgrading, and inclusive economic growth across all borders. And in this respect, our projects, and I could continue because we have several more projects on stock, contribute to improving the economic situation and to face the challenges which were mentioned beforehand.
Thank you. I'll move now to Dr. Andreas Theophanos, President of the Center for European and International Affairs in Cyprus.
Thank you very much.
What was your experience in relation to economic cooperation with the European Union?
Well, there are many experiences I would like to share, but first of all, I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia for this invitation to be here in this very important event to listen to expectations, analysis, and also share my perspectives. In relation with the European Union, well, Cyprus embarked on an accession process in the early 90s. Under difficult circumstances, the economics of the country was fine, but almost 40% has been occupied since 1974 by Turkey. Cyprus was successful in becoming a member of the European Union in the enlargement of 2004. And at the same time, because the reunification of the island was not achieved, the European Union wanted to promote, to encourage relations between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. That was done through various projects, including promoting Green Line trade. Now, since 2004, what has happened, it did not support the hypothesis of the Turkish side that the two communities couldn't live together. There has been intermingling, all that. There have been economic connections, economic relationships under difficult circumstances, and I'm talking about the occupation dimension. But one of the lessons is that although economics and trade and cooperation and projects are important, it's not enough to get you what you want. For example, in this case, to get you a peaceful solution of the Cyprus problem, because the key is in Ankara. Now, what has been our experience with the European Union in that? Although Cypriots feel very satisfied with the fact that we became a member in 2004, especially taking into consideration our circumstances and the area in which Cyprus is located, at the same time, there has been constructive criticism of Cyprus towards the European Union, meaning that we expected, we had higher expectations from the Union. We understand the limits of the European Union, but one thing that it's difficult to accept, it's double standards. What do I mean by that? European Union has reacted strongly when Russia invaded Ukraine. And there were sanctions, and correctly so, supporting a policy involving the implementation of international law. What has happened in the case of Cyprus? Whenever Cypriots are complaining about the Turkish occupation, they are criticized. And in addition to that, although there have been no sanctions for Turkey for its crime in Cyprus, I mean, there are many millions flowing to Turkey, various projects, corporations, and all that, without conditions. And we had here today, and we read also in the international press, that Turkey aspires to become a major part of the European security structure. Well, although for many Europeans, Russia is a major threat, for countries in the southeastern Mediterranean, I'm talking about Cyprus and Greece and others, the security threat is Turkey. And I think this is something which must be taken into consideration. And if major powers and institutions would enhance their activities and also have credibility, they must be consistent. You cannot have double standards. And this is something which is important. Perhaps we Cypriots must make sure that we project these realities beyond our countries so that they are known and that they are discussed. On many occasions in my capacity as president of the Cyprus Center for European International Affairs, I would be asked to write a report about this issue, for example, economic conditions, the right of Euroscepticism in various parts of Europe. And also recently I was really surprised when I received a letter invitation to write something about the security challenges of Europe. And I got also a 10 pages appendix. No single word about Cyprus, no single word about what Turkey has been doing in the island and the threats towards Greece as well. So this is something which we should keep in mind and that it should be addressed. It cannot be dismissed.
Thank you, Andreas. I will move now to Dr. Kaush Arha, President of the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Forum, USA. Dr. Arha, how does the Indo-Pacific experience highlight the strategic value of connectivity for regional stability and economic integration?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, good evening to all fellows. It's a Memorial Day, so it's a good day, a sober day. But I want to start before commending the outstanding arrangement by the Yerevan Group, ORF, and the MFA here. And thanks to you, Nada, for stepping in to moderate this panel. And I think you were just told a few hours ago that that's what you ought to be doing. And thanks in particular to all the lovely young ladies who are helping us, lost souls, to work through this big hotel. It's an important topic. I think how you what happens in Indo-Pacific and how does that relate to Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe, economic corridor. It's, to some degree, is a story in Indo-Pacific, largely one of naval maritime connectivity. So I'll mention a little bit, but I think then pivot more to the land-based issues which are here. You can see in the Indo-Pacific, you hear a lot today, that more than half of the world's population, more than half of the world's GDP, and the fastest growing economies of the world are in Indo-Pacific. Keeping them free and open, as articulated by Prime Minister Abe, is the critical part in making sure that these economies are not only optimizing their own prosperity and security, but also become an engine for the rest of the world as they are. So the notion of free and open Indo-Pacific also expands now, after the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second, to connecting the free and open spaces of the world, because that what works in Indo-Pacific is good for something else as well. And the most heartening development to that end is the connection between free and open Indo-Pacific and already a much freer Mediterranean and Atlantic, which is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor that my good friend from Israel mentioned it. So I think the biggest transformative connectivity initiative going forward is the Indo-Mediterranean sort of gravitation of economic forces, largely driven by India's growth as the largest, fastest growing economy, driven by Middle East need to be diversifying from its economy, and I think here, and Europe's need to diversify from China. I think that's be the biggest issue that'll drive this, and it'll have remarkably positive impacts. I was very heartened. It's the best thing I've heard. I've talked about it hypothetically, that how this will be the big thing for Gaza and West Bank and Palestinian and Jordan, Israel stuff. So it's very good to hear from you that you guys are already working on it and making that happen. How it relates to here, I think, in Armenia, and I got to give a big push on not only the foreign minister here, but this pamphlet that they keep giving me every time I come here, the Crossroads of Peace. I think it's a brilliant idea, both, I think, in a rhetorical sense, in a geopolitical sense, and it's important that Armenia now shows in equal measure extraordinary courage and extraordinary vision, and it's helpful that that comes out of necessity more than choice. You've got to do this. And in so doing, you have very high and tough headwinds, which are both economic and political. It's not the easiest part to make strong economic arguments for the infrastructure that is needed to do this connectivity. They were the best thing going when land trade was the big deal. Now you got maritime as a very strong competitor, and you got other things happening in the Indo-Mediterranean side and the northern end of it. But this so-called middle corridor, or Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe economic corridor, I think this has a tremendous benefit to retrain and transform the region. There are strong headwinds from what happens in Ukraine and Russia, strong headwinds in how the neighbors to your east and your west deal with you, but the future is good and needs to work on it. One few quick things that I'll mention and hopefully we can take in Q&A. When one comes to these discussions and talk about trade and connectivity, which is the driest, is like watching paint dry, it's a really dry subject. And then you start talking about one corridor, another corridor, and three corridors. By the time you lose the audience because they're lost in all the darn corridors, which some may go somewhere and say some may not. So it's really important to see where the economic heft and economic engine which makes these corridors somewhat more real than being talked about in among diplomatic or think tank events like this. That's a really important part, because otherwise we've been talking about corridors for 20 years. They haven't gone that far. And you talked a little bit about in your opening comments, Ms. Moderator, that, we're at the end of the world and somehow the multilateralism is done. Like everything in life, there's time for things and that things need to move and change. The multilateralism had some really good stuff. it didn't really do that fantastic about corridors. China was able to use it much better for its use than the rest of us to help Africa, help Central Asia, also help the Americas. So there's a new opportunity, as was mentioned by the foreign minister here, that when you look at these situations, there's tremendous opportunity for nimble and entrepreneurial folks to do well. And I think Armenia is a good example of doing so, and I hope we get into the details of that a little more in Q&A. But thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Arha. Allow me to go back to His Excellency Kostanyan. How does Armenia balance national interests with the goals of broader regional trade and transport integration?
Thank you for the question. In my belief, the confrontation which you put is in a way artificial, because it is our national interest to open the communications, but also we do understand that today there are, as it was mentioned, there are a lot of corridors or projects of the corridors which are competing to each other. So we do understand that we should have advantages which will economically and logistically create additional benefits for the possible passage through the territory of Armenia. And with this understanding, we announce that we are ready to do some simplifications of the procedures when it comes to not only west-east but also north-south passage. And even if I come back to politics, sometimes some bigger regulations in wider picture can unlock the bilateral questions that two states may have with regard to opening of communications on of a border. If I try to bring a couple of examples, what can work in our region. Now the European Union is working on a new strategy on Black Sea, and basically also a wider strategy how to connect Europe with Central Asia and with China, with having unified customs regime, for example, for customs control. Is this something that we are interested in as Armenia? We are. Another example that I can bring on the regulations regarding to the roads, UN Economic Commission on Europe. It has different conventions which are facilitating the passage. And currently Armenia already started the inventorization of the conventions which can ease the opening of the communications and address some of the possible questions which might arise in the future, and will be ratifying these conventions step by step. But if you allow me also to elaborate on what we heard during the first round, so if I remember it correct, the title of this panel was more related to transport and economy and trade. But to me, I had a feeling that 80% of the time spent for the first round of the questions was about politics. And was about the context, was about the justifications, why this didn't happen, the other thing didn't happen. But now the world is very fast and very quick. And in fact, even now when Armenia is complaining of having closed borders, there are some Armenian business people and logistical companies who are doing like land transfer from China to Armenia and to Europe. Maybe we as decision makers or people who are giving advices to decision makers should less concentrate on the context and more concentrate on the execution. So, put long story short, maybe business people are wise enough not to listen to us.
If I understand you correctly, that's a very, first of all, thank you for your reflection. And if I understand you correctly, you're saying it's time for action. Not just focusing on what the challenges are, what the context is, but what are you going to do about it?
Well, in fact, we are already out of track. But if we continue to speak about the excuses and context and justifications, it is not bringing anywhere.
Correct. Thank you for that. So allow me to move on now to Dr. Andreas Theophanos. Can I ask you, what are some of the lessons learned from Cyprus's experience working on bicommunal relations? And I will ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I think, you see, most Cypriots, after the invasion, they would say that the issue in Cyprus, it's one involving Cyprus and Turkey, the international dimension, which is fine, the most important, but at the same time, we could see that the issue, it has other dimensions, meaning the bicommunal, the Greco-Turkish, the European one, and so on. In the process, I came to the conclusion that you have, in order to get results accomplished, you have to move parallelly different aspects. So, the Republic of Cyprus was successful in trying to improve bicommunal relations, and it did to a great extent, but at the same time, one of the major conclusions is that that's not enough, in the sense that no major decision can be reached by the Turkish Cypriots without Turkey. The other aspect is, and that's where we Cypriot Greeks must do a lot of work, is to make sure that we convey the right narrative beyond Nicosia, and also required the necessary actions. For example, I see no reason at all why, while Turkey promised to undertake a minimum obligation in 2005 before accession negotiations, European Union and Turkey, to implement the Protocol of Ankara, meaning that it would extend customs union to Cyprus, and it didn't do that. And I think this is something that we should have been more forthcoming, and at the same time also, the European Union should have understood also the implications of keeping its own promises and so on. I think that in Cyprus, if we are successful in moving things forward, we can achieve much, in the sense that would help not only the population of Cyprus as a whole, but also the broader region, in the sense that I think a successful, peaceful coexistence in Cyprus could convey useful lessons in the broader area and beyond about the peaceful coexistence of Greek Cypriot Christians and Turkish Cypriot Muslims. And if there is no external interference, I think, and I'm talking about Turkey, and there is respect for the Republic of Cyprus, I think this can be achieved. And the European Union, because Cyprus is one of its members, it has to push in that direction accordingly. And to that extent, I think it did not exhaust possibilities, to put it very mildly and very politely.
Thank you. I'll move to Joseph. From UNIDO's perspective, what are the most critical industrial and infrastructure bottlenecks affecting regional trade connectivity?
Thank you very much, Nada. I think I would like to connect what I say now to what Kaush said. Connectivity seems to be dry. Admittedly, if we just talk about corridors, this might be the case, but of course, if we delve ourselves a bit deeper into the topic, and if we consider the preconditions of connectivity, I think we have to define the different layers of what it actually means and what could the bottlenecks be. And I think for us on a macro level, it's first the governments and international partners to foster modern human-centered industrial policies, investment strategies and cooperative frameworks. On the meso level, it's the broad spectrum of intermediary and business support institutions we have to work with to foster the application of modern technology, quality infrastructure and the compliance of it. And on a micro level, we have to assist micro, small and medium enterprises to help them to meet the modern market requirements and to adopt innovative tools for greater competitiveness and value addition. And I think that's the overall bottleneck we have to face in our work. The region of Europe and Central Asia holds in principle great trade potential. Many countries aspire to enhance market opportunities. However, the challenges I mentioned, we are meeting complex requirements, compliance standards, and often hinder the capacities of the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises to access regional and global markets and to expand their operations. And that's from UNIDO's perspective, the most important points and bottlenecks we have to overcome. That's basically where we work with our project partners, the private sector, the government, on a long-term basis to overcome these bottlenecks and to create bottlenecks into opportunities. As I mentioned, this region has great potential to accelerate industrial modernization by leveraging its existing industrial base, the very skilled workforce and the geographic proximity to major markets with strong technical foundations, an emerging ecosystem of startups, technology hubs, as well as a growing commitment to green and digital transition. This region is increasingly positioned to become a leader in smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, and innovation-driven industrial transformation. And against this backdrop, I think the opportunities will overcome the bottlenecks.
Thank you, Joseph. Dr. Hirschfeld, in regions marked by instability, how can trade and transport be insulated from political shocks to ensure continued cooperation? And if I can ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes so we can have time to move on to the last panelist, please.
I'll give you an answer I want to give you. I believe you need a long-term, long telegram concept, which was proposed from the United Kingdom, to go slowly, knowing that there will be disruptions. But the European Union has to promote a four-pillar strategy. And the four-pillar strategy needs in the north the connection by Armenia from Central Asia, and Madame von der Leyen has $12 billion committed to you for this, and this is the first pillar. The second pillar is IMEC, which we spoke about. The third pillar is Israeli-Palestinian activities, where also von der Leyen has given $1.5 billion to the Palestinian government, which I believe is a good thing to do. And the fourth pillar is in Middle Syria and Lebanon. Due to the former meeting in Resina Dialogue, but due to many other developments too, there's now serious talk of building some kind of long telegram peace-building activities between Israel and Lebanon, maybe quicker, and Israel and Syria. And it's in between, because Syria and Lebanon balances the difficulties from the north with the difficulties from the south and prevents the Turkish-Israeli confrontation and allows this to do. Now, I can answer happily the question of His Excellency Deputy Minister of Armenia, Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, on the practicalities. I don't know how much time do you give me, but I can give you the paper and don't need the time basically. But we have a lot of experience on this. It's basically you have the containers, you have known traders, you check the containers where they get from the supplier, you put ships in there, and you have control of the container from door to door along. And on the border crossings, there are scanners, there's a lot of technical photographs, all kinds of structures, which we've all have done. And you need something else. You need control and intelligence stations where there's a coordination of intelligence activities. Basically, it should be in our case in Jordan, but it could be here also, maybe in Kazakhstan and also in Armenia and other places where there's an intelligence going on. With the combination of these technical issues and the coordination of intelligence, you actually can do quite a lot to control the disaster.
Thank you, Dr. Hirschfeld. Dr. Arha, one final question for you. In your view, how can countries with divergent interests still come together to develop regional trade corridors and shared protocols? You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Well, the answer is relatively straightforward. I mean, there's people in those countries put economic interest above the political one. It happens all the time, and it usually happens in parallel tracks. Let's take the example of Afghanistan and Pakistan and India. I mean, there was a lot of stuff, but there's trade happening between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. Trade happens. Today, if you talk about IMEC, there's a good amount of trade going on from Basra to Iskenderun. That happens. The trade was happening before through Israel. So there are several opportunities where this can happen. The question is, how can you merge them, and how can you elevate it to a level that the economic drivers somehow either counterweigh the political disagreements that may have? And I think that's the key, and Armenia is a good example of it. I mean, I think at this juncture, you can see the most interesting trade happening here is north-south. I mean, it's Iran, Armenia, Georgia, Russia. I think the question then for Armenia to become a true crossroads, it needs to have a kind of an agreement that works out with Azerbaijan and Turkey to some degree, and that allows it to become a crossroads. We hear a lot about folks around here in Turkey. I mean, you can see the sort of this two tensions playing out in Turkey. Turkey is absolutely central, integral to any of these trade routes, everywhere from IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, to Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe Economic Corridor. But it has to balance its economic interest and all the things that are happening under the table with his political pronouncements, which are oftentimes contrary to his interest to playing an important role in this context. So these are tensions that happen. This is where our good foreign minister gets to earn his pay, to sort of do the nimble dance and make sure how you can, as he rightly said, let's forget the context, let's work on these things. And I want to mention on the context of stuff. From the American side and the Indian side, I mean, India, Pakistan does not stop IMEC to go forward. Neither does some degree Hamas and Israel. They are moving forward on this. The economic gravitational will take it further. And I think you got to kind of go with the economy, is have this discussion more on the economic basis rather than political and contextual one. Let me give you two sort of points on that. I was with my Japanese colleague yesterday in Bucharest. So I was on one side, and then Constanza. On the one side of the Black Sea, now we are here. It took us a long way to get here. And Japan just opened, the Japanese DFC, the Development Finance Institution, JBIC, just opened a shop, an office in Warsaw. That tells you the economic gravity of how Poland-driven 3Cs initiative is sort of taking to reality. You would want those sort of investment from Japan and South Korea happening in this region, and that will change it. In our first Trump administration, we try to do that with Georgia, with having a DFC office there and work it out. Things have changed, but Armenia is in a good place to lead the effort.
Thank you. I have one final question for Your Excellency. If you have advice for any other country, because I've honestly hearing remarks by yourself and the ministers this morning, and your commitment to peace has been very, very strong. What is one critical policy or investment priority that must be addressed by a country wanting to improve regional trade and transport connectivity?
Well, quite a difficult question, actually. I do believe that, of course, we are speaking about economy a lot, or we were speaking about politics a lot, and I was one who was complaining that we're not speaking about economy enough. But there is some truth that political decisions matter, and this is also a matter of political courage. If it's about one advice, that everyone should exercise the necessary political courage to enable economic growth and the economic prosperity.
Thank you. And that concludes our panel for today. Please join me in thanking our distinguished speakers.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Gentlemen, we're now commencing the panel discussion on the topic Information Integrity, Navigating the Challenges of the Digital Age. For the moderation of the panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Camille Grenier, Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy. Mr. Grenier, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Thank you for staying with us. I know it's already a long day, so we'll do our best to make it lively and interesting conversation. And for me, it will be an easy job because we have put together quite a wonderful panel for this discussion on an important discussion that is information integrity. I am Camille Grenier. I'm the Executive Director at the Forum on Information and Democracy, the implementing entity of an intergovernmental agreement that was endorsed by 55 countries around the world, including, of course, Armenia. And our job is to support governments that seek to implement democratic principles in the information and communication space. We do that through policy, research, and international coordination. Last year, in September, when we were gathered for the first edition of the Yerevan Dialogue, a lot of panelists discussed how 2024 was the election year, with all its challenges related to election integrity, disinformation, foreign interference, and so on. But for us, it was also the year of information integrity. Not that we had solved all the issues facing the information space, but a year throughout which we clearly defined and coined the principle and the notion of information integrity, notably through the UN Global Principles on Information Integrity, the Brazilian presidency of the G20, the Global Digital Compact endorsed by the UN, and we'll get back to that, the OECD recommendation on information integrity. It is, and I quote our good friend from Brazil, João Brandt, who is the Secretary of State for Digital Affairs, an umbrella concept that allows us to discuss issues ranging from press freedom and media sustainability to data privacy and internet governance. And at the core of the notion of information integrity, there lies this concept that we first planted in 2018, the right of every citizen to have access to reliable, independent, and pluralistic information. But I will not be the one telling you all the secrets about information integrity tonight. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists today, Dr. Alison Gilvold, founder of Research ICT Africa, Dr. Rupa Hook, member of the UK Parliament, Ms. Angela Hristrian, lead of Strategic Communication and Participatory Governance Reform within the Office of the Prime Minister of Armenia, and finally, Mr. Gyan Tripathi, lawyer, and as you can see behind us, rapporteur of the Observatory on Information and Democracy. Thank you so much for being with us today in Yerevan. We'll do a first round of discussion around some of the recent work and some of the challenges that you've been working on, and then a more global discussion on some of the opportunities and challenges that we are facing in the future. And Gyan, I would like to start with you. You recently worked with us on the first research cycle of our Observatory on Information and Democracy. We went through the first synthesis and research synthesis of the information ecosystems, and I would like you to run us through this work and also maybe the main conclusions that you had. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. Distinguished speakers, Excellency, and members of the audience. When we first set out to create an IPCC for information, we had to look beyond single platform phenomena and treat the news industry, AI systems, and data markets as one entangled information ecosystem. Here, we looked at systems of people, practices, values, and technologies configured in their social, cultural, political, and economic contexts, where power relations decided whose voice travels and whose does not. That structural lens provided us with three key findings. First was that asymmetrical power and not individual gullibility is the ecosystem's deepest fault line. Business models that rely on pervasive data extraction and behavioral targeting give a handful of firms the ability to set the technical rules of visibility. Those rules systematically reward emotionally charged or divisive content, hateful content, polarizing content, driving the viral spread of misinformation and disinformation, and eroding trust in the public. Legacy and local news outlets, already de-established by falling advertising revenues, are pushed into dependency bargains in this asymmetrical battle, with platform gatekeepers further concentrating their agenda-setting power. Second, mis and disinformation should be read both as symptom and also amplifier of wider democratic distress. The review shows that harms associated with mis and disinformation are symptoms of complex changes in society and important amplifiers of those changes. In other words, treating false content alone without tackling the incentive to generate this, to disseminate this, and to make it viral, that incentive structure that weaponizes it is equivalent to cleaning polluted water while leaving the chemical plant upstream untouched. Third, research and policy responses are still fragmented and heavily skewed. 2/3 of the over 1,500 sources that we examined were evaluated, they originated in the global north, showing a clear large gap of the research that comes out of the global south on these issues. That research bias mirrors the unequal distribution of technical infrastructure and moderation capacity, reinforcing a now widening AI divide. Pulling these threads together, I think the report's headline conclusion would be that safeguarding democracy today hinges on 5 inseparable agendas: human rights, contesting data monetization, exclusion and inequitable inclusion, governance, and transparency and accountability. The meta-analysis, therefore, does not prescribe a single silver bullet. Instead, we insist that any credible reform package must treat information integrity, market structure, human rights, and public interest capabilities as a single policy domain. Back to you, Camille.
Thing you so much. You still had 2 minutes, but maybe that will give us more time to get into more details on some of the issues. Indeed, one of the things that came out from this report is the interconnectivity between different challenges. Some of which we discussed notably last year during the G20 and the Brazilian presidency of the G20. Alison, you wrote one of the main reports on the issue feeding into the G20 presidency. And now your country, South Africa, is chairing the G20 this year. So I would like to have your reflection on where the successes last year with the Brazilian experience and what maybe are the challenges or the opportunities with the South African G20.
Thank you so much, Camille. If I can just take us a step back before I get to that, just to for us to reflect, and I doubt anybody in this room needs to be reminded how rapidly this terrain is developing, and also the increasing complexity of solutions that we're trying to find here. So many of you will have been involved in and will recall that some of the things that led to Brazil picking up information integrity as one of their priority areas for the G20 was the UNESCO work on the Internet of Trust, work that really was prompted out of COVID to deal with some of the issues around disinformation and planetary challenges for disinformation, of course together with climate change that had been an ongoing areas of disinformation and were very much picked up by the G20 presidency and continue to be by UNESCO. But I think what's really interesting is that, just a few years ago, this was essentially seen as an internet problem. It very rapidly, by the end of the report, the guidelines on, that emerged from the Internet of Trust meetings are actually called guidelines on the regulation of platform regulation. So very quickly it became evident that the challenges around disinformation were not just about the internet and this availability of this general purpose technology for misinformation and deception, but that it was actually the platforms and these asymmetrical power structures that existed in this now increasingly completely unregulated terrain. And I think, over the periods just leading up to these various G20s, there has been a lot of pressure, both within the US under the Biden administration, more than there'd been before, the Senate, more than there'd been before, and then certainly in the European Union with the various legislation that's come out there that put pressure on these big tech companies to take some responsibility. But I think the whole framework for that kind of regulation at that time was very much responsible and ethical, self-regulatory kind of regimes that these big tech companies seem to be under pressure to respond to. And I think, we had seen some sort of progress there, although there was lots of, I believe more money being spent on lobbying at various points than actually on some sort of, external research outside of their R&D in their businesses. So enormous amounts of money going to persuading governments to continue to let them self-regulate. And I think, that at least we were in that position of pressure, and I think that was in the context in which the G20 under Brazil also picked up these issues about how the, human rights, we could actually move towards kind of audits and transparency reports and these kinds of things that, that the big tech would be taking up. And, I think, within a very short period of time, within 6 months, this quite fragile regulatory framework that was at least putting pressure on big tech has been completely disassembled. And, we now, all those sort of very marginal, in my view, quite marginal undertakings around content regulation and those sorts of things, of course, have been rolled back. And, the big tech seems to be able to now operate with impunity. Even some very interesting technical work done in this area around, deep fakes and things has kind of just stopped. So just to quickly answer Camille's question, which was to say that, the digital economy this issue only comes up in the digital economy working group of the G20. And so it really needs to be framed in an economic context for it to be accommodated within the G20. But it's actually a very useful frame because, any good Marxist will tell you the material conditions of what is happening is what is influencing these outcomes. So I think the importance about the Digital Economy Working Group, Brazilian's ministerial statement, was that it gave attention to the integrity of information online and the trust in the digital economy, recognizing that free elections, or disinformation during elections can create political instability that affects economies and affects livelihoods and affects citizens. So I think the intersections of these things that we were talking about is completely recognized here. But I think what was important about the G20 meetings in Brazil was that they really begin to recognize the very dramatic impacts of the speed, of the scale, of the reach of these new technologies, and the ability to, really the virality of it, that you could very rapidly spread this disinformation, and that we seem to have very few mechanisms to be able to respond to those, that our traditional fact-checking and these kinds of things, even our media, traditional media, intermediated media checks on these things were kind of taking too long. And of course, this was happening in a context in which at least those media who had played this fourth estate role, globally across were already being undermined by these digital platforms and their expropriation of their content, but also already using that content in kind of for disinformation and other purposes, or using it to counter the intermediated information. But I think what was important is that they also began to recognize the importance of what other technical mechanisms there might be for authentication, for provenance mechanisms related to technical standards, that the companies still in this idea that they were willing to make those changes might be able to help users actually identify false information. The point being here that with these very rapidly changing technologies, the cost and the quality of deepfakes has become, greatly reduced, the cost and the quality of deepfakes greatly increased. And so I think the response is, what kind of technical responses could be that could at least say, this information comes from some here, or you can verify it there, so these authentication mechanisms and things. And so that's the issue that's really been taken up in the South African G20, within the Digital Economy Working Group. And of course, it does come up in a special AI task force that there is within the G20 as well. But there is going to be a workshop on generative AI and deepfakes, which is trying to deal with this issue that AI is many things now, that it's changing very fast, and different kinds of models and different types of AI, whether it's frontier models or generative AI or genic AI, require different technical regulatory responses. And so trying to nuance this debate will be an important part of objective of this workshop. And also just to say, sorry, just cut me off when we've got no time. Just 30 seconds. Okay, just because I didn't get tacked for time, sorry. But just to say, this is of course very important that this is also happening in the context of the Global Digital Compact and various other things that have really put some momentum on this, so that at the same time as you've got a clawing back and a pulling back by big tech and a seemingly impunity in what they're doing globally, but in the United States particularly, which has unraveled laws and protections. I think at a global governance level, there's a recognition of the need, the absolute imperatives of reliable information, of the damages of disinformation to human rights, to sustainable development goals, to quite sort of survival of our planet aspects to this, that that do provide us with the platforms for global collaboration that are going to be the only way that we can address these problems.
Thank you so much, Alison. As maybe you can see, there is already a lot of things that have happened in this field. And clearly we can definitely share some resources on the Internet for Trust guidelines, the Global Digital Compact and so on. But something that often comes up is that we need these global frameworks, as you rightly said, but we also need to constantly adapt and understand how a solution or a specific policy can be adapted to the national context, to different environments. And so I would like to turn to Angela on the Armenian experience in fighting disinformation, in fighting for information integrity, notably through the reform on strategic communication that was led by the country most recently. I would like you to tell us a little bit more about the experience on framing this reform and working on its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille, and dear participants, thank you for staying here. If you are here right now, it means that the topic is really important for you, so thank you for that. I will start with a very obvious statement. There is nothing new under the sun, and disinformation campaigns, spreading of misinformation is not very new. For medieval, now we are talking all the time that we are living in our bubbles. There are echo chambers in social media. For medieval man, an echo chamber was his village where he was living, and the information sphere that he had was the bubble for him. Now it seems that we have more opportunities to select our echo chambers, where we want to go, what ideas or what values we should believe. But whenever we choose some echo chamber, the problem is that because of algorithm bias, we are imprisoned in these echo chambers. And here is the most dangerous part of the development of digital technologies in communication. Now misinformation and disinformation has more opportunity to spread, and it spreads very quickly, very effectively, and our job also as governments is to react effectively, not allowing that it harms our national security. As a government, we realize that the hybrid war techniques, disinformation really risks our national sovereignty. It risks our democracy. And we also realize that the strategies we had before, it's like reacting to disinformation, debunking, they don't work anymore. So we talked about fact-checking and other techniques, but and there is no one universal pill to fight disinformation. But we realize that one of the most effective steps that we can do is the proactive communication. And strategic communication is not now the job only for press secretaries or communication officers. Now it is important for the whole government, and it requires whole society approach. And here we realize that we need to reform our system to make more resilient institutions. And we initiated the strategic communication reform with the agenda of creating enough capacity within government to communicate transparently, proactively, and we reform not only the system how we talk, we also reform the system how we listen. So it is not about communicating one way, it is also about participation. And we believe that creation of this ecosystem, during all our panels we were talking about ecosystems, and also information ecosystem is very important for us to for strong democracy. And this reform aims to serve these goals that the government has. As for the AI technologies, you know, usually I compare AI to knife. I think AI is a tool. Knife is a great tool in kitchen, however, it is an awful tool when in the hands of killer. So what we need to do as government, we need to master this tool effectively. I can bring one example. I forgot my business card today at home before coming to this event, and I asked to AI to create a business card for me, and AI helped me to create my business card just in 2 seconds. And this is perfect. This is a great tool for use, for good values, for democracies, and our challenge is to master AI and use it for proactive communication. This is what about the reform. I would like also to emphasize that misinformation is not something that is a challenge for only 1 or 2 or 10 countries. This is an international challenge, and we need to fight together, and we need systematic approach. This is not about some random cases of sharing experience or some random capacity building activities. It is about systematic approach, and we need to create systems, institutions to fight against this challenge.
Thank you so much for your feedback and for sharing the experience that you had in Armenia. Totally, and I think we'll align on the need for a systemic and almost holistic approach in addressing these challenges. Rupa Hook, you are a member of the Parliament in the UK. I would like to have also your perspective. You've seen the evolution of the information ecosystems and its challenges and how it has amplified sometimes crises, how it has brought new crises. I'd like to have your view as a legislator of, you know, what could be the role of legislations to address these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Camille. And Barev Zes, everyone. This is my 2nd time in Armenia. I have a very substantial Armenian community in my constituency in London. In fact, I have 2 Armenian community centres from 2 different factions, and they hate each other. So, you know, I must thank everyone for putting on this really magnificent conference, and thank you for everyone staying so long since 9 o'clock. Congratulations, or Shnor Havor, in fact. So, look, thank you, Camille, for the question. I've been an MP now for 10 years, and I think my conclusion, really, is that the digital landscape is changing much faster than any legislation can. So, you know, 10 years ago, it was all filing cabinets, whereas now, I mean, even 10 years ago, social media was Facebook and Twitter. Now Twitter is called X, and we have all these other things. So, and I've noticed my job as a legislator as well. Before, people would have to write a letter, find an envelope, find a stamp, go to the post box, post that to send in some online abuse. And I seem to have had over 10 years, kind of about 1 a year person is locked up for threatening and abusive things towards me, which has got a lot easier than an angry person with a keyboard can type away. So we have this online safety bill. Originally it was called the Online Harms Bill, and that has lasted 5 different prime ministers. It started in 2016 under Theresa May. It only just received royal assent in 2023, and only, I think it's come into force earlier this calendar year, 25. But I mean, it's some of the stuff that Alison was saying as well about how to regulate the unregulatable, that even to this day, we haven't had a big headline case of this legislation because the regulator is trying to thrash out how to properly execute this piece of legislation. So it's meant to apply to big tech. The idea is that these big companies should be accountable. And that came actually out of a grisly suicide, a young teenage girl in 2016, Molly Russell. On the coroner's report, it actually said social media made her do it. Now, I think in those days it was Reddit. And since then, we have so many more different sites. TikTok and all these other things didn't exist then. TikTok is actually banned from parliamentary devices because of the Chinese influence. So if you try and look at that from within Parliament, it stops you. And again, the phone has become all-encompassing. If you think of 10 years ago, in Parliament, they only accepted cash in the restaurants. If you were taking someone to eat, you had to have the physical money. Now, you know, our phones, our watches, actually this is an old watch, but I have a modern one at home. This is so I can see what my staff is doing in London. But anyway, our watches, our phones are substitute for all these things now. We have cryptocurrency. So, I mean, it's difficult. And where do you put the balance between freedom of speech and privacy? Because if you think of the history of human communication, usually that's private stuff. Me phoning you, me having a conversation with you one-to-one. Whereas this this Online Safety Act means that any big company should hand over its file. It's meant to be to protect children, to stop another Molly Russell case happening. But then since then, there's this program on Netflix, Adolescence, people are talking about. It's fiction, but it's been debated so many times in Parliament as another. And again, last August, was it month of August, we saw big riots in the north of England in the UK, all built around disinformation. You know, something like the Gaza war, which I'm pleased was discussed here in the penultimate, not the last session, the one before that. Because originally when I looked at the conference program, I didn't spot it, but it did. I mean, that's the most documented war ever, but it's not because journalists aren't really allowed in. In real time, we're seeing some real atrocities, starting with the atrocities of October the 7th. People have body cam filmed this. So I don't know, it's quite paradoxical. We're the most informed generation ever, but we don't know how to tame this beast of the big tech that does need regulation, does need reining in, but then how do you balance it with the freedom of speech? So this is a long and rambling answer. I don't know if it's at all related to your question.
I think you touch on three important things. First is, if we want information integrity, we need to have journalists on the ground who are actually producing reliable content. They need to have access, and this is why the discussion on press freedom is so important to that conversation on information integrity. The second one is we also need to connect this conversation with other related topics, such as the youth, the health, mental health issues. Brazil is doing a lot of work also with Armenia to connect this with climate change issues, for example, and we really need to make sure that people are aware that it has a direct impact on their daily lives. And the last one is around implementation. And we've seen how, we've had a lot of attempts over the years to regulate this space, but the devil is always in implementation. I think thank you so much. We already said a lot of things, and I see that time is actually running. So I'd like maybe to talk a little bit more about the future, maybe in 2 or 3 minutes, but Alison already touched a little bit about the G20 and South African presidency, but maybe briefly, if you had like 2 or 3 glimpses of hopes in this discussion, if you could share them with the group, and then we'll try to take at least 1 or 2 questions from the floor. Maybe in the same order, Gian, if you'd like to go first.
As you also discussed here and also in our report, I think there are several key challenges that we face today. Some of the prominent ones are concentration of data power and opaque business models of the infrastructure, of the data guzzling infrastructure that's controlled increasingly by capitalist powers. Then the AI-mediated content governance and that happens without any accountability. In our report also, we have suggested a range of ways that we can solve this problem. But some of the key suggestions are to enforce competition and interoperability rules that mandate interoperable transparency so that regulators and researchers can audit them independently. You don't need to go back to the company and seek for their data. Second is adopting a rights-based AI regulation that automatically factors risk assessments and explainability. The most critical one is to fund South-South research that support data access provisions either within the framework of the UN Global Digital Compact or other civil society forums. I think with all of these, we can put human rights at the center, design for transparency and contestability in our existing systems, and also rebalance incentives that are there for corporate machines.
Thank you so much. It is, I must say, quite a long report. So there is a lot. There are 350 pages in Gia, and thank you so much for being an instrumental contributor to this report. Alison.
Thanks, Camille. Because I've already said that I think global cooperation is the only way we're going to find our way out of this, I just want to speak a little bit about the importance of context, which you did speak about, but just to highlight how different this looks in an African context, which is already complicated because I'm talking about 50 different countries. But just to speak a little bit quickly about this, because I know we've got very little time, but just to say some of the assumptions about, how do we continue to bolster our intermediated conversations, our establishment media, our public broadcasters, and those sorts of things. Outside of South Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, there is almost no independent press anymore. And there is really only state radio. There's not even, other than the subscription services that are done, and the news on that is basically South African news or the international news. So there's really no mediated thing that you can actually use to counter some of the disinformation that's happening. And then in that context, just to explain where you've got large numbers of people who are not even online, and you think that might safeguard you from this kind of disinformation. The use of platforms such as WhatsApp, which are very difficult to see what's happening on them, unlike these other platforms, are used very extensively, where you can now do very effective audio fakes that are far more difficult to see than video fakes, although video fakes have got very good now. Very often you can pick up the video fakes, some things are wrong, but an audio fake is very difficult to do. So in very many of our elections that we've looked at across the continent, but you've got cases in South Africa, for example, I would refer to, is where the fake news is taken on a WhatsApp to a community, and then the president is alleged to have said something that is going to be very negative for him in the forthcoming election, or even to incite violence and those kinds of things. And people who have absolutely zero digital literacy are hearing this message. They're hearing the president's voice. It must be the president, those kinds of things. So understanding that this, in our context, also needs a kind of hybrid attention to this. We've seen some very successful examples. We've worked very closely with information regulators, particularly in South Africa, and independent electoral commissioners, in trying to see how we can develop things in South Africa with civil society, to set up hotlines, to set up things. And then just one last thing on that, because I think it's got that kind of local opportunity that you don't, this is only one of the few other things besides global governance that we can do. But the other thing I just wanted to speak about is the intensity and the complexity of this really challenges our existing institutions. So for example, we've had data scientists working real time on looking at these influences and how the virality is affecting outcomes and of course damages and things like that. But they've been kind of called in on terms of the basis of their own working in the last election, within the last sort of 6 months before the election. So our our independent electoral commissions, these bodies need to be restructured completely differently now. And these data scientists are saying, in order to keep up with the technology and begin to try and use these things that AI tracking and these kinds of things, fake tracking, you need these data scientists to be working on this 5 years in advance before they're ready for the next elections. And you know, with our limited budgets and all of these kinds of things, these are just enormous challenges for institutions. But our institutional adaptation, agility that we need to deal with this is just, you know, overwhelming in a context where you're already institutionally constrained.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alison. Angela, on opportunities and challenges for the future.
Thank you very much. I think that one of the biggest challenges is that in fighting the evil, we should not become the evil ourselves. I mean, while fighting disinformation, we should not forget about fundamental rights of citizens, right of freedom of expression, etc. So I think that this is a big challenge for all governments to ensure transparency, to ensure proactive communication, to ensure respect to all the rights of their citizens. And what are the opportunities? And again, I would like to elaborate more on challenges. I told that disinformation is not something new. However, for instance, media literacy, we started investing in media literacy only in the recent years. Only in recent years we introduced this discipline in schools. However, sometimes we forget that during the last century and 21st century, the way how people receive information are changed. I mean, previously it was mainly one-way communication from television, from radio. Now it is about dialogue, about opinions, about participation. And for instance, when my grandmother cites some misinformation from Facebook, by the way, she is very active in Facebook, and when I start arguing with her, she says, you know, it is written in Facebook. And here the key word is not the Facebook, the key word is written. So we need to realize that we deal with generation who thinks that if something is written, this is real. So while fighting disinformation, while fighting hybrid war challenges, we should understand that we deal with very different parts of society, with very different sentiments, education, and we need also to understand how to approach them. I think that one of the biggest opportunities is to create this ecosystem, to create the social cohesion, which actually is being targeted hardly by hybrid war actors. We know that polarization, distrust are one of the biggest challenges now. And I think that if we create this environment of cooperation, of participation, and this whole society approach, we can go on the direction that we can really win the situation.
Thank you so much, Angela. I think the party is starting next door, so but we still have 10 minutes to go. Rupa, I'd like to have your comments on, again, with your specific vision on the issue.
Sorry, yeah, I guess AI is the thing I didn't mention at all, and we've got legislation coming through about that. I'm lobbied a lot. I have a lot of creatives in my constituency. Sorry, when I said I have 2 Armenian community centres that hate each other, I was only joking. One is cultural, one is political, so they're slightly different in orientation. One is in Ealing, one is in Acton. I represent both towns, so there's a little rivalry between those two. So I was only joking. Anyhow, lots of the creatives are writing to me about their intellectual property. And Elton John has been on TV saying that the government are complete losers because they're harvesting people's data. So again, in 2015, people talked about fake news. Now it's deep fakes. And there was some concern that this most recent general election of 2024 would be affected by those. I think actually it was more the offline campaign being driven by online factors. So you mentioned WhatsApp, Alison. I think the way that memes and things like that can spread now. Actually, I noticed it in 2017, one of my earlier elections. My opponent, they found, had been in a porn film. And I have not only lots of Armenians, but I've got lots of everything, lots of Somalian, quite religiously conservative Muslims. And one of my campaign team, who was Somalian, said, I'll get that round all the Somali women they'll hate that. And it's spread within seconds. So again, I think technology is all about speed. Within seconds, something can go viral. And we know in COVID, this expression, because it was a virus, and especially when there was so much misinformation about the vaccination. I know as an ethnic minority legislator, we were asked by the then Conservative government to make videos encouraging ethnic minority people to have the vaccination, because traditionally there's hesitancy amongst communities who traditionally were used as guinea pigs, I think in earlier generations, to try out these things, road test them before they knew if they worked or not. So yeah, I think intellectual property will be big. Again, there's things I don't know, as an old lady like me, as a mother, maybe the dark web and all this algorithm, like how does the algorithmic thing work, that if you've looked at a few sites, then you're sucked into a vortex and you get shown more and more of those. And that's the point of this online safety bill, to stop kids being sucked into a black hole in that way. So, yeah, I mean, you said also that these things are transnational, these sites, so they need transnational legislation, really. So you can't be too much of a isolationist in this regard. I think the Digital Harms Act in the UK was meant to be the strongest ever, but as I say, it's been so long in the making. Since then, there's an EU version of it coming. In the US, they're doing it on a federal state-by-state basis. And then what else? Yeah, I've been put on a committee by the Speaker of the House of Commons to look at sort of physical violence threats. And I think that this is the online informs the offline. So at the last general election, traditionally we have a hustings meeting. We have a few of those. And that's a bit like this, a panel. All the different parties present their programme. The audience can ask questions. Those turned really nasty in 2024. And I think the sort of digital climate has emboldened people to do that, whereas before there was a bit of decorum and respect. But anyway, yeah, and then lastly, I think a lot of these big tech sites have service standards and user agreements, but they're not ever enforced. So the threat of having this legislation in the UK has made some of these people crack down. But yeah, I don't really know how the future is going to go, because 10 years ago, I would never predicted all this.
Thank you so much. The experience you mentioned made me think of the words of Mario Ressa, a journalist who founded Rappler in the Philippines and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021. She always says that lies laced with anger and hate travel faster than news, and this is clearly what we've seen over and over. I promised in the outline for this session to open the floor for one or a couple of questions. We still have a little bit of time for that, so if there are any questions, I'd like to pass on the mic. Otherwise, we will go to the front. There is one from our colleagues over there. I don't know, Anush, if we can have, oh, there we go.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Andrew Heffernan. I'm with the Information Integrity Lab at the University of Ottawa in Canada. A lot of what everyone has spoken to, and especially your comments just now, Camille, spoke to, I think, the disinformation economy that is out there. And I think so much of it comes down to the fact that disinformation is economic. There's a lot of economic incentives for actors to do so, and that's partly why it spreads so fast, because people click on it, and as a result, social media platforms benefit. And if we think of climate change disinformation specifically, fossil fuel companies and petrostates benefit from perpetuating climate disinformation so that we continue to burn fossil fuels. All of you, I think, have already begun to allude to this to some degree, but I'm wondering if you can add to it, or if you have any specific thoughts about how we can reverse those economic incentives so that it isn't the very interesting headlines that spread and that are incentivized economically to continue to spread, but that there is more economic incentive for accurate information and information integrity for our ecosystems out there.
It's the business model. Any thoughts from the panel? We'll still have 5 minutes, so we'll only take that question. Maybe a quick last round table. But Alison, if you want to start us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the kind of critical question. So I mean, I think there are a number of things that can be done, and I think it's like this because a number of things haven't been done. And that is, quite classical competition regulation and market dominance regulation that I think we're now beginning to see in the US, and I think that has very dramatic consequences. So the model, the advertising model, preferences the clicking of the thing, in order to get that you generate that, and there's a lot of evidence on the profits that go with fake news, and of course the company's reluctance to do that. So I think that all of that control that, for example, Google has had on the browser, in the advertising models, etc., that are systematically now being addressed in the US over these number of cases by the FTC, really have the potential, because it's on scale, if they are successfully implemented there. And it's been interesting to see under the current administration, that kind of stuff is still at the moment ticking on. I don't know for how long. But that this could have a very dramatic effect, because this goes to exactly to that business model that you were speaking about. And then I suppose the other one is then the alternatives. So using the open platforms, the platforms that are not being driven by those algorithms for blue skies instead of X and all of these other alternatives. But these have been very difficult to scale, to get people to move off those platforms, especially if they're on that for economic purposes, for advertising those. Then what's the purpose of going onto a much smaller platform, to try and attract those people? Yeah. But I really think that's sort of classical market regulation, competition regulation. If it had been done a long time before, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now. Even the mergers, Instagram and Meta and WhatsApp and stuff, if that had been done properly, we wouldn't have that problem now.
And of course, data governance is critical in that aspect. Gian, I don't know if you want to reflect a little bit on that question of the business model.
I think the short answer would be to, like I said, embrace open source softwares and open standards. So, like Alison also alluded to, that we are in this position because the classical legislations have not been enforced, and because there have been less incentives for open source communities to come together and build something. There have been also not a lot of oversight or encouragement from governments towards these communities to foster and innovate enough. So I think if we were to go the open source road, we would see that there is a collective sense within these communities that would challenge the big tech monopolies that we are seeing.
Thank you so much. Angela, Rupa, I don't know if you have some final remarks. We still have a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to answer the question. Actually, it is very important and very difficult question. And as a government, I think here again, our role is to create the relevant ecosystem when media outlets, social media outlets, they not become more profitable because of spreading fake news. One of the regulations that I think might be very useful is the real beneficiary regulation, and also self-regulation systems, because if some media outlet or social media companies, they gain their profit from advertising, people would like to advertise their goods, their services in a platform that has a good reputation. And if we have the real beneficiary regulations, I think that it gives opportunity for companies to show the good, to prove good reputation for themselves. And again, about the evils, we are just creating the ecosystem, and we really rely on our partners, business partners, civil society, to support us in creating of this self-regulatory framework. For closing remarks, thank you. I think it is very important that in all our panel discussions, our panelists, our guests, they raise the issue of disinformation, the importance of transparent and strategic communication. As a communication specialist, I'm really glad that now this topic is so high on the agenda. What we should do, we should take the moment, we should create coalition, we should synergize, and I think that if we work together again, we can fight all the, maybe not all the challenges, it is too optimistic, but we can deal with current challenges and manage them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angela. This is really what animates a lot of us in the field. Rupa, and then I have very short remarks to conclude.
Yeah, no, thank you. I guess carrot stick approach, that if there's suitable punitive sanctions that take place towards these big platforms, they will think again about spreading hate speech, disinformation, and all this. So I think this Online Safety Act has the power to levy big fines. We've seen it with some broadcasters in the UK. I think there's a channel, GB News, that unlike our public broadcasters that have to give equal time, certainly in an election, to the different political parties, that one was fined, I think, £100,000 for having a programme of Rishi Sunak being interviewed by an all-conservative audience of the so-called public. So they had, I think it's nearly bankrupted them. So, yeah, possibly, I don't know, people would always say lock them up, but I don't know, put Elon Musk behind bars if he's going to do really bad stuff, those kind of things. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you so much. Thanks for a wonderful panel. We'll touch on a lot of things tonight. So really thank you. Thanks to the audience for staying with us tonight. Maybe three things to end. I think one thing that was of interest to us is how can we connect also to other fields? And I would see two. One, I think Angela referred to it regarding the open governance agenda, and we just published with our colleagues at the Open Government Partnership a joint report on how can we bridge the open governance and information integrity agendas. This is available on our website, and you're most welcome to go and look at it and work with us on its implementation. The second is how can we link it to, again, critical moment that will be coming up and notably in Armenia with the summit of the European community, and then the COP17 on biodiversity. That's been mentioned a few times already today. We have a work stream on environmental disinformation at the Forum on Information Democracy that is co-chaired by Armenia and Brazil, and we actually have an open call on environmental disinformation, notably focused on biodiversity. Everyone is most welcome to join. And so, yes, I think I will end on this note of collaboration and really collaboration and implementation. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and thanks to our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to kindly ask you for your attention. I would like to make an announcement. There was an event planned, Curator's Curtain Call, that is being postponed to another date because we see we all are tired, and we'll make the change on the agenda. And please follow our digital agenda on our website. You'll receive updates very soon. Thank you so much for joining us in Yerevan. Thank you, our amazing speakers and the moderator. Thank you for bringing these important conversations to Yerevan. And have a nice evening. See you soon. Thank you so much.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.